imagination too, because when I returned home, the body wasn't there. In fact, there was no trace that any of last night's events had happened. It was as if it was a dream. Yeah, that had to be it. It had to have been a dream. I probably just woke up frightened and ran out of my house in a panic. I kept telling myself these things, knowing in my heart they were not true. That night, I locked myself in my room and turned off my lights as soon as it got dark out. I wanted to make sure the thing had no idea of my presence. Though it was hard to go to sleep, I finally dozed off, only for a short time, as I was awoken at around 1 in the morning to the sound of scratching. I sat up in my bed and looked out my window, careful to stay hidden. To my horror, the creature was back, scratching against my wall. It was like it wanted to get my attention. When I looked at the wall where it had placed the bodies last night, I saw 12 more in their place. Each one was hanging in a different, gruesome way. 2 people hung upside down from barbed wire wrapped around their ankles. Others were nailed to the wall. One man was hanging from his intestines, which had been very precisely removed from his body. I looked away from this terrible sight, waiting for the creature to put me against the wall with the rest of those people. It opened my back door and entered my house, this time quicker, as if it was more eager to add me to his collection. He climbed up the staircase and started shaking on my doorknob. He kept shaking it until it finally snapped and the door slid open. I watched as the monster's silhouette silently crept through my door. It knelt down next to me. At this point, I was too stunned to do anything, and I just sat there, waiting for my fate. It placed its hands on my chin and lifted my head up so that I was forced to look into its empty eye sockets. I felt its warm breath against my face, which smelled of blood. And then, to my surprise, it spoke. "Father." It spoke with a slow, raspy voice. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This creature calling me his father, speaking almost like a child saying his first words. I never had a son, and I would know if I did have a son and it looked like this. It almost looked sad when it spoke. "Father, are you scared, Father? Why are you scared, Father?" I kept looking up at the creature in horror. What the heck was going on? Did this thing really think I was his father? I sat in awe and shock at this horrible thing. "Father, look outside." It took long breaths between each word, as if talking was a struggle. "I made a gift for you. Do you like it?" I forced myself to look out the window at the horrific artwork the beast laid out for me to see. The thing really looked at me for a moment as I contemplated an answer. In a shaky voice, I said, Yes, I really love your gift." Its smile grew with excitement. It put my head down, and I watched it slowly leave the room. I sighed with relief and moved away from the doorway. Just as I did, however, the creature turned around and looked at me and said something that still, to this moment, causes me to fear for my life and everyone else's life. Its final words to me are the reason I'm getting this message out to everyone. As he crept out of my door for the last time, he said, "I am not done, Father. Stay here. I am going to get more people." he hasn't returned yet. My eyes are in a fervorous affair with the clock, and my focus is none the wiser. The police dispatcher is pleading for me to humour her inquiries, if for no reason other than to keep my consciousness afloat. It is so late, and today has been so challenging. Nevertheless, I'll gratify her with my story, because I am really in no mood to tell it again later. Mariam Cliffington happened into our photo centre again today. These visits are becoming relentless, as are the innumerable poorly photoshopped images on a SanDisk flash drive. Every day is the same process. She purchases our photo kiosk, orders small batches of 5x7 and 4x6 photos, and croons over the photo printer as it squeals its mechanical protests. The unfortunate photo specialist on duty is then scolded by dear old Mariam as, "The colour in my son's face is coming out too pale," and "My daughter's dress looks much too washed out," becomes as recitable as the Lord's Prayer. The project is then gifted to me, as I am the only one who receives her limited mercy. This is due in part because I am the only one in the store qualified as a professional photo editor. I also look just like her son. At least that's what she tells me every time she swoons over the photos I correct. I personally never saw the extreme resemblance. We have similar Hollywood-esque hairstyles, dark stubble, light eyes, and a fair complexion. But that is where the similarities end. Well, that is my general assumption. Truthfully, I have never met him. According to Mariam, they don't get along so well these days. Reportedly, her son has become what she calls a changed person after he split with his wife. That always seemed odd to me, because nearly every day I am draining the red out of a new family photo that she zealously adds in her novice Photoshop sessions. It seems the family often stays in touch. Today we discussed more personal topics, such as my college degree and her family get-togethers. She told me she was celebrating her granddaughter Gracie's 5th birthday today, and was putting together a photo album and baked goodies to send her. Today's photo were of a girl from her previous birthday. She had straw blonde hair, her father's bright blue eyes, rosy red cheeks, and a devilish grin that strongly reminded me of the girl from the movie Problem Child 2. When the topic turned to me being a graduate in multimedia design, she immediately began to give me the shakedown on my talents as a web developer. She wanted me to build her a forum-based website just for her family. She wasn't fond of the public limelight social media granted, but wanted regular updates from her son, granddaughter, their prized show horses, and images from all the reunions they have over the years. I'm not a fan of Mariam. She may treat me in a more humane manner than my colleagues, but she is always so bitter. She carries an air of importance about her that mismatches who she is, like a pug in a sweater made of silk. The last thing I want from a client is a beady pair of eyes reflected behind ancient, dark-rimmed tortoiseshell glasses, with ignorant words laced with the smell of stale coffee and menthol cigarettes. Her grey-black hair was often wild and tangled, as if she was fleeing her home every morning to develop photos which contained the cure for cancer. Despite her lack of self-management, she saw herself as an expert in managing the talents of others. I never inquired about the specifics of her family problems, but I assume this attitude must cause the bulk of it. This sense of entitlement is something I don't blend well with. After endless barrages of questions about my rates, schedule, and ability to tutor her in Photoshop, I gave her my business card and told her to call me in a few weeks. Truthfully, I'm in my 2-week leave period and on my way to a better job, and this was a simple method to evade her until I would never have to see her again. She seemed content with my proposal and took my card. I told her to forward my congratulations to her granddaughter on a 5th-year milestone. As she shuffled out of our store, I looked again at the refuse pile of discoloured prints. If her family is so dysfunctional, why does she bring in new photos of her son and granddaughter every other day? Why, as a spitting image of the son she frequently quarrels with, am I so reasonably treated by her? Those suspicions came to fruition a few hours later when a 20-something couple dropped off a few rolls of 35mm film. They had matching black hair, the athletic builds of bicyclists, and eyes that reflected deep kindness but an even deeper sense of fatigue. The lab's business was running slow today, so I was immediately able to process their order and begin development. The development process is always the same. I feed just enough of the raw film through a machine to attach it to a leader card, which is mechanically guided through the film processor. After it completes its voyage and the developed film is fed through, I place it on the scanner of our printing machine and check the frames digitally for colour flaws and inconsistencies. The pictures showed the young couple celebrating another birthday. A boisterous banner which read, "Happy birthday, Mitch," hung above an electric blue neon minibar. The couple was shown holding beer bottles and laughing heartily. The entire set was quite like the photos most young couples bring in. There was a sloppy, drunken kiss here, someone air guitaring on the table there. I began to complacently press the print button after every 6 frames. Then I noticed a picture of Miriam's son. Even though I had never met him, I had seen that face often. It was a face that was branded into the back of my eyes, like the bright red digits of a digital alarm clock in the first few moments of morning consciousness. I was intrigued that these two may also be familiar with the eccentric woman who both frowned upon and adored her family. As I was packing up their photos and ringing up their orders, I decided to make conversation. "So, you know Marion Cliffington?" I asked casually. Silence. I glanced upward, and the glance became a fixture. A paleness and shock matched both the exhaustion they both wore in their eyes. "Are you okay? I recognize the son in your photos." The girl spoke, tears welling in her eyes. "That's our friend Mitch. Those photos were taken a few weeks ago. He passed last week. This order is for his funeral slideshow." Her boyfriend spoke next, clearly unsettled but retaining his composure, as he quickly recited what I am sure he has gotten used to explaining. "He and his daughter were found dead in Miriam's home last Sunday, poisoned. The police have been seeking her for questioning. Have you seen her recently?" I was floored. I rarely want to lose my cool, but I began tripping over my words like they were raised on a high wire. Yes, I mean, she was just here a few hours ago. She said she was celebrating Grace's 5th birthday. She's working on a new photo album. They were new photos." The girl spoke next. "We need to call the police immediately. Grace's birthday was the Tuesday before they were found. They didn't enjoy visits with Miriam, but she insisted on being with them to celebrate." Call them I did. I spent the rest of my shift plus 2 extra hours conversing with a police detective and the couple. He asked me to print out the information we had on Miriam and if we had any ideas of her whereabouts. They inquired about the frequency of her visits, the types of purchases she makes from the rest of the store, her current appearance, and general abnormalities in her behaviour. I gave them what they needed, along with the security footage from the cameras we had hidden around the building. They gave me the direct line to their office and sent me off with my assurance that I would call them immediately if Marion came into the shop again. The drive home felt relatively non-existent. The thoughts of what occurred seemed to dominate my sense of time while on the road. Had this lady, who compared me to her son, been responsible for his death? For the death of his daughter? Would I see her before the police? I arrived at my house in the same psychological state as when I left the store. I nearly broke my ankle while stumbling over a package that was placed in front of the entryway. I brought it inside, into the light, and saw that the sender's name was Mom. I wasn't sure what the occasion was, but I assumed it was a late Thanksgiving care package. Regardless, it was good to receive mail from her. I wasn't sure where her new apartment was. Now I had her address. 6312 Prospect Road. Inside the package was a thin box of cookies and a neatly wrapped rectangular gift. I hadn't gotten to eat lunch with all the police activity, so I immediately started tanking through the cookies, as if I had also skipped my last 5 meals. After my 4th cookie, I decided to wipe the crumbs from my hands and see what the mystery gift was. I unceremoniously ripped the red and gold metallic paper off of what appeared to be a small photo album bound in black vinyl. I opened it with giddy curiosity and felt the blood empty from my face. It was a timeline of photos of Marion Cliffington's family. These weren't the fun family get-togethers I had recrafted at the photo lab. I hadn't printed these at all. Page 1. Mitch and Gracie are propped against the arm of a tan leather sofa, daughter wrapped in father's arms. Their eyes are sunken and rolled backwards, and their tongues are lolled out of their mouths in an unnatural brown colour. There is dried spittle and yellow foam caught in Mitch's black stubble, and a mixture of blood and vomit on the front of Gracie's shirt. The blood vessels in their faces are a sickly blue, and their skin is pale and puffy. This photo is labelled, Tuesday, Happy Birthday, Gracie. Page 2. The bodies are placed in a maroon 2013 Toyota RAV4. They've been cleaned up and posed. Mitch is in the front seat, Gracie in the centre back seat. Their skin has continued to swell, so their eyes are puffy slits. Their now purple lips have been sewn shut and side-stitched into makeshift smiles. One of Mitch's arms is placed on the wheel, the other propped against the passenger seat in a pathetic wave. The label, Wednesday, taking Gracie to school. Page 3. The bodies are now dressed in swimsuits and are posed around a kiddie pool. Mitch had to be propped up in an unknown manner that is cleverly hidden from the frame. He's on his knees at the edge of the pool in blue and white Hawaiian shorts. Gracie is in the pool, positioned on her belly in a striped pink one-piece bathing suit and a matching swim skirt. Their hands are duct taped together, and their skin has taken on a sickly yellow colour. They are starting to bruise and darken in areas which they have evidently been placed for too long. The label, Thursday, teaching Gracie to swim. Page 4. Mitch is now dressed in a handsome ivory tuxedo which has a few off-colour stains where his skin is starting to split open. He is at the kitchen table with a full glass of white wine and a lit dining candle in front of him. The sleeves on his arms reveal dark bruising where the tape was wrapped around his daughter's arm the day before. Gracie is not in this picture, but Mariam is. She is grasping one of his rotting hands in one of her own, with a brimming glass of red wine on the other. She wears a motherly smile that sickeningly matches the sewn-on smile her lifeless son now wears. The label, Friday, Dinner with a Boy. Page 5. Gracie is propped up against the wall, the skin of her arms ripped off where the tape was 2 days prior. Her face is beginning to lose its humanity, but is now coated in makeup worthy of a Little Miss Sunshine pageant. Her straw blonde hair is curled and bouncy, and her artificial smile is beginning to tear along the stitching. Next to her is an assortment of porcelain dolls, each made up and dressed with care that is a bit too sophisticated for a 5-year-old girl. To the far left of the frame, Mariam's reflection can be seen in a full-body mirror, pointing the camera at the twisted salon she constructed. The label? Saturday, Girls' Night Out. Page 6. There is finally a full frame of the house in which this sickening family montage was photographed. It is a modest, one-story home on the foothills of the Rocky Mountains. The paint is a simple white, and it is beginning to flake from a simple picket fence that marks the perimeter. There are no other homes close by that are visible from the angle of the shot. In the left of the frame, the stables of the prized horses Mariam mentioned are visible in the background. The gates are wide open, and the horses are nowhere to be seen. Police cars, ambulances, and yellow crime scene tape blocks the rest of the view, except for the mailbox. The address on the mailbox? 6312 Prospect Road. The sides of the frame indicate motion blur and plastic paneling. Mariam photographed this from a moving vehicle, likely from far away. The label reads, Sunday, the family gets to see policemen in action on career day. On the final page, Mariam is standing in front of my house with the package I had just opened. The label, Thursday, dropping off goodies for my favourite son. In that moment of realization, weakness took control of my body, not just from the imagery I was subjected to, but from a sickening feeling that burned in my stomach and intestines. Words from earlier were ripping through my skull. You look just like my son. He and his daughter were found dead in Mariam's home last Friday, poisoned. I forced myself to scan the backgrounds of those horrible pictures. On the first day, in Grace's lap, was the cookie tin I had just eaten from. This package was not from my mother. It was from a crazed mother who thought I was a son, guided to my home from the business card I gave her. Now, here we are. I don't think I have much time left. I'm starting to lose focus. My eyes are in a fervorous affair with the clock, and my focus is none the wiser. Maybe they'll get married and elope. I'll invite this dispatcher to the wedding if I make it through this. I vaguely realise that doesn't make sense, but I don't mind. I am so tired, and now I can't stop coughing. I think I hear sirens in the distance, but I'm not sure if the ambulance has a cure for vomiting blood. Someone is coming up the stairs. I have to go now. Mariam is here, and she wants to give Gracie swimming lessons. It took me longer than the other kids to grow out of cartoons. I loved all those childhood classics that were featured on Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon and such. It's funny, if you go on any nostalgia blogs nowadays, you'll see people acting like they always loved cartoons. But I bet there was a time they denounced their love just to seem cool. Anyway, this carried over when I was in my early years of high school and bored in IT class. Everyone was just doodling away on paint, playing flash games, or reading random pages found on the web. We had one of those teachers that never really cared about what we did as long as the work was done. My favourite cartoon at the time that I was binging was Batman the Animated Series. Out of boredom, I was just searching away random pages on search engines. First, I typed in Batman the Animated Series Trivia, which came up with a plethora of random facts about the show. I then found some little interviews about the behind the scenes and making of, which was pretty interesting. After hearing the same facts over and over though, I changed things up a bit. I decided to search for fan sites to see what others thought of the show. First, I found some popular blogs sharing fanfictions and theories. I even found a few hate pages which peeved me. But alas, I eventually fell into a monotonous grind through the pages of search results. I eventually hit the double-digit figures of search pages, which is when you find the more bizarre and less relevant pages. I came across some role-playing forums, illegal streaming sites of the show, and even a fanatic who acted out episodes in costume. I was just mindlessly clicking through these until I hit a generic, albeit amateur-looking page. It had a generic spiel about how they loved the show, and there were pages of commentary written down on an episode-by-episode basis. I was curious, but as I was getting into things, a pop-up came up. You have been selected for a chance to win £100,000. Obviously, I'd been warned by my parents to be cautious about things that are too good to be true. But I was also at that age where I felt I was destined for something special, and this could be it. I hesitantly clicked on it, and it led to some questionnaire, one question at a time. First, it asked a generic question about Batman. Luckily, I had been reading all the hidden details of the show and proudly clicked the right answer in the drop-down. Correct, it congratulated me with. This gave me a great feeling and a small shot of adrenaline. This could be it. I could be rich in a matter of seconds, was the thought racing in my mind. This all left me on the next question. What is your name? I was hesitant now. I was especially warned to never fill in personal details on the internet. Class was ending soon and I needed to be fast. If I answered, I could get in trouble, and if I left it, this opportunity would slip me by. In a panic, I looked around my class for inspiration, and my eyes met with the people in my class. Then I came up with a genius idea. I could use someone else's name. First, I looked at my best friend. If all this turned out to be legitimate, he would definitely understand and share the wealth with me. However, if he got in trouble, I would feel like I betrayed him. I was scared to ask him as I didn't want him to laugh at me in case this was all fake. Next, I turned to the big kid at the back of the class. Pete was basically the school bully. I thought if things went sour, I wouldn't mind him taking the fall. He'd gotten away with so much in this school that anything bad happening to him would be karmic justice. But then I thought of the potential good, and how he wouldn't even think twice about keeping all the money to himself. Time was running out and I had to act quick. I could see some people packing away their stationery early to leave quickly for the upcoming lunch break. Then, the perfect idea hit me. Dexter. He was basically the class nerd. This name didn't help him, leaving him the most cliché nickname, Poindexter. He was weak-willed, easily pushed around. A bad quality to have, but if he got the money, I could easily sway him into being on my side and splitting the pool with me. And if things went sour, I could easily deny any connection. I didn't really have much connection with him, and I wasn't that type of kid, so no one would suspect me. It was the perfect choice. I quickly typed in his name, which led to a box for his address. I had it offhand from his birthday party flyer, which no one showed up to. It would have been social suicide to have shown up. I pulled out the creased flyer from my backpack and hastily filled it in. After that, the pop-up just thanked me and closed. It was anticlimactic to say the least. It was just in time though, as everyone was flooding out for lunch, and I didn't want to look suspicious, so I closed everything down and left. Weeks went by, and seemingly nothing happened. I didn't want to ask Dexter about it, as I didn't want to look stupid that I'd fallen for such a thing, and I didn't want him to know I was filling in his details on random sites. He certainly never acted different in that time, so I figured he hadn't received the money. It was slowly hitting me that I may have been duped. I was watching him at lunch to see if he brought anything with him that may show he secretly received a lump of money, but he just pulled out some simple sandwiches and a chocolate bar. One thing I did notice, though, was that he was acting kind of skittish. He would occasionally pop his head up from eating, look around with wide eyes, and strafe back down to eat some more. I figured he was just looking out for kids who were looking to grief him. He really was a big target for many bullies. A week or two later, and things started getting more noticeable, but not in a good way. His grades started slipping. Now, he was known as Poindexter for a reason. He was so smart, he usually knew things the teachers didn't. But now, he was noticeably lacking behind. His behavior was becoming more erratic too. He would sometimes lash out at other kids if they walked too close to him and caught him off guard. He would start screaming, seemingly at random. This started to distress the other kids, me included, and Dexter had to be sent out every so often to calm him down. I started to feel like this was my fault. I mean, I put together that this all started after I filled in his details on that pop-up. I nonchalantly brought this up to my mom. The behavior, not the pop-up. And she gave me an interesting explanation. As lightly as possible, she told me he's a little special. She explained that he might act odd from time to time because he had mild autism. I later learned that he was diagnosed on the cusp of the spectrum, where he could be in school with the regular kids, which is an offer his parents took up. This explanation was easy to stomach, and as bad as this sounds, I rejoiced inside, knowing it wasn't my fault. Time went by, and things were getting worse. He would show up to school, exhausted and pale, dark circles around his eyes. I no longer felt bad about the pop-up though. I more felt sorry for his parents. I couldn't imagine what it was like for them. But I just accepted this as how things were. Eventually, his behavior got so out of hand that he had to be taken out of class regularly. Usually, he didn't make it past 10 minutes in class before needing to be sent out. It didn't matter anyway. All he'd do was stare out the window with his crazy wide eyes until he would start screaming and panicking away. It was too disruptive to be sorted out every time it happened. It wasn't long until he stopped showing up completely. I asked my parents about it, and they were oddly quiet about it. I asked the other kids, but they said they had a similar response from their parents. We were simply constantly told not to worry. A week later, and more inquiries, all the parents, seemingly at the same time, all started telling us that they simply moved Dexter to a special needs school which could accommodate his condition. Some of the other kids didn't believe their parents, but it was spread enough that it was eventually settled as truth. Now, the reason I'm telling you all this is because of what I found out recently. I found out what really happened. He didn't move. He was kidnapped. On his bed was a note left in scratched, barely legible writing saying, "Dexter is a greedy boy. Dexter is a greedy boy. Dexter is a greedy boy," over and over again. After he went missing, a silent search operation was conducted around the town to see if they could find him. While searching the industrial estate to see if he was hiding away in an abandoned warehouse, they found his body. His body was stuffed with coins and notes recently stolen from a bank. There was also evidence of the worst things imaginable having happened to him, but you don't need me to describe them to you. It was decided to be kept from the kids to stop fear-mongering and trauma. Plus, telling the kids wouldn't have made us more safer anyway. This wasn't a random kidnapping. There was plenty of evidence that it was premeditated, planned, and was a one-off. However, no evidence could be found of a motive. Except for what I know. I think I may have gotten my classmate killed. "7 days ago, I was driving my son, Zach, home from school when a drunk driver T-boned us. The paramedics managed to drag us out of our flipped vehicle. As soon as I woke up, I looked around the room for my son. I tried to get out of bed, but a nurse rushed into the room and settled me back in. He looked at me for a second before saying, 'Your son is in critical condition right now, but you need to stay on your bed for at least another day before we can let you leave your room.' I tried to argue back, but the words wouldn't come out of my mouth. The nurse left after a couple of seconds. The rest of the day, I sat on the bed and forced myself to stay strong for my son. I knew he couldn't see me right now, but I was all he had now after my wife was found in front of the Walmart parking lot. She was stabbed a total of 12 times and her purse was emptied out. They never found out who killed her. That was just 2 years ago. Zach was just 8 at the time. The day of the funeral was the hardest day of my life. I had to explain that his mother was gone. He didn't cry. He just nodded and stared at the ground for the rest of the day. It took over a year for things to go back to some type of normality. The thought of Zach dying did go through my mind several times, but I quickly dismissed the thought and remained hopeful. The doctor came into my room around 7 at night to run a couple of tests. I tried to ask him about my son, but he just gave me a sympathetic look before telling me that I was pretty much fine, besides a couple of scrapes and bruises. I asked if I could go see my son now, but with a sigh, he said, "Harold, let me be completely honest with you. There really isn't much you can do right now. You can see him tomorrow after we release you, but just understand that he is a lot worse off than you. There is a chance he may not make it, but our doctors are trying the very hardest. Get some rest and make sure you mentally prepare yourself before you see your son." He gave me a sad nod and walked out of the room. That night, I couldn't sleep. Instead, I sat on my bed and ran through every single memory I had of Zach and me. I thought of every time we sat in the kitchen table, eating dinner and laughing. I thought of the times my wife, Zach, and I would sit on the sofa and watch a movie. And I thought of the times we cried together over the loss of his mother. That night was a mixture of half smiles and tears. At 9 o'clock, the nurse came into my room and gave me a nod before unhooking every little thing that was attached to my body. 30 minutes later, I was following closely behind the nurse to where Zach was. We stopped in front of room 437. I took a deep breath before I walked through the door and saw my son's nearly lifeless body lying on the hospital bed. Each step I took towards my son revealed more and more injuries that his small, fragile body took. His right arm was rubbed absolutely raw. His left eye was slightly opened from the dent that was now on his face. and his legs and other arms were littered with randomly placed stitches. The room started to spin, and I started to go limp, but a doctor grabbed me from behind and placed me on a seat. He handed me a glass of water before saying, "He seems a little more stable now, but these next 2 days are the most critical for him. We will have a doctor for him at all hours, and if we get any type of alert, we will definitely be there for him. You can stay with him if you'd like." I gave him a nod and told him that I was going to stay with him until he wakes up. He placed a hand on my shoulder before he walked out of the room. The next day and a half went by, and absolutely nothing happened. The doctors and nurses would stop in occasionally, but they would leave right after they finished their tasks. That evening, at 9:37, my son's heart stopped, and my whole world stopped. I saw doctors and nurses rushing into the room, but I was completely stuck on the chair. It took everything out of me to finally get out of my chair and rush up to my son, but one of the doctors held me back. I screamed, pushed, and sobbed during the 18 seconds my son was dead. For the next 2 days, I stood next to my son. I didn't sleep, eat, or drink anything. I wanted him to somehow know that I was with him. I wanted to somehow help him get out of the coma and into my arms again. At 11:14 p.m., my son finally opened his eyes and looked up at me. It had taken him 4.5 days for him to get out of his coma, and the only thing I wanted to do was cry and hold him. He gave me a small smile before he looked up and frowned. Before I could do anything, Zach went into absolute hysterics. He started off by letting out a series of screams of absolute agony. He tried ripping off his IV and everything else connected to his body, but I held his arms down as carefully as I could before calling for a doctor. It took over 3 hours for Zach to finally calm down. It was 2 in the morning by then. I was absolutely exhausted, but I walked up to him and sat down next to him while gingerly holding his hand. I fell asleep around 5 in the morning. I woke up to the sound of Zach's voice. When I looked up, I saw a nurse carefully feeding him. He was telling her about how we go to the park every Saturday and proceeded to ask her if he would be able to go with me this Saturday. She gave him a smile and said, "Well, if you eat plenty of food and do everything the doctors say, you might be able to go very soon. I have to go now, Zach, but why don't you talk to your dad now? It looks like he's awake." Zach quickly turned to me and gave me a smile before talking about how the doctor told him he was being extra good and that he deserves a new toy. I laughed and told him that once we were out, I would give him any toy he wanted. My son was physically hurt, but it seemed like he was back to normal otherwise. The next couple of days went by in a blur. Throughout the day, I would talk with him, read a couple of books to him given by the nice doctor, and watched a couple of his favorite shows on the TV. I felt beyond lucky. I had my son still, my one reason to keep living. Last night, my son started to talk about his experience, and I really don't know what the hell he went through. I was reading to him when he held his arm up and said, "Everything became really black, and then it felt like I was dreaming." Before I could say anything back, he took a deep breath and said, "I dreamed about when Mommy was here. We were eating dinner, but everything was quiet. Mommy and you were talking, but I couldn't hear anything. I tried to say something, but I couldn't hear myself. I started to scream, and then everything went black again. I tried to hold his hand to reassure him that he was fine now, but he pushed away and looked up at me with eyes filled with torment. His lips quivered before he continued with his experience. Then, a bright light was all around me. I started to feel warm and happy. Really happy, like when Mommy was here. I tried to move, but I was floating, and so I stayed still while I floated to where I was supposed to go. It got too bright, so I closed my eyes till I stopped. When I opened my eyes, I had to close them again because I saw the brightest light I've ever seen. It spoke to me. It said that I was dead. It told me that I was going to be here for a little while before he sent me back to you. I tried to ask him to take me back now, but it told me that I needed to stay here. He took a couple deep breaths, and a couple of tears fell from his face before he continued. I started floating again, and I was taken to another room, but this one was smaller. I waited for a long time, but Mommy came into the room. She was happy and gave me a hug, but then she started to scream. I tried to keep looking at her, but a knife kept going inside of her body. She started to bleed everywhere, and I got scared. I closed my eyes and looked away. She stopped screaming, and I looked back at Mommy. She was dying, but she told me that she loved me and that she will see me again. But she told me it would be a long time. I gave him a smile and told him that Mommy was waiting for us in a special place. That is when Zach turned to me and said, "No, not us, just me. I saw who was holding the knife. It was you. She told me you were going to another place. I'm sorry, Daddy, but Mommy is not waiting for you. She told me that you were clever enough to get away with killing her, but you can't escape death. Everybody dies, and so will you." I didn't know what to say to him. I loved my wife and son, but I couldn't handle how I became the third wheel. I knew I couldn't beat the bond between a mother and a child, and I did the only thing that would allow my son to fully appreciate me as much as he could. This morning, I went home to get my laptop. I'm back now with my son, and I'm writing this out to you guys. Do any of you guys have any proof of an afterlife? Did my son just have an awfully vivid dream? Or was what he experienced real? It seems like more of a coincidence that he would be able to place the blame on me, when the police couldn't even trace it back to me. "Uh-oh," Julia said, sitting in a playpen. Dan could hear her sloshing a juice around in the sippy cup from across the room as she waved and attempted to say hello. "Hi, baby girl," he said, lounging in the recliner next to the fireplace and looking intently at his laptop. He gave a half-hearted wave back, still reading the news. As he switched between his multiple open windows, from a comic to stock listings to a news website, his daughter tossed the cup over the edge. He heard it hit the ground, glanced up quickly, but decided to deal with the cup later. Then he heard the rattling as she picked up one of her toys. "Eh-oh," she said again. Her wave communicated to her father by way of rattling. "Hi again, beautiful," he said. offering a half-hearted wave back in the general direction of the playpen. He couldn't remember being this tired since Julia had been born. Despite the loss of sleep, the general frantic energy his adorable ball of joy seemed to possess was contagious. With Lisa gone for the weekend, though, the girl was taking a toll on the young father. He'd spent that morning trying to teach her to play catch, her still developing arms reacting on a significant time delay from reality. Then they'd gone to the park for a picnic, after an hour and a half of preparation, only to have to rush back home when it started raining. Some ridiculous series of videos featuring badly computer-animated insects dancing to Mozart had dominated her afternoon, and by extension, his. Anytime he wasn't shaking his booty to Wolfgang's fat beats, Julia would start crying. She'd gone down for an hour-long nap around 4 p.m, but that seemed to supply her with more than enough energy to try talking for the next 4 hours. Now, at 9 p.m, Julia was up later than some teenagers. If Lisa were home, Dan knew the girl would already be sleeping soundly in her crib, but Dan took the electric razor approach to bedtime once in a while, let the batteries run out completely. The only catch was, his batteries were running out too. He hoped hers went first. He closed his eyes for a moment and thought about calling Lisa. As the home's main breadwinner, she had her district meetings a couple times a year, but he knew that the events tended to be half vacation. He didn't want to bother her. He jerked his head back up. No, he was not going to pass out before his toddler. Maybe Julia could recharge his batteries a bit though. Slamming his legs down to shut the recliner and jumping to his feet, he turned on his play voice. "Hey there, girl. Wanna try—" "Eh-oh," she cried, standing against the back of her playpen and gleefully waving her rattling, psychedelic-covered stuffed butterfly. He shut up and stared at her. His dumb, happy dad look froze on his face. She wasn't looking at him, and she wasn't waving at him. She was facing the hallway to his right, on her end of the room, which led to the bedroom, nursery, and bath. Hey there," he said. "Over here. Hi, baby girl." She looked at him for just a moment, smiling the smile of someone who was already happy before you showed up. Then she turned her attention back down the hallway. "Eh-oh," she squealed, waving back. He frowned, glancing at the hall from where he stood, even though he couldn't see down it. Then, looking back at the rapt joy on the toddler's face, he stepped closer. Julia's attention down the hall seemed to fade as he got closer, and she plopped on her bottom and picked up a doll as soon as he stood in front of the playpen and stared down at the unlit, but obviously empty hallway. As a child-proofing measure, they always shut the 3 doors in the hallway, the nursery on the left, the bedroom on the right, and the bathroom at the end. They all looked to be quite closed. But Dan, who had always valued paranoia over false security, strode back to the mantel and grabbed the fire poker from its stand, then returned to the hallway. Holding the poker in his right hand like a truncheon more than a baseball bat, he didn't bother with stealth as he approached the nursery. He flung the door open, flicked on the light, and did a quick sweep of the room, behind the door and in the closet. Leaving that door open, he went for the bathroom next. With slightly more hesitation, he opened that door and flipped on the light. The bathroom was small, efficient, Lisa said, and the only possible hiding place was behind the shower curtain. Remembering a horror movie cliche so universal it was almost a part of the human brainstem, he slowly stepped to the bath, held the poker with both hands, and hooked it around one side of the curtain. He forced it open. Nothing. He rolled his eyes as he stepped back out of the room, leaving the door open and light on. Now, just one room left. Now that he was this close, he realized he'd been wrong. His bedroom door was definitely ajar, if only by a touch, just enough that it didn't latch. He didn't imagine he would have done this. He closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. Then he opened them and lightly kicked the door open. His left hand gripped the poker while his right scrambled for the light switch. Finding it, he bathed the room in incandescent safety. There was nothing apparently out of place in the room, but he gaped at the opposite wall. The window was wide open. There was a moment of blind, frenzied, spiders crawling through the brain terror, and he held the poker up and spun around the room quickly, sure he'd missed something horrifying. Then, as he saw the damp floor, he realized it hadn't been raining for hours, he remembered. He'd opened all the windows earlier to save on AC. When they came back from their aborted picnic, he'd shut them all due to the rain, except this one. Julia had been crying for her movie just as he'd reached the hall, and before he'd gotten to his bedroom, he was out there turning on the classical music, loving bugs, and dancing with them. He quickly stepped onto the soggy carpet, went to the window, and shut it, for all the good it did now. He needed to get some rags and towels. Leaving the third door open, he started back down the hallway, eyes locked on Julia playing in a pen. The next thing he knew, he was walking much more quickly down the hallway to Julia. "Baby girl, what is that?" he asked, unable to maintain a play voice this time. Julia was grinning, eyes wet and shining, clutching to her chest a teddy bear. She didn't seem bothered by the bear's missing button eye, or split leg seam, or its dampness, or the smell of years of mildew, mold, and rot. Dan thought his face was going to fall off and hit the floor. He barely mouthed a swear word, then out of some programmed parent response, he didn't finish it. "Come on, baby girl, we're getting out of here," scooping her up and being enveloped in the bear's stench. He wanted her to let go of it, but didn't have any intention of sparing the time to fight with her. He held her with one arm and fished in his pockets for his keys. They weren't there. His already fiery panic almost consumed him. Before he remembered, he'd left them on the bench by the front door. He made it to the door in 3 long strides, grabbing the keys and forcing his feet into some already tied shoes, not bothering to pull the backs out from under his heels. He threw open the door and slammed it behind him. He didn't even consider pausing momentarily to lock it behind him. As he approached his car, almost running, he hit the keyless entry button and heard the reassuring clunk. His head hit the roof as he slid into the driver's seat, Julia still over his shoulder. Screw the car seat just this once, he thought. Keys were slammed into the ignition. Car whipped into the road in reverse. All thoughts of seatbelts or possible destinations driven from his mind by the singular, overwhelming need to get as far away from his house as possible. A block down the road, he exhaled for what seemed like the first time in ages. And he realized Julia was breathing steadily. Her cheek rested on his shoulder, arm pressed against his, the hand still clutching her new toy. Despite everything, we laughed one shrill, almost bark-like release of adrenaline. Her breathing changed immediately, of course, as she woke back up. He felt her shift her head, propping her chin up, her view now over his shoulder. A moment later, he felt her arm lift from his. In his peripheral vision, he could see the foul bear swinging wildly as Julia waved into the back seat. "Eh-oh," she said. Life is supposed to be better after graduation. You walk across that stage, grab your diploma, and then you're welcomed into the real world with open arms. All those parties, all the cheering, all the gifts, all the congratulations you get, it's all supposed to represent the new world you're about to join. I mean, you just made it through the hell of high school, 4 years of stress and drama, and now you're finally free to be an adult. Life after high school isn't what you think it is. They don't tell you everything. They don't tell you the real secret of the world, of society, of what life is truly about. They don't tell you about the never-ending cycle of money, the endless grind to make a buck. They don't tell you about greed. If I had known, maybe I would have been better prepared for the time after graduation. Maybe I wouldn't have been so self-righteous, and maybe I wouldn't have ended up where I am now. Sleepwatching, the newest way to make some quick cash. Manny told me about it. Old, good-hearted Manny. He meant well. He really did. I mean, he has been my best friend since freshman year. He didn't know what would happen. We both experienced the newfound struggle for money after graduation. We're just kids. Lazy, stuck-up kids. We thought that we were too good for some entry-level job at McDonald's or Walmart. We wanted something that was going to bring in money quickly and easily. So, him being the best friend that he is, he looked around online. It didn't take him long to find exactly what we both wanted. He found sleepwatching, a job in which you get paid to do absolutely nothing. "Ollie, all you have to do is sit there and stay awake," he had texted me. The way he explained it, sleepwatching would be the easiest job on earth. And just like most things that end in disaster, it seemed too good to be true. So, me being exuberant about my brand new job opportunity, I raced to my computer with all the excitement of a boy who had just found Wonka's 5th and final golden ticket. Didn't talk to anyone else about it, just sat down at my desk, launched Chrome, and began looking up the wonderful world of sleepwatching. You see, it's a pretty ingenious idea. People are afraid of being alone. With how connected the world is these days, they can't stand the loneliness of the night. So, of course, these people would pay extremely well just to have someone sit up with them while they rest for the night. Sleep-watching.net, as I found out, is the premier place to get all of your sleep-watching needs. Just apply to join as a trusted watcher, and in a few days be matched with a sleeper in need. I signed up that day. Oliver Twitch, I typed into the bar, putting in information you shouldn't put into any website. I assured myself though. I understood that sleepwatching.net needed to do a security check on me, make sure I wasn't joining for any nefarious reasons. It took a few days for the acceptance email to finally come in. I remember getting it, how I had been refreshing my email endlessly, just waiting for the green light to pay dirt. I immediately logged into the website, and to my surprise, I already had an alert from a sleeper in need. In that moment, I wasn't thinking. I just knew that someone was willing to pay me. I clicked on the link, and it gave me a brief profile of the sleeper who wanted me. Her name was Viola, a sweet name for an innocent old lady. 74 and alone in life. Her husband had died a few years earlier, and her family had leased out an apartment and forgotten about her. She put on her profile that she had some trouble sleeping of late, and thought that having someone younger there with her would do a lot to ease her insomnia. I greedily accepted. The rate for the job was amazing. Old people pay extremely well. We messaged a little that day. Just short messages. She wanted to make sure I was okay with the job and the pay. All she needed me to do was to be on the webcam feed. She said she was fine with me doing anything else during the night. It had been around noon when we talked, so I decided to take a nap. I had to be prepared for an all-nighter that would hopefully get me paid. It got dark around 9 where she lived. I was an hour behind, so it was still daylight when we got ready to call. Before I hit the dial button, a pop-up window appeared on my screen. A special message straight from sleepwatchers.net. The rules, it said across the top of the page. Listed below this simple heading was a short list. Number 1. Do not fall asleep. Number 2. For no circumstance may you wake the sleeper. Number 3. Do not touch the red emergency button unless there is an emergency. Number 4. Do not fall asleep. I had laughed at the rules at the time. They were all basic. Common sense that anyone should have known before taking a job as a watcher. I clicked the agree button at the bottom of the page and then waited for my call to Viola to connect. She was such a sweet old lady. She had this innocent smile on her face as she appeared on the screen, and she looked genuinely happy to see me. "Hi, Oliver," she said. "Thank you so much for doing this. I hope this isn't too much trouble and that you have a good night." I assured her that I would, that I had a few tabs open that I would be working on while she slept. I told her good night, and she lay down into bed. In what seemed like just a few short moments, she was peacefully asleep. I watched her for a while. There's a strange peace in watching somebody sleep, watching their chest move as they breathe slowly. I was watching Viola at her most vulnerable. I knew there wasn't anything to worry about, but still, having a life in your hands can change you. After just a little while of watching Viola sleep, I began surfing the web. I had all night to endlessly search. So, lucky me, I was getting paid to do what I would have been doing that night anyways. The night went by quietly. There was one point during the night I thought I heard something come from the video feed. Almost sounded like breathing. But me being the smart-ass kid that I am, knew that it was just the sound all video cam feeds make when both sides are silent. I now realized that only one side of the feed had been silent. In the morning, when the first rays of the sun were beginning to fill Viola's room, she woke up. No alarm for her, just sunlight. I happened to be watching as this happened. Just doing my job, you know. Her first move was to look to her side, the empty portion of her bed. She placed her hand on the unused pillow there, and I could have sworn I saw her body shudder. Then, I guessed, she gathered herself and she turned to look at her laptop, which was sitting on the desk next to her bed. She smiled that genuine smile again when she saw me, asked me how my night had been. I told her it had went smoothly. She sighed a sigh of relief and thanked me. She told me she had just had the best sleep in weeks and to have a good day, and then hung up the feed. I'm a teenager. I'm used to all-nighters, but with my job done, I gladly went to bed with a smile on my face. The next few nights were the same. I would video call Viola around 8 at night, and she would be asleep by 8:05. Thank God the internet is endless. I learned so much endless crap during those nights. One night, the peacefulness of our schedule was interrupted. I remember it in some detail. Viola woke up around 3, drowsily nodded at me, and headed to the bathroom, which, from the camera angle, I could see was connected to the bedroom by a small door on the other side of her bed. At that point, I never really looked at the feed. I mean, nothing ever changed on it, so there wasn't any point. I only ever really looked to have a moment of peace from the bluntness of the internet. I was watching while she was in the restroom though. Maybe out of boredom, or maybe because I wanted her to feel safe when she got back into bed. I can't really remember. I saw something while she was in the restroom. It was only for a second, but I swear to you that I saw it. A hand. An oversized, bleach-white hand. It was inching its way out from behind the curtain that covered the window. I only saw it for a second, but it raised every hair on my body into attention. I continued staring into that same spot, trying to catch any more evidence of something being wrong. Nothing happened, so I shrugged it off, blaming it on the mixture of midnight drowsiness and Red Bull. Viola came out of the restroom and went back to bed. Her only communication to me was that soft smile before her head hit the pillow and she was peacefully back out. The way she fell asleep so quickly, she treated sleep like a luxury that I could tell she had been missing out on as of late. I felt proud to be the person that could bring that luxury back to her. A few nights later, 5 nights ago, everything changed. The night started out normal. Viola and I following our established routine. Her whispering a "good night, Ollie" to me and passing out. The quietness of her room. The sound of me clicking away into Google, trying to find some new information that I had yet to exhaust. Everything was normal. It's all my fault. I didn't nap as much as I should have that day. I didn't have a Red Bull on me. I didn't try hard enough to stay awake. I fell asleep. I broke the rules. I slept hard. I was out for at least an hour, drooling on my keyboard, dead to the world and useless to Viola. I woke up to a sound. I think I heard some kind of bang, but I can't remember. Maybe a buzzer? I'm not sure. My head came up quick though. I wasn't sure as to what was going on, but I think that my body instinctively knew that something was wrong. After I figured out where I was, I went straight to Viola's tab. She was peacefully asleep. Whatever had awoken me hadn't disturbed her in the slightest. I smiled to myself. With that nap, I would be good to go the rest of the night, and Viola was still perfectly okay. That's when I saw him. The ghoul I now call the Watcher. My smile was instantly gone. He was standing in the corner of Viola's room, mostly hidden by the darkness. What I could make out about him was his extreme height and his narrow body. I could also see his eyes. They were white, entirely white. They seemed to be reflecting some ungodly light, and they were directed straight at me. I couldn't move. Fear was like ice, and in that moment, it froze me. He began to move towards Viola. He didn't walk, but he didn't float like a ghost. He moved smooth, but at the same time, his moves were rigid. Viola's back was to him, and her sleeping face was pointed in my direction. This is when I broke Rule 2. You see, I did the only thing that I could think to do. I yelled, and I screamed for Viola, trying to wake her up. It worked. I now wish it hadn't. Her eyes popped open and instantly locked with mine. As she did this, though, the Watcher was upon her. He began slamming both of his fists into her body over and over again. He made this sick, wet sound, a rhythmic thud. I saw it all. It was like having a front row seat to a band that disgusts you. I saw the look of surprise she had when she first woke up, the confusion on her face when he first slammed that white fist into her, and then the fear as she realized what was happening. Blood was everywhere. It wouldn't stop coming. Viola's eyes were on me the whole time. She was crying. She had given up, and she was steadily weeping as he beat her. "Ollie," I barely heard her whisper. "Help me." I tried to do the only thing I could. I grabbed the mouse and clicked on that red emergency button, the one that's supposed to be used only during emergencies. It didn't work. This feature is restricted at the current time to user Wishbone43. Reason: disobedience of the rules. Some way, somehow, Sleepwatchers.net knew I had fallen asleep. It knew, and now it was punishing me. I turned my attention back to the thing as it continued slamming its oversized fists into Viola. Those once white hands were covered in blood. Viola's eyes were lifeless. She was gone. I could still hear her plead for help in my ears. I cried. I sat in front of my computer with my head in my hands, and I cried. Viola died because of me. An innocent old lady died because I couldn't keep my stupid little eyes open. Remember how I talked about how it feels to have a life in your hands? Well, it really, really sucks when that life is lost and you're to blame. The tears wouldn't stop coming. They still haven't. I listened to the continuous slamming of the Watcher's fists into Viola's body. After a little bit of time, they finally stopped. It took every ounce of courage that I had to look up, but I did. Those white eyes were staring at me. Those huge white hands, covered in Viola's blood, hung limply at his sides. Those eyes didn't say anything, but I know what that thing was trying to tell me. It's all your fault, Ollie. I haven't slept since that night. Viola haunts my dreams, and if I close my eyes for even a second, she's there, screaming at me, cursing my name with that innocent voice. She knows it's my fault, and she won't let me forget it. That thing is coming for me. Viola's death was just the beginning, the first part of a two-part punishment. My death will be part 2. I don't know what to do. I haven't told anyone. I know anyone that I could possibly tell would think I'm insane, and if they didn't instantly call me crazy, well then they would know that Viola's death is my fault. It isn't that monster's hands that are covered in blood. It's mine. He has been getting closer every night. At first, it was just shadows, things that could be mistaken as nothing. But now I hear his breathing. I see those blood-soaked hands everywhere. That low, almost silent breathing. I hear it no matter where I go. He is always watching. I know he's here right now, behind me as I record this, standing over my shoulder and listening to what I have to say about him. This nightmare is torture. I'm going to go insane soon if I don't sleep. Please, I need help. I'm begging you. I will give you everything I own. Just please, go find my account on Sleep Watchers. Please be my watcher. I won't make it through another night without one. Don't let me die. Don't fall asleep. I was a 24-year-old good-for-nothing mooch that lived at my parents' house. Well, that's what my father said to my mother in the bedroom late at night. Of course, maybe, if they didn't continue to give me a $50 allowance a week, I would have probably tried to find a job sooner than that. I really didn't feel right about accepting the money, but you have to be downright stupid to refuse free money. The next day, my mother asked me if I could at least start putting in applications. She was tired of defending me, and honestly, I was tired of listening to them argue. That afternoon, my mom drove me to the heart of downtown Nashville, Tennessee. She figured there were enough part-time opportunities for me. The first place I went into was a small candy shop called Rocket Fizz. The manager was nice enough, but she did tell me that they were fully covered in terms of staff. She said she would let me know if they ended up needing anyone else. After purchasing a couple of sweets, I walked out of the store and mindlessly walked around for a couple of minutes while shoving sour gummies in my mouth and taking drags off of my cigarette. I walked up to a crosswalk, and while waiting for the light to turn green, I saw a "Now hiring, no experience necessary" sign on a small white building called Cafe 1987. When I walked inside of the coffee shop, I looked around and saw that it wasn't really anything special. It looked like almost every single indie coffee shop out there. Small wooden tables, uncomfortable looking chairs, and the smell of roasted coffee beans filled the air. The barista behind the counter looked at me with a smile before handing me a menu and asking, "Would you like to try our mango smoothie? They're absolutely delicious and made with natural ingredients." I shook my head and said, "No, I saw the sign and I was wondering if you guys were still hiring." He looked uneasy for a second before asking, "Are you sure you don't want to try a mango smoothie? It's absolutely amazing to drink in this hot weather. It'll keep you healthy with all the vitamins inside. For today only, it's actually $3, so I highly recommend it." I shook my head again and asked if I could just have an application. At first, it looked like he was getting more and more disappointed. The more I looked at his face, the more I realized that it looked like he was getting older. His thick brown hair started to fall out, and was replaced with frail white hair. I started to panic and put my hand on his shoulder and asked him if he was okay. "Are you absolutely sure you don't want a mango smoothie? It is the best for health, and you will notice yourself getting younger." Quickly, I took a $5 out of my wallet and slammed it on the counter and nodded my head. The man let out a sigh, turned around, and started making the smoothie. Once he finished, he turned around and handed it to me. He looked young again, but he still had a nervous look on his face. I mean, it looked like the man was 5 seconds away from death. I took a small sip and gave him a nod. I was still scared out of my mind, and the only thing I wanted to do was get out. I grabbed the smoothie out of his hand and started walking out of the door when I heard him whisper, "I'm so sorry." I turned around and looked at him, but he was staring at me with a blank look on his face. I turned back around and tried leaving, but my hand kept sliding off of the door handle. Scared and frustrated, I shot my arm out as hard as I could towards the door, but a pain erupted deep inside of me. I fell to the ground and writhed in pain. Once the pain was gone, I looked back at him and told him to open the door. But he just kept staring at me and said, I can't. I would have left if I could. You can't either. It told me you couldn't." I took a deep breath, calmed myself down, and said, "Alright, man, this was funny. I bought a smoothie. Now let me out. Please don't make me call 911. He let out a lifeless chuckle before saying, "Try it. Your body won't let you." While glaring at him, I took out my phone and dialed 911. I tried talking when a man answered the phone, but a pain erupted in my midsection. I still tried to speak, but words weren't coming out of my mouth. I could only let out a series of grunts. The man sighed and said, "Alright, man, it's actually a crime to call us when there isn't an emergency. Please do not call again or we will send an officer your way." He let out another aggravated sigh after I let out another grunt and disconnected the call. After a couple of seconds, the pain passed. I tried dialing 911 a couple more times, but I couldn't even force myself to dial the numbers out. The pain would just come back stronger and stronger. The last time I tried, it felt like my stomach was going to rip open. I could see my chest starting to poke out in random places. I ended up throwing my phone against the wall. My phone is broken. The barista was a nut job and didn't know how to leave. I sat on one of the chairs and looked out the window. A couple of people walked past the window, but every time I tried banging on the window to get them to help, the pain would come back and I would, once again, fall to the ground until it passed. The last thing I remember before I blacked out was the barista walking towards me, grabbing my head, saying, "I'm sorry," for the second time, and slamming my head repeatedly against the wall. I woke up to the worst headache I have ever experienced and a whole new set of clothes on my body. I was in the same outfit the barista was wearing: a yellow shirt, blue jeans, white tennis shoes, and a solid green apron with Cafe 1987 written in the middle of it. My name, David, was sewn into the top right corner of the apron, and what seemed to be a small menu sat next to my right hand. "Handbook for the Cafe 1987 employees" was written on the front of it. Curious, I flipped it open and saw that only one thing was written in the middle of the left page. Today's special is hot cocoa, good for the soul. Will make your warm nights warmer. It will make you feel younger. The right side was completely blank. I slammed it shut and stood next to my new co-worker. I tried to speak to him a few times over the course of the day, but he never said anything back. He just lifelessly stared at me while I spoke to him. The day ended and the next day came. A new menu would be in my hand every morning. I didn't know where the menu came from. I even tried to stay up all night a couple of times to see who gave us the new menu. But each time, the pain would come back, and I would fall asleep as the pain went away. My body started getting weaker. My bones started feeling more fragile. My movements became slower. I knew what was happening to me. My body was getting older. Minutes turned to days, days turned to weeks, and weeks turned to months. I lost track after the 8th month. My body was failing on me, but the other barista was completely fine. He kept drinking the drink of the day. I noticed something squirming around in my body. Sometimes it would be deep inside, mingling with my organs, while other times it would rest on top of my bones. Every time I did something that was deemed against the rules, the pain would come back, and I noticed that it was the cause of the pain. Don't ask me why I didn't die of starvation or thirst. Nothing made sense to me then, or even now. I just know that I completely lost it yesterday. The thing was squirming a little more than usual, and I could feel every time it would move even an inch. Finally, it rested under the skin of my chest. I quickly grabbed a cloth napkin and put it in my mouth. I took my wallet out and grabbed my credit card out of my pocket and held it with my left hand. With a muffled scream, I grabbed the skin around the thing and pulled as hard as I could. Pain erupted from my tearing skin, as well as from whatever was in my body. I almost gave up halfway through, but I knew it was the last chance I had to live. I used my left hand to jam the credit card as hard as I could into my chest. After several excruciating seconds, I finally managed to make a tear in my chest. I held the thing down in my chest so it wouldn't be able to slide away and slammed the corner of the card into the exposed flesh. Once I got to a sizable gash, I threw the card on the ground and used both of my hands to rip off the rest of the skin around whatever the hell that thing was. As my skin tore free, the thing came with it, and I could finally breathe easy. I quickly got up and watched it slide out from underneath the torn off slab of skin. It was the same colour as the liquid that was in the cup I left on the table, the damn mango smoothie. I looked back at the barista and noticed, for the first time, every part of his exposed skin was moving ever so slightly. I wanted to help him, but I knew it was impossible. Without a second thought, I ran out of the door and didn't stop running until I was a good distance away. I felt something vibrate in my pocket, and I almost had a heart attack right there. I thought it was back inside of me, but it was just my phone. The phone I threw against the wall and broke. Nervously, I answered the phone, and my mum asked where I wanted her to pick me up since it was 3 hours since she dropped me off. I told her I would take a cab back home. I walked around for about 30 minutes. It felt like it had been an eternity since I was outside, and it felt great. I walked into a McDonald's and walked into a restroom. I looked in the mirror and saw that I was no longer older. I was also wearing the same clothes I was wearing before I went into the cafe. Slowly, I lifted my shirt and saw that my chest was back to normal, except a big circle-shaped scar. I ate a cheeseburger, caught a cab, and sat back while we drove home. We drove past the cafe, and I noticed that everything was the same. The same tables, same uncomfortable chairs, and the same miserable-looking barista. But the sign was different. It was now called Cafe 1988. As the title says, I sold my soul for a dishwasher. It seemed like a solid trade at the time. It was online. A guy was selling it on a local for sale site, and the guy wanted like £200 for it. I don't have that kind of money, and I asked if he'd be willing to go any lower. In a joking manner, he suggested that he'd sell it me for my soul, and even including free shipping and installation. Sweet, sign me right up. He emailed some documents, which I didn't even read. I signed, and the next day, 2 men showed up and installed it. I was pretty smug, and assumed the guy just needed to get rid of it and had a sense of humor. However, it's since come to light that I may have actually given away my soul. Oh, and souls are real. Who knew? Not me. Being soulless seems to come with a few side effects that have slowly but surely begun to impact my daily life. I don't dream anymore. Instead, each and every night, I find myself entering a pool of nothingness that I can't quite describe. I don't really have much passion for anything. Not that I was the most passionate guy around before. I'm what you'd call a go-with-the-flow type of guy. I don't laugh or cry. I'm never happy nor sad, angry or excited. Everything is inconsequential. Nothing has meaning. I just am. Oh, and I can see the dead, which kind of sucks. I first realized I could see the dead when I walked into my apartment and saw a dead guy. He was just standing there, staring at me. It was pretty horrifying, honestly. I don't know how I knew he was dead. It was just an instinctive feeling I got. Plus, he's sometimes slightly transparent, which is a bit of a giveaway. He doesn't really talk to me either. He just walks around the apartment, looking pretty mad. I guess I would be too. I learnt from a neighbour that he died from a heart attack caused by Viagra, and that the girl had freaked and bailed on him without calling the cops. Took a few weeks for him to be found too, when the apartment began to secrete a rather unique stench. He's still stiff down there. Naked too. It's uncomfortable, sure, but I don't exactly have the means to move somewhere else. Truthfully, he's kind of a chill dude, as far as the dead go. He just looks frustrated all the time, but mostly keeps to himself. Spends a lot of time in the bathroom, staring at himself in the mirror. He leaves when I need to take a dump though, so at least he's considerate. I call him Gary. Besides my ethereal roommate, the dead mostly wander around doing nothing. They can't really interact with anything, which I guess is pretty dull. There's not as many of them as you might think, because I suppose most of them move on to the next place. They're not all like Gary either. The vast majority that I've seen have disturbed me beyond measure. Burnt, walking corpses, forever crying out and yelling and screaming in agony. Fathers and mothers following their families, crying out to be noticed, begging to be able to tell their loved ones that they're still with them, but having absolutely no way to do so. The children are the worst. They don't have the means to understand what has happened to them and spend their days wandering the busy streets, reaching out for a helping hand that can't even perceive them. It would be tough to watch were I not, well, soulless. Anyway, I decided that it's time to get my soul back. It's more of a principle thing than anything else. I don't like the thought of someone playing with it, touching it. It grosses me out. Plus, there's the whole eternal damnation thing, which is pretty daunting. The dishwasher has also started leaking and I didn't exactly get a warranty. I hadn't managed to make much headway getting it back. There's not much solid information out there about reclaiming souls, believe it or not. I tried contacting the guy who bought it to see if he accepts refunds. He hasn't replied to my messages, which is a bit of a dick move. Mostly, I've just spent my time browsing the internet and looking for a loophole. No such luck so far, but I'm optimistic. Anyway, last night, I came upon some article on the obviously deepest recesses of the internet, somewhere no living man has ever been. It was about 5 pages on Google. It was a ritual to summon a demon. A decent starting point, I figured. It's not exactly like I can be dismissive of the supernatural any longer. I won't go into the details, but let's just say that it involved some candles, burning some incense, and offering up a series of foreign spices. I raided my neighbour's spice rack. Nothing really happened at first. I prepared the summoning as instructed, chanted the words as best as I could. Gary joined me, sitting on the sofa and watching. I wish he'd at least put a towel on before he sat on things, but each time I suggest it, he'd just walk away through a wall or something. There's no sense arguing with some people. Eventually, I gave up, sat down next to Gary, and turned on the TV. We watched some Netflix. I had a beer. Gary stared at his ghostly boner for a while. Not a bad evening. I'd almost forgotten about the entire summoning thing when my apartment burst into a supernova of despair. Green flames roared and licked the ceiling, emerging from an abyss that opened up on my floor. My heart grew still, and my blood ran cold. Not because my landlord made it very clear that any damage to the wall and ceilings was coming straight out of my deposit, but more so because I was immediately filled with a daunting sensation that I had made a huge error in judgment. I may be empty, but the one thing I could still feel was fear, apparently. I suppose it's instinctual, a residual survival instinct left over from when I had been truly alive. A voice emerged from the fire, so deep that I could feel the vibrations weaving through my bones. It was familiar, but utterly alien at the same time. A voice I'd heard 1,000 times, but also never at all. My brain immediately informed me that I should be running away from whatever unnatural hellscape I just welcomed into my home. My knees seized, making that impossible. Filth, crap and filth running over the mountains of flesh and bones and bile. People piled together in pits and hands and arms, outstretched towards the sky. A mass of men and women pulling children, all screaming and begging and crying out, clawing at each other and trying to pull themselves from the pit of their own waste, like maggots festering in a wound. My words caught in my throat, the inside of my mouth drying in an instant. Alright, okay, noted. Now, if we could just go back to the issue at hand. There is pain. Unimaginable oceans of pain that drag you down into a depth of horror, the likes of which the living cannot even begin to comprehend. Voices screaming eternally for mercy from a God who cannot hear them. Parents trample their children, but for an instant of relief from the ceaseless torment. Storms of acid rain down upon the... Yeah, I got that. Now, I really do have some questions if you have a moment. I get the feeling I won't be able to do this twice. Ask then, mortal, but know that words cannot convey the true reality that awaits all that walk the earth. There is no escape. There is no heaven. There is no justice. There is only pain. Yeah, I got that. Well, I guess I just wanted to know how to go about getting my soul back. I kind of feel like I was misled on the whole deal, really. I'm just starting to think there's no union I can really take my concerns to. The fire grew dim for a few moments, as though it was pondering over my words. My apartment grew silent. Gary looked at me, bewildered. He apparently deemed what was occurring more important than his eternal erection. You summoned me here, mortal, for such a petty concern as a soul. I, who has forged empires and tempted saints, whose name is forbidden in 1,000 worlds for fear that I shall return to reap what is owed. You dare bring me such trifles? The crackling of the flames seemed to turn into more of a taunt from the damned. I could see faces within them, writhing out with mouths outstretched, howling into eternity. Some looked at me with pleading eyes, as though I was a savior to free them from this misery. Others had no eyes at all. Only he whom has claim over your soul may return it, and only from his own free will. Souls cannot be stolen or claimed. They can only be given freely. Okay, that was something I could work with. I stood up, took a few steps back from the flames, cautiously. I hadn't thought about how I was supposed to end this summoning, because I honestly hadn't expected anything to come from it. Hindsight can really bite you, I guess. The laughter grew louder, until it filled what felt like the world. Winds howled outwards, carrying wails with them that each told the tale of a different torment. A few beads of sweat began forming on my brow, my stomach turning into knots. Who holds your soul, I cannot say, mortal, but you have more pressing matters at hand. You may be soulless, but you will still feel every single one of the sweet pleasures that damnation has to offer. You will come with me now and taste the sweet nectar of true suffering. From the black abyss that covered the ground, an outstretched hand emerged, the palm larger than my head. Its skin was ashen grey, cracked with veins of pure fire. The nails were sharper than knives, and scratched deep grooves into my wooden floor as the beast pulled itself upwards. You are mine now. You will come with me, willing or not. There is no escape. You will witness firsthand my dominion. I will tear you limb from limb and then reform you whole to experience it all again. Your memories of life will fade, and only suffering will... Gary stood from the sofa and walked towards the abyss in all his naked glory. He raised an outstretched hand, from which a pillar of light shot forth and almost blinded me. I can still see spots. The beast roared and screamed, its arms shedding into dust and falling into the darkness. The flames withdrew with it, and with a sudden gust, the whole vanished into nothingness. Gary looked at me, shrugged, and walked into the bathroom to stare at himself in the mirror. I didn't ask. So that was yesterday. I've spent the night processing the entire ordeal, and figure it's time to start looking. So, If anyone knows a guy that trades used appliances for souls, let me know. I'm open to suggestions as well. If anything develops, I'll be sure to let you guys know. For those who aren't in the know, not too long ago I sold my soul for a £200 used dishwasher. This has proved to be a rather irresponsible decision, as I am now a soulless husk who sees the dead. Oh, and the dishwasher has started leaking a weird brown gunk all over my kitchen floor, which kind of sucks. I recently made the decision to reclaim my soul, which has turned out to be kind of tricky. So far, my endeavours have led me to summoning a demon in my apartment who attempted to drag me back to hell and violate me. Don't worry, my naked ghost roommate Gary vanquished him, I think. He has a permanent ghost boner. It's super weird. Anyway, it turns out that the only way to reclaim my soul is to be given it back by the guy who I traded it with. Simple stuff, surely? Not quite. I've been unable to contact him online because the douche is ignoring all of my messages. That pretty much exhausted all of my options, so I decided it better to just embrace the soulless lifestyle. Sure, it has its flaws. I now couldn't leave my apartment without witnessing a parade of deceased souls, and the floorboards inside my apartment, where there had briefly been a portal to hell, now leaks the tears and howls of the damned. But I guess nothing's perfect. I could grow accustomed to the dead, and I'd already covered my floor with a nice new rug that muffled most of the cries of the condemned. Things were looking up. That is, until I made a solid breakthrough in the search for my soul through my exceptional perception, cunning, and intuition. The newspaper ad read, "Need new stove? Perhaps fridge freezer? Call now. We'll accept best offer. Now accepting souls." It seemed a bit too on the nose to be a coincidence. I made the call, got an address, and embarked on my journey of soul reclamation. Gary joined me, and I sensed this was just another average Tuesday for him. Our journey took us to a downtown marketplace. It was early morning, and the place was filled with people setting up stalls of strange meats and fish, novelty decorations, and knockoff clothes. The dead were everywhere. Gary approached the one, a weeping woman who stood in the middle of the walkway. She was dripping wet from head to toe, her skin a strange tint of blue, and her arms slashed from wrist to elbow. He stood in front of her, presenting himself. She stopped weeping, looked Gary up and down, and proceeded to continue weeping whilst walking away. Gary looked like he let out an inaudible sigh. I guess even in death, rejection is hard. Undeterred, he walked over to another. I decided to leave him to it. You do you, Gary. The actual living souls were busy unloading vans and pitching signs, and I wondered where it was that I would begin my search. The call hadn't been very specific on the exact location of this trader of souls, so I'd guessed I'd have to do a bit of legwork. Maybe give a few people the rundown. Maybe play a little good cop bad cop with my spectral sidekick. One thing was certain, it would be a grueling day. "Oh, you want Dave? He's right in there." The fish salesman pointed towards a warehouse at the other side of the market, handing me back the newspaper clipping I'd given him. The warehouse in question looked deserted, and the only entrance I could find lay down a dingy alleyway, locked with thick, rusted chains. The whole place screamed murder. As I approached the alleyway, a hand grasped my wrist and pulled me back. "You don't want to go in there," an old, veiled woman informed me in a thick Eastern accent. "No good in there, child. Only darkness." Her skin had the feel of dry plastic, and was as smooth as sandpaper. "Right. I'm actually looking for a guy who has my soul. I hear his name is Dave." She let go of my arm and began taking steps backwards, looking me up and down as she did so. You are unnatural, tainted. No, 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 evil, unclean, you leave, be gone." She began gesturing me away with one hand, another reaching for a talisman around her neck and gripping it tightly. She began hissing, and I got the impression that I wasn't wanted. I continued down the alley. Getting inside proved rather difficult. The door was locked, and as rusted as they were, the chains wouldn't budge. There was a small window overhead, which, after a great deal of exertion and strain, I managed to climb and squeeze through, landing hard on the other side. Gary rejoined me and just walked right through it. Ahead of me lay a barely lit, stretching hallway. Graffiti stained the walls, covered in obscenities and foul depictions of genitals. Smeared next to the doorway, in what I assumed was red paint, were the words, "Abandon all hope, dickweeds." A cool wind ran through the length of the hall, and the darkness felt heavy. I looked at Gary, who was busy comparing a detailed depiction of a male member with his own phantom limb. Looking defeated, he walked ahead. A lifetime must have passed whilst we walked that hall. It felt like hours rolled over into days, but at the same time, it felt like no time had passed at all. The way in which we'd entered had long since disappeared into nothingness, and yet we reached no end. The hallway was ceaseless. My eyes adjusted to the darkness as best as they could, but I stumbled occasionally and fell flat on my face more than once. Gary attempted to catch me at one point, but I fell right through him. I appreciated the thought though. After a long while, or maybe just a few minutes, I suggested we should probably turn back, and that no good would come from walking down that hallway forever. Gary looked as though he was cool either way, so I took the initiative and began to turn back. "There's no escape," a voice whispered from the darkness. Everywhere and nowhere. It was soft, almost childlike. "You cannot escape eternity." Another voice joined it. It too, a whisper, but distinctly deeper, and croaked. "You will wander this place until the stars bleed out and all light fades from the heavens." A third voice, this one louder and almost taunting, a slight laugh in the tone. "Your feet will grind to blood and dust, and even then you will crawl on mangled stubs and still come no closer to salvation." More voices pitched in, as though every speck of darkness was reaching out and singing similar horrors into my mind, a chorus of the macabre and morbid. "I'm actually looking for Dave. Do you guys know where he is, or..." The voices burst into manic giggling and laughter inside my mind, louder than anything I thought possible. My head throbbed with the weight of it all, a few trickles of blood beginning to drop from my nose. I could taste iron in the back of my throat. In synchronicity, they spoke, and each word was an explosion inside my skull. "Lost little lamb, cry so we can taste the tears. Scream so that we may find bliss in the melody. Suffer so that we may make you pure. Embrace us." From all around my being, hands outstretched. They gripped clothing and skin and hair, dug into bone and hooked onto tendons, pulling and pushing and yanking and splitting and tearing and laughing and screaming and ripping, and lights turned on overhead, and I found myself writhing on the floor alone. There were no hands, no voices in my head. We were in a large warehouse floor, surrounded by boxes and crates and trucks. Gary stood behind me, still naked as ever. In the center of the floor sat a young guy on a fold-out garden chair. He looked no older than 18 and wore dirty overalls and a black beanie. He waved. Hey. I pulled myself to my feet, dusting myself off. That was weird. Yeah, sorry about that. Security system. Cool, right? Had a few too many break-ins lately, he announced, sipping at a thermos. He gestured for me to approach. Are you Dave? I asked, rubbing at my back, which ached fiercely. Yep, that's me. You here for the stove? I got a couple left. Good condition too, almost new. The next few minutes were spent with me explaining that I wasn't in fact there to purchase a stove, and was in fact trying to get my soul back. I explained that I traded my soul online. He apologized for not responding to my emails, got me a coffee. It tasted like manual labor. He was an alright guy, really. He was even willing to trade back my soul for the dishwasher, so long as I paid him the small accounting fee. We settled on £50, which I wasn't too pleased with, but figured it was probably the best deal I was going to get. We shook hands, and he went and fetched a water-damaged box filled with junk and began rustling through it. I know I had it here somewhere. No, not that. No, that's Jimmy's. Where did I... Ah, damn, that's right. He closed the box and scratched his jaw. What's wrong? I asked as he started to pace back and forth. Yeah, bit of an issue, buddy. I traded a whole bunch of souls yesterday, and I think yours was one of them. Feeling slightly displeased at this revelation, I inquired to whom he had given my soul. It's, right, I'm not 100% on this, but I'm pretty certain that your soul is now in hell. Yeah, like 99% sure. He went on to explain that he had a regular trade deal with some demon. Dave gave him souls, and the demon gifted Dave with rare antiquities and ungodly security systems. It was apparently a no-go-back kind of trade, and getting it back was pretty much a lost cause. I was beginning to think that I'd wasted the entire Tuesday. Dave, however, advised me that all was not lost. He could simply open a gateway, and we could go and get the soul. This, of course, came with an opening a doorway to hell fee, but Dave assured me that he did in fact accept credit cards. After the payment cleared, Dave went about drawing all sorts of chalk symbols on the wall to the warehouse floor, each appearing to be from a different language that I imagine nobody has spoken for a very long time. When that was finished, he smeared an odd scarlet liquid across the symbols that he got from a jar, and coupled this with a brief reading of scripture. Gary wandered around, and I did a Sudoku. Right, that's that. Now we wait, Dave announced, his hand on his hips. He looked quite pleased with himself, then frowned for a moment and licked his thumb, rubbed a little bit of chalk from the wall, and then returned to looking pleased. It should open any minute now. We waited for 7 hours. Dave filled me in on the whole soul trade business and how he'd gotten into it from his grandma and was trying to bring the industry into the 21st century. He'd only been doing it for a couple of months, but things were on the up and up. He was even thinking about setting up his own website. So, or is that a stylistic choice? Oh yeah, that's Gary, I muttered, taken aback. You can see him? Clear as day, sup? He nodded. Gary nodded back. I got the sight, as my grandma used to say. Spooky stuff. Right, well, I'm not sure A low groan emerged from the wall, like the bricks themselves were in pain. I put down the coffee I'd been nursing. Dave jumped to his feet, elated. Yes, finally! Small fissures began to appear in the brick, cracking like outstretched veins. From them, a thin fog began to seep outwards. The lights overhead flickered and instantaneously erupted into a shower of sparks and glass. "You've done this before, right?" I asked. The fog sank from the cracks and began flowing across the ground. Chips of brick began to crumble, and the groan grew louder still. "Oh yeah, tons of times." Dave had to shout at this point just to be heard over the ceaseless din of the opening gateway. "Well, maybe not success." The world as I knew it exploded. The wall erupted outwards, sending chunks of brick and concrete flying. Dave flew with it. Dust and rubble and blood sprang from where he had been standing. Where there had once been a wall, a gaping hole into nothingness now stood. A swirling vortex of foreboding darkness. The air all around began to move towards it, like water down a plug hole. The ground beneath my feet was gone before I knew what was happening, and I found myself falling through the air towards the vortex's gaping maw. I was pulled ever inward, swirling and screaming and howling into the madness of it all. And then I wasn't. I was on the floor, in the warehouse, where I'd been only moments ago. For the second time, I stood and brushed myself off, and coughed up what 9 out of 10 doctors would call a concerning amount of blood. Disoriented, I reached for my coffee and took a sip, which I immediately spat across the ground. It tasted like crap, like actual feces. I threw the cup on the ground and looked around. Yeah, I was still in the warehouse, but everything seemed slightly off. The walls that had once been slightly dirty were now layered in a thick coat of rust. The air was heavy and dense, and the ground was coated in a fog that had seeped through the walls earlier. The gateway was gone, and the wall that stood where it had been was coated in all manner of filth. I could see my breath escape my lips, and my whole body shivered in the cold. Shadows darted around the peripheral of my vision, and the groan that I'd heard earlier was now a steady hum in the distance. Ever so faintly in the distance, I could hear screaming. Gary stood beside me. I swallowed hard. The only comfort I could find in the moment was that Gary looked as disinterested as ever. He began to walk forward, and I followed. I descended into hell, guided by my own fully erect Virgil. I'm sorry if any of this seems confusing. To be honest, it is not easy to explain the concept of multiple universes. The only way I can elaborate is this. Before you make any decision, think about the possible consequences of your actions. This, of course, can result in multiple outcomes, as there are hundreds of outside factors impacting your life at any given time. Now, think about all the possible realities that could exist based off of people's decisions. Most people don't think about this concept much, since it doesn't affect them. I am a bit of an exception to this rule. To tell you the truth, I thought they were all dreams at first. I have a tendency to dream in third person about everyday occurrences. Sometimes I dream about running errands, eating, talking with friends, the usual stuff. A lot of the times, it feels like I'm watching an incredibly boring movie about someone else's life, and that is the odd part.
Even though I realize that I'm dreaming about myself, it never really seems like I am the one experiencing those events. It always has this disconnected quality to it, like watching someone else's life. I really didn't think much about it. I just assumed that that was how some people dreamed. Some people dreamed in black and white. Some have completely off-the-wall and nonsensical experiences. A few people dream only once in a blue moon. Others dream about something every night. I just saw my dreams in third person. It felt like there was nothing out of the ordinary happening, so I never really tried to come up with a conclusion to all of this. I realized I was seeing parallel realities when I was 13 years old. I was involved in a car accident with my parents. We were driving home after a vacation and having an argument about something stupid. I wanted to go to a concert for my 14th birthday, and they didn't think I was old enough. I kept pressing the issue and telling them my friends would be going and that I was mature enough. I realized I was going to lose this argument due to the fact that I had been caught smoking a few days earlier. But I kept arguing and whining about how it wasn't fair that they could go and I couldn't. It was while my father was turned around to tell me that their decision was final, that the man stepped into the street in front of our car. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, but the scene still feels fresh in my mind, like a snapshot. The man was rough looking. His hair was scraggly and greasy looking. His clothes looked like the kind of stuff you'd find at a Goodwill donation store. He had one arm in front of his face to shield his eyes from my headlights. He was likely homeless and walking to a shelter that was off one of the highway exits when he stepped into the path of our car. I cried out just in time for my dad to look forward and see the man in front of our speeding car. He cranked the wheel to the left and just narrowly missed running over the man. The sudden change of directions made the car lose control. We swerved left and right as my dad tried to steady the wheel before we slammed into the concrete median. We had been too busy arguing from the last rest stop, and my parents forgot to put on their seatbelts. The car slammed into the median about 60 miles an hour. The impact crumpled the front of the car like an empty soda can. The crash catapulted my mom through the windshield and into the median, while it threw my dad face first into the windshield. I slammed my head into the back of the passenger seat, and my vision exploded in a hot, stinging flash that felt like someone had driven a hot poker into my brain. My mom's death was instantaneous, while my dad died slowly. Sometimes I lie to myself and pretend the impact with the back of the seat knocked me out. It didn't. I remember lying there with the world strobing, monochromatic and dull, hearing the sound of my father gurgle through the glass that was embedded in his upper body. I smelled smoke and tasted copper. My last coherent memory of the accident was the sound of the car engine slowly stalling and stopping while my dad tried to scream through a broken jaw and deflated lung. I slipped into unconsciousness just as my father stopped crying out. I was technically in a coma for 3 days, but it didn't feel like it. Instead, it felt like I was watching a slideshow of different events and scenes. Each felt like an out-of-body experience that I drifted in and out of. One in particular stuck out. It was a concert surrounded by people. It was so real that I felt myself being drawn into it. I pretended that this was reality and the car accident was just a dream. I drifted towards myself and made contact. in that split moment, I could almost feel the heat radiating off the bodies around me. I could smell the smoke and sweat. The music pumping from the speakers made my clothes vibrate. In that moment, it felt real. Then I woke up. I came to in a hospital bed. I gagged and desperately clawed at the endotracheal tube. Someone quickly rushed over, and through the haze, I couldn't make out any of their facial features. As the fog of my mind lifted, I saw a nurse step into view and up to my bed. She held my hands and removed the tube. I remember gagging and sputtering for a few minutes more before I was able to croak out the word, parents. The nurse's look said it all, and I broke down. With nothing to do in the hospital and no one to visit me, I found myself sleeping a lot. Each time I tried to go back to that dream of the concert, but I never relived that event. Sometimes I was watching myself eat dinner with family. Other times I was dropping subtle hints about what I wanted for my birthday. One time I was holding a puppy close to me and scratching her behind the ears as she tried to lick my hand. These were all things that were lost to me. Without any real family or close friends to take care of me, I became a ward of the state. I had spent 3 weeks in the hospital when I first decided to cross over. I was 14 and getting ready to be discharged from the hospital to be sent to a home for wayward youth. It was not an exciting prospect. I wanted to escape. I wanted to get away. My dreams were the only option that was available to me. If I could somehow manage to experience that moment from the concert, I was certain I could do it. All I needed to do was find it and hold on for dear life. I managed to escape 2 days before I was set to be discharged. I just drifted off when I found myself hovering over my body. He was reading a book in his room. I drew closer and reached out to him. Just as I touched him, he winced and his hand went to his forehead, like he was experiencing a painful headache. The sensations came rushing to me. I could feel the warmth of the bed. I could smell the cigarette he had smoked out of the window earlier. I felt an incredible resistance, but I kept pushing forward. I could taste the tarry feeling that was still in his mouth. I kept going. I heard him scream in agony. I didn't stop. Just as quickly as the resistance began, it ended. We fell to the floor, and a sudden loss of consciousness overtook us. There was only silence for a few minutes before I was pulled out of it by someone frantically shaking me. I opened my eyes to see his mother and father kneeling around me with a concerned look on their face. I asked the only thing that could come to mind. What happened? You fainted, like back then. We need to get you checked out. I answered. No, I just stood up too fast and felt faint. It's nothing to be worried about. I tried to explain it away, but we still ended up going to the doctor's office the next day. We were awake the entire night. They were afraid to let me fall asleep, and I was in a state of shock over everything that had happened. I could hardly believe that I was in a different body and a different reality. I can't explain the feeling other than describing it like an extreme moment of awkwardness after doing something supremely embarrassing where you feel everyone's eyes on you and you feel uncomfortable in your own skin. The doctors found nothing wrong with me, and I was given a clean bill of health. Hearing those words were what my parents needed to hear. They stepped across the room and wrapped their arms around me. It happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to prepare. The memories rushed over me and swallowed me up. I remembered my parents. My last words to them were terrible. I wish I could remember what I said. I wish I could take back every single word. Instead, I remembered the accident. I recalled the sound of glass breaking and the sudden impact. I re-experienced the sound of my father crying out in agony. I hugged his parents closely and wept into their shoulders. They cried tears of relief while I was reliving the most traumatizing moment in my life. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what was happening, and I think this is the best way to explain it. Imagine that you are trying to decide whether to go into work one day or not. Regardless of your choice, there exists a separate reality where you decide to do something else. From there are multiple possibilities and outcomes. Maybe you get a promotion for your hard work, or maybe you get caught playing hooky and are fired. Maybe your co-workers are none the wiser and you end up running into the love of your life on your free day. Or maybe you decided to go into work and had such a rough day that you snap and staple your boss's stupid polka dot tie to his face. Suffice it to say, even the smallest decision can fragment reality and produce dozens of alternate worlds that are drastically different. You could be happily married in one, destitute and jobless in another, or on the run from the law with the least intimidating fugitive name ever known to man, Stapling Sammy. All due to a seemingly simple choice. This is a bit of an oversimplification, but it covers the gist of it. You can't even begin to consider the hundreds of thousands of possibilities that this theory births in a single day. After figuring out what had happened, I decided to explore this person's life. How similar were we to each other? I reasoned that I would only stay here for a few days before moving on. I didn't want to steal his life. I just wanted a few moments for myself before I would return to my reality. I could likely go back to my own reality by going to bed and trying to sift through all the variations until I came across my own. There was only something I wanted to do before I went back. I wanted to see the other world. I still saw the lives of the various other versions of me when I slept, so I figured I could leave and return to my original body anytime I wanted by scouring through the multiple realities to find the original existence. I wanted to experience this other me's life for a while before I did that. I wanted to know what it was like to live with his parents just for a few more days. I ended up spending 2 months in that body. I assumed that when I left his body, he would return to the forepoint of his consciousness and assume his life as if nothing had happened. In the end, it was the awkwardness that forced me to leave. I was happy for a while in that body. The main problem was that this wasn't my reality. Some of the major events were the same, but others were completely new. This version of me had met new friends and experienced things that were completely foreign to me. My friends would drop jokes that were between us, which were lost on me. My parents would recall events that I never experienced or knew about. After about 2 months of feigning friendships and pretending to recall memories, I decided that I needed to leave. I didn't return to my reality, however. I found a new body to inhabit. I didn't want to go back to my reality. I didn't want to wake up every morning with a hole in my life in a place that wasn't my home. I didn't have a home. As I dreamt, I looked for a new life. I eventually found a new reality. That version of me had just pulled away from kissing a pretty girl at a park. Their eyes were half closed, and they had beatific smiles stretched across their faces. I watched as they whispered sweet nothings to each other out under the stars. They eventually parted ways, and he walked home. I waited until he was sneaking back into the house to step into his reality. He fought back like the other versions of me did, but by now, I had gotten the hang of it. I pressed forward and drove him back into the recesses of his mind. He didn't even get a chance to scream before I broke through the resistance and took over. I stood and tested out my motor functions. I was in complete control. The invasion took it out of me, so I searched the house for my bedroom and immediately collapsed into bed. In that brief moment, I was happy that I had come into this life. That happiness was short-lived. We broke up quickly after that. We had about a week together of ignored inside jokes and missed memories before Myra dumped me. She had told me that I had changed, which was true. The person she loved had changed the moment I stepped into the driver's seat. I technically wasn't the person she had fallen for. Despite only knowing her for about a week, losing her hit me harder than I'd expect. I think the worst part was that I actually did like her. Like all first loves, I thought that it was something pure, that it was eternal. I treated the loss of her like I had missed my only chance at love. I sank into a funk after the breakup. I spent a few days in a room that wasn't technically my room, listening to the saddest music I could find, crying over Myra, a girl that never really even knew me. I was miserable. I spent a long time wallowing in self-pity before I decided that I needed to get over her. To this day, I still regret the decision I made. I decided that I needed to occupy a happier life. I really didn't look where I leaped. I only wanted away from where I was. I must have jumped between dozens of bodies within a week. Sometimes I wouldn't even spend an hour inside a person's head before I decided that there was probably someone better out there. Out in the wild expanse of dreams lied a person who would be able to make me genuinely happy. I would keep searching until I found that person who was leading a perfect little life that I could borrow from them. As time passed, my abilities to jump into other consciousnesses became second nature. Not to be boastful, but the hardest part was actually getting to sleep sometimes. I would shift into a new body and see what kind of life this other version of me had. If I liked it, I would stay. If I didn't, I would find a place to sleep and shift immediately. At first, it started out like an adventure. Every shift brought a new life and new experience. But slowly, that feeling of excitement began to slow off its skin and reveal the rot underneath. I tried to chase that excitement by shifting realities more often, but that only brought boredom. I cycled through dozens of lives, so many that I actually lost count. It became a mundane and trivial thing. I didn't realize why this feeling of boredom had taken over such a wonderful gift until a few months had passed and the realization dawned on me like a bolt from the blue. I was unhappy with these experiences because they weren't my own. I could play pretend in all of these bodies, but at the end of the day, I would still be that lonely, scared orphan in a new and frightening place. It was on the break of that revelation when I made the worst discovery. I came across one of the previous bodies I inhabited. I don't know exactly how I identified it as being a version of me that I previously inhabited. It was just this odd feeling of familiarity, like I'd been here before. Something just told me that I had stepped into this person's consciousness and that they were in this condition because of me. I hovered over them as the respirator rasped and breathed for him. The EKG beeped out a steady rhythm, its sound being the only thing that told me this version of me was still alive. He laid motionless in the hospital bed with his eyelids taped shut. There were so many tubes in him. Each one carried out his bodily functions. He had a tube to breathe, one to provide nutrients, and even another to aid him in voiding himself. His life had been reduced to nothing but a series of tubes, carrying out body necessities for a life he could no longer enjoy. This person was brain dead, and I was the cause of his condition. I thought that shifting into their bodies was harmless, and that I was only experiencing their life for a while before returning it to them. But that couldn't be further from the truth. I wasn't pushing them to the back of their mind while I assumed the helm. I was ejecting them completely from their brain and leaving their body behind. I tried to enter their mind to see if there was any glimmer of them left, but there was nothing. There was no resistance. It was like stepping into a dark room and feeling all along the perimeter for a light switch, but finding nothing. There was nothing here. I couldn't step back into the controls. This person was irrevocably gone. I woke up after that and just laid in this other version of me's bed for hours. The thought that I had been doing this for months to multiple people made me sick. I tried to remember how many realities I'd shifted into, how many versions of me I'd rendered catatonic, but I couldn't. There were too many to count. Even the body I was in at the time would be doomed to the same fate as the others if I left. Would his family find him in time to get him to a hospital when I left? Or would his organs slowly shut down until he stopped breathing and died? I thought about returning to my original body and vowing to never shift to another reality, but I realized how hopeless that all was. Even if I could manage to sift through the millions of alternate realities to find my original one, what chance did I have of returning to my body and continuing my life? Was there anything I could even return to? Could I even reassume control of my body, which had been lacking a consciousness for so long? How long had my body been brain dead in that hospital bed? How would I reassume control when I couldn't shift into the bodies of the comatose? I was stuck here. I decided that I would stay in this body for better or worse. I spent about 3 months in this person's life before the migraine started. The pain came in debilitating waves. One moment I was fine and trying to adjust to this new environment, and the next I was on my knees with my fists pressed into my temples in an attempt to quell the agony. It felt like my brain was a bundle of nerves that was wrapped in a sheet of constantly constricting razor wire. It didn't take long for the paranoia to settle in. What was causing this pain? Was it me slowly losing my hold over this body? I never attempted to stay inside a body for longer than 2 months, so was it even possible to indefinitely occupy a body? Or was it something worse? Was it someone else trying to evade this reality? It was possible. There were thousands of alternate realities out there. Who is it to say that there wasn't someone out there with the same ability? The physical symptoms mirrored that of consciousnesses I had taken over. The terrifying thought of my mind being ejected and this body slowly atrophying and rotting drove me to do the unthinkable. I started shifting realities again. Driven by paranoia, the will to survive, and the fear of dissolution, I shifted. The version of me I chose to control was studying for an AP biology exam in his room when I invaded. Enough time had passed to the point where I thought the worst was behind me. I convinced myself that it was a singular event and that it wouldn't happen again. But soon enough, the pain returned in all its blinding fury. I would move to a new reality as soon as the migraines caught up with me. No matter what happened, the pain always returned. Now it was a permanent fixture of my shifting. I would get a brief reprieve from the headaches with every new body. But sooner or later, the migraines would always come back. Dark thoughts buzzed through me while all of this was going on. Could it happen to me? A teenager listening to music in their room? What would happen if I lost hold over my body? A student sitting in a parking lot trying to psych themselves up to ask a girl to prom? Would my spirit linger in that place for all eternity without a body to enter and a place to go? A version of me that was rehearsing a graduation speech. What happened to all the consciousnesses that I forced out and all the bodies I left behind? A teenager poring over websites for prospect colleges. It was either them or me, and I wanted to survive at all costs. I didn't even notice that the time between headaches was less and less. What had started as a refractory period of 3 months slowly began to decrease. Soon it had gone for 3 months, then 2, then to 1. It was so slight a change at first that I didn't realize it until the time between the migraines was only a few weeks. It was an imperceptible difference that I actually sat down and started counting down the days between episodes. I dropped from 3 weeks to 8 days to 11. Now it's only a week before the excruciating migraines return. I'm running out of time. How long is it until I'm trapped? Will the time I have left drop down to mere hours? How many people will I sacrifice to steal a few more precious hours? A part of me knows I have to end this, and another part of me wants to shift realities until there is no one left to take over. I need to end this before the desire to survive overrides any sense of morality I have left. The pain is so intense that it blasts out all other thoughts from my mind. When the headache sets in, I can only think of escaping the searing pain. I still dream of other realities when I sleep, and that's the problem. The ability to switch realities is still there, and the urge to buy myself a little more time at the cost of other people is still there. I know I will succumb to the pain and try to escape it when it returns. I've become a vampire of time, but that ends tonight. I was 14 when I first killed my original body by trying to run away from my own reality. I'll be 20 when I kill myself for the final time. In an odd twist of fate, I find myself writing this in the body of a suicidal version of me. I watched him in the darkened room as he held a knife to his wrist. There are letters all around him from various colleges that had been hastily torn open. Their contents were crumbled on the floor of his room. The sense of rejection and hopelessness encompassed the room. He stared at the knife pressed against his wrist for a couple minutes before I stepped in. He wanted to kill himself, but suicide is an absolute. There is no turning back from that. It would make anyone hesitate. I just gave him the push that he needed. Oddly enough, he fought the most to survive. The others crumbled away under my mental assault and were exiled from their bodies in the space of a minute. He gave his all, trying to force me out of his mind, but I was too determined. I needed a brief respite from the migraines to get my thoughts in order and to steel myself for what I had to do to escape my rapidly approaching fate. I had to write out my final message. It took 15 minutes, but his will eventually broke under my assault, and I ejected him out into the ether. He would be my last victim. I only needed a few hours free from the crushing headache to write all this before I gave him the death he wanted so badly. I have to do this. So many lives, so many unlived lives, so many parents finding their children's corpses after I abandoned their world, left wanting answers they can't find, lives effectively ruined. This is the only way I can think of to stop myself. If I'm dead, I won't have that option to shift anymore. I think the worst thing about all of this is that while I have this moment of clarity where I'm free from the debilitating pain, I know what I'm doing is one of my only options. However, if the pain were to return, as it likely will in a few days, I would shift bodies in an instant to escape that agony. I would sacrifice another person just to buy myself a few more hours. On to why I'm writing this. I can only hope that there is some converging point in all of our timelines, and somewhere out there are multiple versions of me writing out these same words. Maybe some will convince themselves it's some ridiculous dream that has to be told to someone, or a story that needs to be written out. Maybe it'll give some unpardonable explanation to the hundreds of parents I left alone in the world with their catatonic, brain-dead children. I don't deserve to be able to write this, but I'm afraid of dying alone. Ever since I first lost my parents, I've been alone. I tried to substitute it with new lives and new possibilities, but that only made the hollow feeling in my chest grow. I'm terrified of that moment when I have to realize that I can't escape my lot in life. I want someone to know I existed. I want someone to know what I have done. I want someone to know why I have done all of this. And I need people to know why I'm doing this next part. I'm so sorry. I don't have much time to explain. You have to hear me out urgently. It's very important that you do so. I have, for the past couple of weeks, heard of something being passed around on the internet. A simple message that you will stumble upon when you least expect it. According to the people that have been passing around the rumors, when you receive this message, you will die soon after reading, frozen with an intense look of horror upon your face, staring with clouded eyes at whatever attacked you. As any sane person would, I believed all this to be nonsense, as do you. According to rumors, the message is similar to a virus. Unlike its more devious counterparts, the message spreads one thing: death. Apparently, it's quite structured and concise, seemingly innocent. Some have hypothesized that the message has a consciousness, as odd as that sounds. That it is an entity roaming about the internet looking for human prey. It can take many forms: a post on a social forum, perhaps being read out in a video. It may even be posing as an innocent story
intended to entertain or scare readers. What's so brilliant about the message is the fact that you rarely realize you've stumbled upon it. It lures you in like prey, tricking you by conveying a feeling of trust, creating this immediate partnership with the narrator that they are looking out for you. This is not the case. You may be a quarter of the way through the message already and not even realize it. And even when you do finally catch on to what's happening, you won't leave. You can't leave, because there is some fundamental belief in humans that these things can't be real, that these demonic entities only exist in the imagination, in movies and horror films. Even those more switched on than the rest, those who catch on quickly, will still remain regardless, despite the warnings. The entity has adapted itself to the human world, you see. It has listened, watched, and taken in everything around it. Regarding the behavior of its prey, what do they fear? Who do they seek? What are their weaknesses? An attempt to form the greatest means of killing humans it could muster. And it succeeded. The internet. What better place? Millions of people tune in every day on their phones, computers, laptops. And humans are stupid as well. Stupid because they won't believe in such things. They have been raised in such a way to regard anything paranormal as make-believe. Like fools, they will pass around the demonic message to each other, showing their friends how weird or cool it is. After all, why should you fear something if you do not believe in it? It would blend in perfectly as well. Think of it, a message that has comments like all the rest, perhaps even a rating. A post that has likes from humans expressing their enthusiasm for it. A video that perhaps seems like any other, with a narrator that is unwittingly dooming listeners and themselves. The prey will idiotically create the perfect disguise in this way, aiding the demonic entity in its efforts. The message itself even uses language devices to attract the prey, similar to how a carnivorous plant may draw a fly to its death. Devices such as reverse psychology are used in the title. The fact that the narrator feigns fear or panic in the first opening sentences to intrigue. As the message continues, the humans will realize that the narrator is in fact the malicious entity they had heard about. You must have realized by now that this is the message. Will you leave the page? No, you won't. That's what's so fiendishly brilliant about it. A little bit more to go, and you're all powerless to leave, powerless to stop your eyes passing from word to word. You see, there's no way humans can resist the urge to find out how this message will conclude. Even afterwards, you may still refuse to believe, will still cast away any fearful thoughts. This can't be real. These things are never real. It's just designed to frighten me. You've been occupied now for approximately 3 minutes. During that time, you have licked your lips subconsciously once, wiped your brow, even scratched an itch on the back of your neck. You didn't notice you had done all this, but I did. How? Because I have left out one big gap in the story. What is it that kills you? The message itself? Oh no. The message is a distraction. You don't notice things when you are so captivated by something. Your scratches and itches are one thing. But did you not see your door open briefly? Did you not hear that rustle as someone slid into your room? It has already moved into position, just out of sight, and has been watching your movements for a while. You have until you turn off your computer. Then it will attack. Oh, and feel free to warn others about this. Not that they'll listen. Seeing a warning that reads, "Leave the page now," will just spark further curiosity. Late one night, I found myself driving down what seemed like an endless stretch of road. I was on my way back from a week-long business trip, facing at least a 12-hour drive. Having always been afraid of planes and heights in general, the monotonous trek was unavoidable. Though tedious and sometimes downright soul-crushing, I'd grown used to the lonely road trips back and forth from state to state. In an effort to minimize my time behind the wheel, I usually refrained from making pit stops. I would push through exhaustion and discomfort, making my way home in one fell swoop. I would then enter my bedroom and meet my blankets with a hard thud, falling asleep almost immediately after my head hit the pillow. Picturing my eventual slumber is what kept my foot on the gas pedal. On this drive, however, I grew particularly hungry. I tried to ignore the feeling, but this became increasingly difficult as the night went on. I found myself longing for sustenance, fantasizing about dreadful gas station food, anything that would placate my insatiable late-night hunger. I was between a rock and a hard place, as tightly squished as one could be. Unable to fight off the urge to eat any longer, I gave in to my stomach's groaning and got off the highway somewhere in Massachusetts. I had been to the state on several occasions, but this time I was in unfamiliar territory. There were many trees, more than the average Capeside town. On top of that, there were no buildings in sight. Despite the lack of residential growth, I was sure I could sniff out a 7-Eleven and indulge in a microwave burrito or a slice of rubbery pizza. I drove on for what must have been 30 minutes or so. No gas stations, no fast food joints, no buildings of any kind. Just miles and miles of wooded area. Worst of all, I didn't even have a phone signal to pull up my GPS. I was just about to give up on Operation Midnight Snack when I saw a faint glow off in the distance. This signaled to me that I must have reached the outskirts of civilization. Furthermore, it meant nourishment was just around the corner. As I approached the glimmering light, I realized it was that of a large neon sign. Coming closer, I was able to make out what it said. Supernova Diner, followed by an even larger subheading, open 25 hours a day. I guess they really wanted to drive the "we never close" angle home, and in a cheeky manner no less. Cheekier and larger still, there was a big flashing arrow beneath the sign, pointing to the diner in question. Hungry as ever, I pulled in without hesitation. I jumped out of my car and rushed towards the entrance, but not before taking a quick look at the place. It was a beautiful, retro-themed silver boxcar diner. The smooth metal exterior gleamed in the moonlight as I walked up. It was so sleek and well crafted that I wondered why it was located in the middle of nowhere. Could they really get by on the odd passerby here and there? After admiring the diner's craftsmanship, I barged in, intent on satisfying my late-night case of the munchies. The diner was void of life, but I heard a voice yell out from the kitchen. "Be right there." While I waited for service, I surveyed my surroundings. A gorgeous red checkerboard pattern painted the interior of the building, lined the perimeter with red booths and tables so immaculate they looked as though they'd never been touched by human hands. To top it all off, there was a row of similarly red, identical cushioned bar stools at the counter. The diner definitely had a classic 50s vibe to it, but it was too crisp and clean to feel truly authentic. After a few minutes of waiting, a middle-aged man came out of the kitchen, drying his hands with a dish rag. "Hello there. Welcome to the Supernova Diner. My name is Hank, and I'll be your server tonight. How can I help you?" Hank wore a retro soda jerk cap and a comically large bow tie, a spotless white apron, and a smile almost too wide for his face. He pointed up at the large menu on the wall behind him, where I noticed quirky food items like the Milky Way shake, Galaxy sliders, and Planet fries. "Yeah, I'll have whatever the special is." I didn't feel like asking him to translate the menu for me. Plus, I didn't really care what I was eating, as long as my stomach stopped growling. "The Nebula Express, coming right up." Hank shot me another awkwardly wide smile. To escape his eager glare, I pulled out my phone and looked at the screen. Still no signal, but I noticed that it was just approaching midnight. I groaned a bit, knowing that my detour has cost me a swift return home. Still, I knew I couldn't ignore my biological needs any longer. I would have ended up stopping at some point anyway. I put my phone in my pocket and looked back up at the counter. Hank was still there, smiling away. Shouldn't you be getting my order?" He didn't react to my query. Instead, he remained silent and motionless. "Okay then, I'm gonna leave now. Bye." Just as I turned around to head for the door, Hank spoke up. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." "Why's that?" I asked. "Well, it'll be a waste of time." I turned back and glared at him. "What are you talking about? Are you going to get my food or not?" He laughed at me. "You can't leave now. The fun is just about to begin. Your order is being prepared as we speak. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride." Hank pulled out a stopwatch from his apron. The digital readout appeared to be counting backwards from an hour. I didn't know if it was a restaurant gimmick or a strange prank at my expense, but either way, I was fed up. "Bye, Hank. It's been weird. Thanks for nothing." I turned around and continued marching towards the exit. As I did this, my jaw dropped. The door was gone. My eyes quickly darted from left to right, revealing to me that the windows had vanished as well. There was nothing but continuous wall on either side of me. Perplexed, I looked back to Hank. He chuckled to himself, then asked me a question. "So, how do you like your meat?" "What?" I asked, completely dazed. "Your meat. How do you like it?" Well done? I like it well done." "Well done, huh? I like my meat as red as possible. A little color does the body good." I looked at him, confused. "Hank, where's the door?" "Well, let's just say it's temporarily unavailable. Anything else I can help you with?" "Yeah. What the hell is going on here?" "Well, there are a number of possibilities. I've outlined them here on the menu." Hank pointed up at the menu again, only this time the food items were gone. The letters had seemingly been rearranged to form bullet points numbered 1 to 3. I read them aloud. 1. During your business trip, one of your colleagues slipped you some LSD as a part of a half-hearted practical joke. What you are experiencing now is a product of the drug's potent hallucinogenic properties. I like that one, Hank said. Unlikely, but it's fun, wouldn't you say? I moved on to the next possibility. 2. You fell asleep at the wheel. This is merely a vivid dream that will continue until you inevitably crash your car and die on impact. Alternatively, you may have already crashed your car and lived, albeit barely. You are currently in a coma, and your sleeping mind has formed a narrative based on the hunger you felt before the accident. The dino is a metaphor for the coma itself, and you won't escape until you awaken, which may very well be never? Hank bore a look of concern. A little morbid, I admit, but it is possible. I reluctantly looked at the last option. 3. Something supernatural is afoot. Mysterious forces beyond your comprehension are at play, trapping you in an otherwise normal eatery. These forces will not allow you to leave under any circumstances. The best thing you can do is accept this and allow yourself to succumb to whatever classic paranormal tropes are thrown your way. Death will be your only escape. That's all I could come up with, Hank said. I'm not sure myself, but I'm leaning towards number 3. What the hell, Hank? What the hell is this? And shouldn't you, of all people, know? You would think so, wouldn't you? But I guess I wouldn't tell you if I did now, would I? He offered me another one of his smiles as a consolation. I wanted to punch it clean off his face. Instead, I partook in a nervous breakdown of sorts. I slammed my body up against the wall where the door used to be. I screamed at the top of my lungs and even grabbed each and every one of the bar stools and tossed them in different directions as hard as my arms would allow. All the while, Hank remained calm and still, his lips stretched from ear to ear. Just as I was about to take a swing at him, the kitchen door behind him popped open. Oh, your order must be ready. Please, come with me. Hank disappeared into the darkness beyond the kitchen store frame. I stayed behind, hesitant to follow him. After a few moments, I heard him yell out to me. Come on, kid. Aren't you hungry? It's true. I was hungry, but I was more so cautious, especially given my peculiar situation. Because of this, I sat down in one of the booths and waited. I didn't know what I was waiting for exactly, but it was all I could bring myself to do at that very moment. It wasn't long before I heard Hank's voice again. You can't wait out there forever, kid. As if in response to his statement, the lights in the diner began to flicker. Then, one by one, they went out, spreading darkness from booth to booth. Eventually, I was left with just one bulb above me, wavering in and out of life. It provided me with just enough light to make my way to the kitchen, and Hank knew it. I had two options: go to the dark kitchen, or let the bulb go out and sit in the dark diner. Neither option was ideal, but deep down, I knew only one had the potential to lead me to answers, no matter which one of the far-fetched scenarios on the menu was true. As such, I gave in to the narrative that was unfolding around me. It was clear to me at this point that fighting it was futile. As I passed the threshold into the kitchen, the door shut itself behind me. A bright light poured out from the ceiling, washing over the entire room, revealing vibrant white walls and flooring. In the center of the room was a chair, slanted in a diagonal position, not unlike one you'd find in a dentist's office. Next to the chair was Hank, who had seemingly traded his diner uniform for a flashy white lab coat. "Finally! Come, sit down. Take a load off." If only out of fear for what might happen next if I disobeyed, I did as Hank told me. It's not like I had much of a choice at that point. I slowly walked over to the chair and laid down. As I did this, leather straps wrapped themselves around my legs, arms, and forehead. I no longer had the luxury of movement or peripheral vision. Hank walked around to the front of the chair and pulled out his stopwatch. "You're doing fine, kid. Only 40 minutes left." Without warning, 6 or 7 shadowy figures came rushing over from either side of me. They brought with them rolling carts filled with what looked like medical equipment and power tools. I tried to make out even a single face in the crowd, but I could not. They lacked discernible features of any kind and moved about in perfect harmony with one another, like animated silhouettes, doing the bidding of some unseen higher power. Over the course of the next few minutes, the figures poked and prodded me, drew blood, took hair samples, and inserted their utensils in places I'd rather not discuss. As much as I squirmed and screamed, none of them reacted, not even Hank. Feeling helpless, I eventually stopped struggling and simply braced myself for each needle that penetrated my skin. It made things a little more tolerable. After a while, the figures stopped. Instead of going away like I hoped they would, they traded their needles and test tubes for surgical scissors and began cutting my clothes off of me. This continued until I was completely naked. I tried talking with Hank, but he was too busy playing around with samples that had been collected. Even if he did respond, no amount of encouragement could have prepared me for what happened next. Using nothing but scalpels and brute strength, the figures began cutting away at my skin. It was an absolutely horrific orchestra of deadly incisions, and one that continued until they peeled off every last bit of my epidermis. For one reason or another, I remained both alive and awake during the entire ordeal, though at the time, I wished I could have died. The pain was excruciating and came in waves. Just when I thought I was going numb, another unbearable, sharp, throbbing sensation would overtake my entire body. I never felt anything like it before. By the end of it, my ears were ringing from the volume of my own screams. "There's that color," Hank exclaimed, gazing at the bloody mess that I'd become. "Why are you doing this?" I yelled. "I'm not doing anything, kid. I'm just here to observe. Relax. Only 27 minutes left." I would have argued with him further, but the fingers grabbed the power tools and started tearing through my muscle tissue. The buzzing sound of saws filled the room, drowning out my cries of agony. Through blood-soaked eyes, I could see Hank mouthing the words tick, tock, over and over again. I watched him mock me until the buzzing stopped and the next stage of torture commenced. I never wanted to see my organs. I never wanted to see my bone. I could have gone my whole life without knowing what they looked like. Now, I can't get the image of them out of my head. I'm afraid I never will. After successfully ripping apart my skin and muscle, the shadowy demons took hammers to my insides, smashing up my spleen, stomach, liver, kidneys, and lungs. They broke through the brittle white ivory that made up my skeleton, making sure to leave no bone unturned. They even destroyed my skull and scooped up my brain matter into jars. After all that was said and done, they cleaned up my remains like fallen hair in a barber shop and swiftly left the room. But how did I live? I'm not entirely sure. They stripped away every physical aspect of my being, but I was still there. A sort of bubble of floating consciousness. I could still see and hear, but I was without a material body. As jarring as that may sound, I was just happy to no longer be in pain. I didn't realize it, but Hank was still in the room. He walked over to me and leaned in real close, stopwatch in hand. See? Now that wasn't so hard, was it? And looky here, you've only got 18 minutes left. How will you spend it? What things will you see? Well, there's only one way to find out. Hank turned around and walked out the kitchen door, leaving me alone in the white room. Within an instant, things began to change around me. The walls, floor, and ceiling faded, revealing an array of distant stars behind them. I somehow went from being in a diner on planet Earth to floating around in the vacuum of space within mere moments. Within seconds of the room completely fading from view, I was unwillingly hurled through the universe at light speed. Everything around me blurred, and my bodiless soul spun around uncontrollably. If I had a stomach, it would have been turning. I'll never forget what I went through in the coming moments, but I'll also never fully remember it either. I wish I could tell you exactly what I experienced, but being a floating orb of pure consciousness is like being in a dream. The details of what happened are very fuzzy. In truth, I can only tell you how it felt. That will never go away. As I traveled through deep space, I was stopped in specific locations, mostly foreign planets and dead star systems. When stopped, I saw unspeakable things, gruesome things, things I never knew could exist in the universe. I was plagued with disturbing sights and concepts of incomprehensible proportions. So horrific, in fact, that it made what the shadowy figures had done to me look tame in comparison. I don't remember exactly what it was I saw out there, but I still feel an immense dread whenever I try to recall it. After what felt like an eternity of torture, I was eventually transported to what I can only assume was a location outside of the observable universe. There were no stars or any light to speak of, not even off in the distance. I was alone in a blanket of darkness, left to suffer with the memories of what I endured. Just as I was beginning to accept my circumstances, a light glow appeared in the distance. As it came closer to my position, I recognized its features. It was Hank's stopwatch. The readout was approaching 0. 10, 9, 8. I started to feel weary, almost like I was falling into a deep sleep. Was that even possible in my current state? 7, 6, 5. Like a projected movie, the past half hour of my life appeared on the black canvas of space behind the stopwatch. It played in reverse at a high speed, like a VHS stuck on rewind. 4, 3, 2. Feeling faint, I tried to focus on the pseudo-projection. I relived everything that happened to me in the diner within just a few seconds. 1, 0. And poof. Just like that, I was back in the diner parking lot, body and flesh intact. My car was there next to me, right where I parked it. I took out my phone and checked the time. It was 12:01. Everything had returned to normal somehow, to the way it was before. Elated, I jumped into my car and started it up. I was about to drive off like a bat out of hell, but I decided to take one last look at the diner. Somehow, within its walls, there does exist an extra hour in the day. How that's possible and what its purpose is, I can't be certain. Maybe Hank was right, and option 3 had something to do with it. The only thing I do know is that I survived, and I won't be making another pit stop anytime soon, no matter how hungry I may be. Just then, before my very eyes, the diner lifted itself from its foundation and flew upwards into the night sky.
It was a stormy night, and my parents were out shopping late. I decided to watch some Scooby-Doo episodes on TV. The screen flickered to life as I wrapped myself in blankets with some popcorn. The storm was surging outside as the wind howled. I flicked my eyes to the window as it hadn't stormed like this in a while. Coincidentally, a similar storm was now going on in the Scooby-Doo episode. Lightning, howling wind surrounding the gang. Yet something seems strangely off. Everyone is very distant from Shaggy, even Scooby, who was supposed to be by his side at all times. A look of malice dawned heavily on his face as his black dot eyes seemingly withheld deep dark energy that even disturbed me. As the gang splits up, things got darker. The ghost or demon that the gang had been presumably looking for was nowhere in sight, ever since the beginning of the episode. And suddenly, something off-putting clicked in my mind. There was no opening, no music, no chase, no titles. A feeling of dread now crept into me. Things on screen not looking like they normally would. The sky slowly changed from a navy blue to a bloody crimson. The moon was once a crescent shape. It was now bearing a pinkish hue. When the others talked to Shaggy, they sounded somewhat afraid. Meanwhile, his voice was completely normal. He didn't talk like he usually did, though. His normal voice was slightly deeper, and he spoke clearly without the usual like commonly heard in his sentences. When it came time for splitting up, after finding little to no clues, Shaggy was left to roam the mansion alone. Scooby quickly siding with Velma, as Fred was with Daphne. As Shaggy lurked around, he found himself in front of a mirror. The reflection was that of a black mass, with glowing red orbs for eyes. He slowly lumbered from the mirror as it shattered. He bumped into Daphne, who was now obviously terrified. Fred nowhere to be seen. He looked down at her as she slowly crawls back from him, pressing herself against an old, worn-down wall. The screen went black as a shrill scream of agony and terror blasted through the speakers, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. When the scene came back, Daphne was lying against the wall. A contorted look of horror and agony spread across her face as her arms and legs were ripped off. Her scalp was missing, her eyes as well. Shaggy's shirt was covered in what looked to be blood as a peal of manic laughter erupted from the speakers, nearly shaking the floor of my house. Shaggy began to walk around. Soon, found Fred and Velma, who had run into one another while searching for Daphne and Scoob. They slowly backed up as they see the blood on Shaggy's shirt. Fred's voice began to quake as he sees this. He looks at Shaggy. "Shaggy, why is there blood on your shirt? What did you do?" Shaggy just laughed and looked right back at Fred, who's frozen in place by his fear. Velma now hiding behind Fred. Shaggy speaks, but his voice is not his own. It's Daphne's. "Oh, God. No. Fred, help me. Fred, please." Fred's face goes pale. Velma starts to cry, nearly falling to her knees. Fred begins to yell in a rage. "You killed her! You killed Daphne! How could you?" Shaggy's laugh grows louder and more hysterical. Not even a minute later, the screen cuts out. And 2 more screams blast out once more when everything clears. Fred and Velma's bodies lie upon the now bloodied floor. Fred's lips torn off, his necktie bound tightly around his neck, enough to break through the skin. And as for Velma, her glasses lie on the floor cracked, her eyes gouged out as her hands are missing. Shaggy's shirt is nearly drenched with blood. A minute or 2 later, he discovers Scooby, curled up and whimpering in the corner of the abandoned mansion. Lightning cracked through the scene by a window pane. Shaggy looked at his frightened 4-legged companion.
"But what's the matter, Scoob? Is this god not worthy enough to walk among you? Your friends have seen 1% of my power. Let's see how you handle a measly 5%.
The screen went bright red as a yowl of pain is heard from Scooby. His silhouette is seen, along with Shaggy's, yet it suddenly disintegrates into a small pile of ashes. His collar tag melts and distorts as the collar itself burns along with the poor dog, and as the scene comes back to normal, there's nothing left but ash. The shards of a dog tag. Shaggy laughs in a psychotic craze. His eye was trembling in pure fear. He suddenly turned his face to the screen, slowly. He looks right at me and says,
Maybe you're a worthy opponent.
Lightning cracked as he disappeared from the screen, and I looked around in a panic, quickly getting up and looking closely at it. I froze. I heard that same laughter coming from behind me. I rolled over onto my back, staring at the ceiling while my mind lazily caught up to the moment. A quick look in the direction of my bedroom windows told me that it was still dark outside. In my sleep-drunk state, I couldn't understand why I'd woken up before the alarm. I sat up slowly, carefully, trying not to wake the woman sleeping next to me. But she was a much lighter sleeper than I was, and I heard her groan with annoyance. What time is it? I looked at the digital clock on my bedside table, the green numbers glowing bright enough to light the otherwise pitch-black room. 12:04. It's just after midnight, I said, to which she let out another groan. I'll go see what he wants. Right then I realized what had happened. My movement wasn't to blame for her interrupted sleep. She and I were both awakened together by the same thing. The voice calling to us from the other room at the end of the hall. Mom! Dad! How long has he been calling to us? Where are my house shoes? She asked. No, don't worry about it. I'll go. The relief was evident in her voice, and she fell back into the bed, saying, Really? Yeah, of course. It's my turn. Was it my turn? I couldn't remember. But it didn't matter. She needed her rest, and I was already up, moving towards the door. As I passed the writing desk, I spotted my old jacket draped over the chair and instinctively grabbed it to throw on before stepping out into the hallway. By design, our home wasn't nearly as dark out here. We had set up a row of night lights in the hall outlets shortly after moving in, a safety precaution to ensure our son could make it to his bedroom and to the bathroom in the middle of the night in case of a potty emergency. Or at least, that's what we told him. In reality, it was just one more tool to combat his increasingly frequent nightmares. His mother insisted that we not bring any more attention to our motives than necessary. A shiver ran down my spine. We were deep into the part of winter that cold snaps hit without warning, and now that I was out from under the covers, my subconscious lizard brain was screaming at me to go back and crawl into the warm bed. I stopped at the thermostat to dial up the heat a couple degrees, but the voice broke into the silence again, loud and urgent. "Mom! Dad!" "I'm right here, buddy," I called out in a calming but exhausted voice. The heat cut on, and I continued the rest of the way to his bedroom, knocking twice to announce my presence before pushing it open. "Hey, kiddo," I said as I entered. "What's the matter?" "Dad!" he screamed tearfully, as if he wasn't sure that it was really me. I flicked on the Avenger's lamp sitting on the dresser so that he could see that it was, in fact, his father, and not someone he needed to be afraid of. I knew he was scared. He was scared by everything. Shadows, noises, imaginary enemies. He got that paranoia from my side of the family, and I could empathize a lot better than his mom. He was sitting in his bed with his knees pulled up to his chin, all but his face wrapped in superhero-themed bedsheets. I took a seat on the mattress and put my hand on his head, unhappy to find that he was covered in sweat. "What's wrong?" I asked again, offering a smile. He swallowed loudly, then looked past me at the door to the other side of his bedroom. "There's a monster in my closet." I followed his gaze and nodded. "Is it okay if I come and sleep with you and Mom?" I looked him in the eyes and I tried to reason with him. "You know, if there's a monster in your closet, it won't do any good for us to simply leave it in there." He shot back. "It would make more sense to let him stay where he is for now and then do something about it in the morning, after we've all gotten a good night's sleep." Well, you clearly thought that through. "Why do you think there's a monster in your closet?" "I saw it go in there." The fear in his eyes was real, and I was convinced that he believed what he was saying. I would never hold his fear against him. He had every right to be afraid. "Look, I'm not gonna lie to you, okay? Monsters are real. Don't tell your mom I told you this, but I've seen them. On plenty of occasions. They're huge buttheads most of the time, too, but a monster isn't going to sneak into your closet just to hang out. That doesn't even make any sense." "I don't know why he's in there, Dad. All I know is he's scary, and I don't want to be in the same room with him." I stood up. "You know you have nightmares, right?" "Yeah. And sometimes it's hard to tell what's real and what's not." "Yeah." "So what do you think is more likely? That a monster came all the way down here to our neighborhood in the suburbs, snuck past everyone, the cops, the neighborhood watch, that snoopy old Mrs. Churchill across the street, got past the deadbolts and both our dogs, without being noticed, came all the way into your room and then went in to hide in your closet? That? Or maybe you just had another bad dream." "The first one!" I walked over to the closet. "Well, there's one way to know for sure, huh?" "Wait!" he screamed. I turned. "Yeah?" "Don't open the door!" "Why not?" "Because there's a monster in there!" "So you said. But if that's true, if there's a monster, maybe we should open it and ask him why he's in there. What if he's lost? What if he kills you?" I made a mental note to dial back the television before bedtime. My child clearly had the same imagination and anxious tendencies that I had at his age, and I knew that he needed some reassurance that everything was going to be okay. But I wasn't really in the best state of mind to properly answer a question like that. "Well, let's think about this. If he wants to kill me, what's stopping him from doing it right now?" As soon as I said it, I regretted it. He glared at me and answered in a matter-of-fact tone, "It's a monster! It can't open doors. It's from the inside." "Ah," I replied. "My mistake." Then I turned and gave the closet door a few loud knocks. "Hello? Any monsters in there?" Obviously, there was no response. Dad, please, leave him alone. You don't want to make him angry. If he can't open the door from the inside, then what do you even have to be afraid of? He can't hurt you if he's trapped in there, can he? I don't like what he said when we were alone. He talks to me through the door. He says weird things. He tells me stories about you at the gas station. An icy chill surged through my veins, and suddenly I was on high alert, like I had just slammed 10 shots of espresso. What did you say? I asked, hoping against all hope that I just misheard him. He tells me about the gas station. And you. I looked back at the closet. And you're saying he's on the other side of this door? I reached out to touch the handle, but my son screamed, "No, don't open that door!" But this time, somehow, his voice sounded funny. Different, like it wasn't him who was speaking. I pulled my fingers away from the handle. What does this monster look like, exactly? Oh, so now you believe me! This time he sounded annoyed. Let's just say I'm open to the idea of the possibility that there could be something in there, but I remain convinced that there probably isn't. Is that fair? My son scoffed. Now I feel like you're patronizing me. Sorry, kiddo. I'm just saying that let's leave the monster in there for the night. Maybe you can get a hammer and nail the door shut when I go and get into bed with Mom. You know, we're gonna have to open the door eventually, right? So we keep your school clothes. We can buy new ones. Why risk it? Tomorrow we can burn the house down with a monster inside. It'll be fun. Come on, Dad, please. I took a deep breath and sighed, then crossed the room again, taking my seat right next to him on the bed. I gave him a hug and said, "Look, we can't keep burning houses to the ground every time there's a problem. You know that, right?" I know. I released him and looked into his eyes. Well, don't tell your mom this either. But I've killed a lot of monsters in my day. Like a ridiculous amount of monsters. Some of them were bad guys. Not all, but a lot of them. What do you say we look and see what's in there? And if it's a bad monster, we take care of it together. I feel like this might end up causing some serious psychological harm in the long run. You sure I just can't sleep in your bed? Wow. He really was my son. Yeah. I'm sure. He leaned over to look past me at the closet door. Okay. Then let's see what he wants. Can I have a weapon or something? In case he eats you? I laughed to myself, afraid I'm fresh out of weapons, unless I have a patted at the pockets of my jacket, then caught myself. Something heavy and metal. Wait, no, you're right, actually. I do have this. I reached into my jacket. The inner pocket. Somehow I'd forgotten. The pistol was still there from earlier. I pulled it out and looked at it. How the heck could I have forgotten? Cool! My son yelled, looking at the weapon with excited wide eyes. No, it's not, I corrected him. This is a deadly weapon. You can permanently disable someone with this thing. You could literally kill somebody by accident if you're not careful. Do you understand that? Yeah, he answered. I'm sorry. Okay then, I said, handing him the gun. He took it from me with a big smile. Safety's already off, and there should still be a bullet chambered, so all you have to do is point and squeeze the trigger. You got it? Got it! And for the love of God, please don't shoot me by mistake. If the monster comes at you, be ready, and don't get fancy and try for a gangster-style aiming. And don't bother with headshots. You're 7 years old, not John Wick. Statistically, your best bet is center mass. You know what that means? Aim for the middle? Right. Chest and torso shots should be enough to incapacitate most humanoids. Now, are you ready? He pointed the gun at the ceiling and nodded. Ready. Okay. Let's see what this guy's problem is. I stood up and made my way back to the closet door, reaching out and grabbing the handle. Then I looked over my shoulder to see my son pointing the gun in my direction. We're all set. I yanked the door open and nearly fell over backwards when I saw who was standing there. "Hey, bro," said Jerry excitedly. "Long time no see." What the fucking fuck, Jerry? What the fuck are you doing in my son's closet? He was holding a 44-ounce styrofoam container and lifting the straw to his lips for a moment, gulping each swallow loudly and staring at me. When he was done downing half the drink, he smacked his lips and said,
I don't really know what that's supposed to mean. Is it like a euphemism? I can't keep up with you kids and your slang these days.
Dad? I turned to see later. I relented. He's not that kind of monster. My son let out a long, disappointed, "Aww." And don't tell your mom I said the F word.
So, Jack,
I turned back to face Jerry.
I can't help but notice the changes you made to the place. Gotta say, don't really like them. Maybe we should clean up or something, right? Hey, is there any cake left over?
Where the flip did you come from? How did you find me? How did you get in here? He stared hard into my eyes for a long time before asking, "Are you drunk?" Well, this is Rich. Jerry was asking if I was drunk. It felt like such an insulting accusation. I haven't had anything to drink and I tried to remember the last time. It's been years now. Never mind that. You're supposed to be dead.
I am,
He responded happily.
but right now I gotta piss like a frat house moose. I've been driving for the last 8 hours straight and been holding it in this whole time. I'm about to pop, but not in the good way. Hold that thought. I'll be right back.
He shoved his way past me, out the bedroom door and down the hall towards the bathroom. My son was still pointing the gun at the open doorway. I walked up to him and took it from his tiny hands and tossed it on the counter next to the cash register. "Who was that?" he asked. "Just the guy I used to know," I answered. "Don't worry about him, okay?" "Okay, I guess, but I still need a signature." I looked inside the closet, wondering to myself how the hell Jerry managed to get in here in the first place. I wouldn't put it past him to know how to pick locks. He probably bribed our dogs with some jerky or something, but how on earth did he find me way out here after all this time? "Just go to bed, son. I'll take care of him." "Look, dude, all I need is a signature." I looked at the bed, but he wasn't there anymore. And neither was the bed. Nothing was there. And all of a sudden, the world started spinning, except that wasn't exactly right, was it? The world had always been spinning this whole time, and I had only just now become aware of it. I was spinning faster than I thought possible, like the planet was trying its damnedest to get rid of me by flinging my body off its surface and into space. I was sick to my stomach and could feel my dinner preparing to make a surprise reappearance. "I need to sit down," I said as I collapsed onto the sticky floor behind the register. The postman walked around behind the counter and looked down at me. "Come on, man. This is getting really weird. You're my last stop. I just need you to sign for this package so I can go home." I tried sitting up. And the back of my shirt made a disgusting noise as it pulled free of the floor. Somehow, even that was too much, and I fell over and I hit my head against the shelf next to the empty safe. This wasn't my proudest moment for sure. The man walked right up to me and knelt down at my side, dropping a thick envelope onto the floor and reaching into his pocket while muttering to himself, "All my friends are dead, or turned into monsters, or both," I told him. "Yeah, I know the feeling," the guy replied. "You look like you really need a fix bad, huh? What's your poison?" "Reality." Suddenly I realized that something about this guy was not quite right. How did you get into my son's bedroom?" The guy pulled out a prescription bottle and emptied its contents into the palm of his hand. "Look, dude, I was saving this for the weekend, but I can tell you need it way more than me. Make a deal with you. I'll hook you up, but then you have to sign for the package." He put a small white pill into my hand. "What is this?" I asked. "Don't worry about it." If I had been in my right mind, I probably would have simply said no thanks. But I wasn't, and I hadn't been for a long time, so it never even registered that I might not want to accept this strange man's gift. I popped it into my mouth with nary a thought and dry swallowed. Next, I signed for the oversized envelope and watched as the guy turned and walked back around the front of the counter. I didn't get up right away. Instead, I stayed there on the dirty floor, staring at the discolored gas station ceiling tiles. In time, I started to feel almost normal again, but then the vehicle I was riding missed its exit, and I kept going in the other direction. Soon I was sweating, and then I felt like I was on fire, like I was about to erupt into flames, wet, disgusting, bloody flames, and I was convinced that this was how they'd finally find me. As a smoldering puddle of red goop beneath the gas station counter. Nothing left but a fake leg and pain gravy. Then all of a sudden I felt fine. I had no idea how long I'd been down there, but I was done, for now. I was in a period of lucidity and finally able to make an assessment of my surroundings. My name is Jack. I'm a gas station clerk who can't fall asleep.
This morning I killed a man and buried his body in a shallow grave out back, and after that my brain started to go off like a box of fireworks in a supernova. I searched the area around me until I found my baseball bat, Ricardo. Pulled him close. The hell was that just now? It took me a second to realize the answer. That was a dream. Or at least my brain's best attempt at one. Like a flower growing out of the crack in an asphalt parking lot. My subconscious was finally finding a way to break through and express itself, and I hated it. This was a long time coming. Vivid hallucinations, memory loss, the periods of missing time. My body and brain were in a continuous state of missing connections, all signaling the unavoidable reality that my troubles were almost over for good. But until then... Hey, Jack! I looked at the styrofoam ice chest on the shelf below the cooler, where the noise appeared to be coming from. Yeah, what do you want? I asked. You okay, dude? You're not looking so hot. You're one to talk. At least I still got most of my body. Yeah, touche. I stood up and immediately fell over, smacking my face against the counter in my descent. My front teeth cut into my upper lip. When I hit the ground, and I spat out blood. Gross, laughed the severed head from all the way inside the box. Shut up, I screamed back. What was his problem anyway? Why was he always laughing, turning everything into a big joke? I tried again, slower this time, standing and pushing the bat into the ground to brace myself. I stood in place until the vertigo had left. Then I began to stretch. My muscles ached like I hadn't used them in ages. Bit of a drug the postman gave me. It appeared to have temporarily stabilized my brain chemistry. I was wide awake now, but it didn't stop me from feeling the need to put on another huge pot of coffee. What the hell was that hallucination supposed to mean anyway? Was that a vision of my life in another reality? A possible future? Or was it simply a side effect of improperly firing neurons? You should open up your package, Spencer Middleton said from his spot on the other side of the counter. Yeah, right. Not falling for that one. Why would I do that? You never know. It'd be something useful. Yeah? Or it might be another one of my dead friends. Wait a second, who the hell was I talking to? I looked around the empty gas station. There wasn't anyone here but me. So why did it feel so damn small? Why did I feel like I was running out of space? I went and retrieved the icebox and placed it on top of the counter, then tapped it a few times to get the head's attention. Hey, Jerry. You see anything weird going on? For some reason, he didn't answer. I went to open the top of the box to make sure he wasn't up to anything in there, but right as my fingers touched the lid, I heard the voice right behind me and jumped. You seem crazier than normal. I spun around to see Spencer Middleton once again. He was standing within striking distance, but Ricardo was still propped up next to the coffee machine. I grabbed the gun off the counter and pointed it at him, and he flicked his hands out and relieved me of my weapon in a single effortless movement. Wow! I exclaimed. Are you that cool, or do I just suck? Get it together, man! You're embarrassing both of us. He was wearing a dark three-piece suit with a red tie. His hair was fresh cut and combed, his face cleanly shaven, and he was looking much healthier than I had hoped. He stood straight and tall, looking down at where I had leaned against the counter. In short, he looked the exact opposite of me. He smiled a little wider, no doubt thinking of all the ways he was about to torture me. God, I hate him so much. You look different. What happened? You get promoted to vice president of hell or something? One of these days, you're gonna finally learn I'm not the bad guy. You are. Hal shows what you know. I'm already aware that I'm the bad guy. He shook his head. And then, he wasn't there anymore. I can't exactly say that he vanished, because I don't think that's what happened. One second he was standing there, holding me hostage. The next, he was long gone. And I was sitting behind the counter again. My face hurt like hell from where I'd just taken a counter to the teeth, and the blood was steadily filling and refilling my mouth, making me sick, so I stood up and went in search of paper towels. I grabbed the last pack off the shelf, then used a wad to temporarily stop the bleeding. Falling into my seat in the booth where I'd left that empty tequila bottle from the night before, just the sight of it was enough to make me gag. And I made a silent resolution to give up alcohol for the foreseeable future. The only drugs I wanted to drink from here on out were caffeine and sugar. While the coffee machine finished up its job, I stared out the window at the front lot and noticed something strange. Wait, whose car is that? Somehow I missed that shiny black 1960 style Chevelle Malibu double parked right by the front doors until just now. My heart started beating funny and I took the paper towels out of my mouth. "Hey, Jerry!" I yelled in the direction of the head. But he didn't answer. "How long has that car been there?" I got up, I grabbed a car and I walked out the front doors to see if I could spot anybody in front of the building. Alarmingly, there was nobody out there. But I went ahead and turned the deadbolt just to be safe. Never hurts to put the gas station into lockdown mode, right? I wanted to check the back door, but right as I passed the bathroom, I heard something I should not have been able to hear. Running water. Had I left the sink on and forgotten about it? I knocked a couple times. "Occupied," sang the voice of someone on the other side of the door. I quickly ducked, like that was going to do any good. Then I scurried back to the front of the store and dove behind the counter once again. I leaned up and smacked Jerry's head box, whispering loudly, "Jerry! Jerry, put your game face on, code red! Who's in the store?" But he didn't say anything. "Come on, Jerry. Now's not the time to play around. Is that a mimic or not?" Still no answer. I was beginning to panic. The bathroom door opened and a man who had been inside came out whistling. Jerry was no help, so I was going to have to assess the situation all on my own. Another judgment call, another great chance for me to get it all wrong. The whistling was getting closer. Closer, until it was coming from the other side of the counter. I gripped the bat, stood up to see who it was. "Yo," he said with a smirk. "Nice bat." I screamed. He screamed. "What the fuck?" I yelled. "Why are you yelling?" He yelled back. I swung the bat at him just in case, but missed completely, before losing my balance and collapsing onto the floor all over again. Jerry calmly walked behind the counter and looked down at me, saying, "Weird question, but did I miss something? This place seems a lot worse." I patted my pockets trying to find one of my guns, but they weren't there right now. I threw the bat at him, but he managed to duck it at the last second before it went bouncing off the wall on the other side. "Who are you?" I screamed. He looked at the ceiling for a minute and said, "I guess that's a pretty good question. I never really thought about it." He shook his head like he was trying to get a bug out of his hair, then looked back at me with a smile. "Anyway, sorry it took me so long. Y'all miss me." I didn't even want to say it. I was so pissed at this moment. So tired of all these close calls and the hope that shows up just to disintegrate before my eyes, but there was something more than just the fear of forcing me to continue, so I stood up, faced the man in front of me. If he was a man. And I asked, "Jerry?" The smile on his face faded. Suddenly he looked different, like I'd never seen him before. He actually looked scared. "Yeah, man. You okay? What the hell happened while I was gone anyway? This place looks like y'all played indoor hockey without me. You look like shit. Like, really bad. Like, just so bad. No offense." I could feel the tears streaming down my face as the words poured out of me. "I didn't know where you'd gone. I thought you were dead. Everybody left me. I've been here by myself this whole time. I've killed people, Jerry. Oh God, I've killed so many people. It's crazy how many people I've killed." "Okay, look who's bragging." "I've run out of places to bury all the bodies. The yard out back is like a litter box and a hoarder house. You can't even start digging without running into things you don't want to see. I don't even know how I haven't been caught yet. I have a box of wallets and guns in a cooler, and they won't even deliver pizza here anymore. The others all think I'm crazy." I would have probably kept talking for much longer, but at this point I started hyperventilating. Jerry walked over and put a hand on my shoulder and said, "Dude, take a breath. Calm your tits. It's gonna be okay." "How?" My breath was back. "How is it gonna be okay? You haven't been here. You don't know how bad it's gotten. And where the hell have you been anyway?" "I told you. I had to go and fake my own death." "What?" "We talked about this extensively. A couple bounty hunters showed up on my birthday, and I got tired of paying everyone off. This is your idea, remember? I go and fake my death so that my family leaves me alone once and for all. You said no communication until I got back, not even WhatsApp." When did we talk about this?" "On the phone. It was an extremely detailed conversation. I didn't want to leave until after the party, but you insisted. Come to think of it, you sounded a little off. But I just assumed you wanted the cake all to yourself." Another piece of the puzzle fell into place. Or did it? Did any of this make sense? That wasn't me, I said. Whoever you talked to on the phone, that must have been one of them, screwing with us again. We can't trust phones. They figured out a way to mimic voices. They can sound like anyone, dead or alive. Can they sound like Robin Williams? I don't know, probably. Look, a lot has happened since you've been gone. Yeah, I can see that. Honestly, I'm a little impressed in how much you managed to destroy in so little time. Jerry, I've been fighting monsters for months now. It's been non-stop ever since you left. Dude? Yeah? I left last week. What are you talking about? My birthday. It was 6 days ago. How much time do you think it passed? 6 days? It's only been 6 days? I gave up on keeping track after O'Brien left. When my phone died, I saw no point in recharging it. Plus, it's hard to know when days end or begin when you don't sleep, but it had to have been longer than 6 days, right? You mean to tell me that I've done all this in less than 1 week? Jerry looked out at the wasteland of a gas station and whistled. All right, here's a plan. Are you familiar with the Japanese organization method of KonMari? You take everything in the building, look at it, you ask yourself, does this bring me joy? That's what we're gonna do. And if it doesn't bring you joy, we're gonna throw it out into the giant bonfire, because bonfires bring me joy. We'll start with the bills and go from there. I'll go find some kindling. We walked down the hallway, stepped over a gnome, and pushed open the back door. I waited until it swayed him to grab the ice chest on the counter and shake it. Dude! I screamed, are you in there? It's not funny anymore. If you're alive, I need you to tell me what the hell is going on. Is that the real Jerry, or is it a clone? He wasn't answering. I ripped the top of the lid off and I gagged. I'm not sure what I was expecting to see, but the only thing in there was a severed, decomposing head floating in a pool of ice water. Dude, please talk to me. I closed my eyes. Don't do this to me now. Of all times, I need to know, is this real? Were you ever real? Is that Jerry out there a mimic? Are you going for some kind of noble thing where you try to let me think the mimic is the real Jerry and you pretend to be dead so that at least I have a real friend to talk to before the world ends? Or was I legit nuts this whole time, talking to a severed head in a box? Huh? Hey, dude? I opened my eyes and looked at the head in the box, but it wasn't the one talking. The voice was coming from the real Jerry, standing right on the other side of the counter. He looked at the ice chest, then at me, and asked, Sorry, I came in to get a fresh lighter and, what you got there, buddy? Nothing. Looks like you're talking to a human head like a crazy person. Sounds like you named it after me. Pretty weird. Yeah. He grabbed a handful of butane lighters from the display next to the ice chest and said, Well, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. Then he turned to leave again. But I stopped him. Wait, Jerry. I think this has served its purpose. It's time to get rid of it. Alright, cool. You want to do another Viking funeral, or...? No more funerals. Just to get rid of it. He nodded. Then, to my surprise, he reached into the ice chest and picked the raw head up with his bare hands. I followed him as we walked out back with it. Then watched as he gave himself a running start and drop-kicked the head into the trees. As soon as it went airborne, a swarm of raccoons raced out from under the crawl space, chasing the head to wherever it landed in the woods. Jerry wiped his hands in the dirt and said, Okay, now that we got that out of the way, let's talk about the others. The others? Yeah, O'Brien and Rosa. Where the hell are they, anyway? Something tells me we're gonna need to go rescue them before we do the fire. I'll go grab some weapons and snacks. You change into a shirt that isn't covered in blood and sweat. Then we go straight to Taco Bell because I'm starving. Then we go save Rosa first. Sound good? I took a deep breath. Deep down, I knew this was all working out a little too perfectly. I knew that Jerry was just luring me away from the gas station. I knew that something else was going on, but I didn't know what it was. Only that things were looking too positive. It felt just like a trap. And I didn't care. Hey, Jerry? Yeah, man? It's good to have you back.
This is how you lose everything in 10 seconds. 1 second. This is the crucial one. This is the point in time when you could have slammed on the brakes and avoided the following 9 seconds, and all that came after. But you didn't, because you were inebriated. You had a few too many at the diner once again, and you ignored your wife's increasingly less subtle hints that you've probably had enough. Once again. 2. Janine shrieks, "Look out." And you're finally hammering the brake pedal, but it's too late. The trucker was nodding at the wheel, and he blew right through the red light. The ass end of his trailer is directly in your path. 3. You remember the recall notice in a great blinding flash of "oh holy fuck," something about the airbags or the sensors that made them go off. You never got around to getting it done, because fuck it, right? Just like the 6 beers with your nachos and wings tonight, drinking them all down to drown out the world. Because fuck it. 4. The impact. Your airbag slams into your guts as you fly forward in your seat. The seatbelt locks tight against your sudden momentum and leaves you with a bruise across your chest. These are the only injuries you will sustain in this accident. A deep bruise, bloody nose. 5 and 6. Your car spins away from the trailer and slams over a curb, rolling over 360 degrees on its hood and sliding to a shuddering halt in someone's front yard. 7. A moment of complete silence. Your mind is blank. You have no idea what just happened. 8. Clarity sets in. And it's awful. 9. You turn to your wife, and for an entire second you simply can't comprehend what you're looking at. Just too terrible. Janine's airbag did not deploy. You collided with the trailer at slightly less than 70 miles an hour, and the impact was devastating. Your wife's seatbelt wasn't enough to save her, not by a long shot. Janine's brain is leaking from her skull. Janine is dead. 10 seconds and onward, you scream her name in a giant braying sob that tears at your throat. You do it again. And a third time. And then you're just wordlessly screaming. Can't stop screaming. I'm pretty sure this is a dream. Everything looks just a little bit off kilter and nothing makes any sense. I'm walking into an elevator and John's already waiting for me. I don't know John. But I know his name. I know that I don't care for the man. It's his smile, I think. He has a mean, lopsided little smirk on his face. I get the distinct impression that John doesn't care much for me either. The elevator is an enormous box of stainless steel. It gleams almost mercilessly in the fluorescent lighting. There's a rectangular display of numbered buttons besides the door. I go to push some arbitrary number and realize I can't move. John has one of my feet pinned under the sole of his shoe. I say, "John, you're standing on my foot." And I hear a high-pitched ping from somewhere above the ceiling. The elevator lurches, and we're abruptly plummeting down the elevator shaft. 2 men who hate each other in a plunging metal coffin. There's a new button on the wall, a big red one that's labeled "Arrest Rapid Descent." I strain to reach it with an outstretched finger, but John is standing on my foot, and he feels like he weighs a ton. I shout at him, "John, get off my fucking foot!" "My right to stand here," John says. He shrugs at me and grins some more. There's a sick, weightless feeling in my gut. Gravity is hauling us to our doom. I shake my head in disbelief and snarl, "What the hell are you talking about? You're on my fucking foot!" "My choice," he says. "This is where I decide to stand." "I'm trying to save us!" I screech into his face. And he laughs. "Don't care," he says. "I'm standing where I want to stand." Something isn't right. We haven't hit bottom yet. How tall can this building possibly be? If you get off my foot, I can save us. Do you see the button? John looks in the opposite direction and titters. What button? It's starting to get hot. We're plummeting. Down, ever downward into the abyss. In desperation, I sock him in the jaw and break my hand. John is made of stainless steel. John is part of the elevator. I scream and repeatedly lunge to push the button. The walls are starting to glow red. I can smell the hairs in my nostrils curling in the heat, and I know this isn't a dream. It's a nightmare, and I can't wake up. My skin is starting to sizzle. We're falling to our annihilation. And I can't reach the button. Because John is standing on my foot. It will come exploding over the horizon any time now. A flash of light that will cleave the sky in two and boil the blood in your veins. There'll be nothing left in its wake. Shot the kids in the back of the head while they were watching TV. They didn't know it was coming, not the fire, and certainly not the bullets. You did it because it was a mercy. You did it because you loved them. Now you sit out on the porch with a beer in your hand, the revolver in the other, and you wait for the inevitable. Any time now, a blast of superheated air will ignite the very air around you in a lake of hellfire 100,000 feet deep. You'll see the light, you'll see your bones through your skin. Then your eyes will burst in twin jets of steam and you'll see nothing at all. You swig down some beer and you wipe the sweat off your forehead with the back of your other hand. It's starting to get hot out here. It's coming. Might not arrive for a few more minutes, and it might happen in the next heartbeat. You don't know. All you know is that it's coming any time now. There'll be nothing left in its wake. Everything that you have ever known will be darkness and void in the airless vacuum of space. How? Why? Where? All these questions will remain unanswered, and they no longer matter. The only question that remains is if you'll have time to pull the trigger before you ignite like a matchstick. It'll come any time now. You drink your beer and you watch the horizon. You wonder if there'll be an afterlife. You wonder if there'll be time to scream before your lungs crumple to ash. You wonder if there'll be time The vice president of marketing was droning on and on in front of a pie chart on the projection screen, and Kevin couldn't possibly care less. The boardroom was too hot, and there was an unpleasant odor floating around in the stale, heavy air. Something smelled bad. Something smelled downright fucking rotten. Sales are down by 9% in the first quarter, the VP was saying, and then dropped to 12% by the end of June. We need an infusion of new life, people. We need... Kevin tuned him out and looked around the table at the others, trying to determine if anyone else was silently choking on the rancid smell. He saw a circle of stiff collars and glazed, unfocused eyes. No one was paying attention to the VP. They were all staring off into space in some neutral, slack expression on their faces, patiently waiting for further instructions. "Hot blood," the VP mumbled, and Kevin rubbed his temples. "Fresh blood. We need to identify..." Kevin noticed a fly crawling around the VP's forehead. He watched with mounting horror as it crawled in and out of his ears, then casually strolled up the man's left nostril as he buzzed and burbled on about the need for new ideas and fresh perspectives. After a minute or so, the fly exited via his right nostril and flew away. "So now I turn to all of you," the VP said, "and I ask you this. Who among us can make that sacrifice and feed this new purpose? Who is it?" The others moaned, and as one, they swiveled in their chairs to face Kevin. "He can," someone said. It was Marianne from accounting. Her lips twitched uncontrollably, exposing a patchy row of blackened teeth.
Kevin pushed back his chair and lunged for the door. It was locked. He rattled the door in its frame and turned to face them, his heart pounding in his chest. His coworkers were shuffling towards him in a staggering line, a wall of empty stares and rotten teeth. Marianne from accounting stepped on the hem of her long dress, and it slowly pulled down as she staggered onward, exposing a long autopsy scar that ran between her breasts and clear down her pubic bone. "Fresh meat," they chanted. "Fresh meat. Hot blood. Fresh meat. Hot blood." Kevin shrieked as the mob surrounded him. They fell upon him in a snarling, clawing knot, and the VP switched to a new slide. He smeared blood across the screen from his chewed-up stump of a hand. "Sweeping reform!" he gurgled. One of his eyeballs slid out of its socket. "Slash and burn! Come on, people, show me what you can do! Fresh meat! Hot blood! Go get him!" The door was no longer locked. They all lurched into the corridor looking for fresh meat with a single-minded determination, seeking hot blood and new ideas. The vice president heard the screaming. He grinned his cadaverous grin at the projector screen. "Budget cuts," he said. "Cutthroat investments. Show us what you can do, people."
December 10th, 2003. My frozen hands tremble as I fumble to work my little butane lighter. The tips of my fingers are raw and bloodied. I wince in pain with every failed attempt to spark a flame. Finally, I achieve a jittery fire, which impatiently dances atop the lighter. I carefully lower it to my pile of kindling. The fire catches, cautiously, creeps out and spreads until it's a healthy size. I watch it for a while, tending to it until it's strong. Now there's enough light to see around me, and enough heat to survive the night. Here, deep in the forest with everything frozen and quiet, the only light and sound comes from my fire. It's the whole world to me right now. It dances and sings in a raspy, crackling voice to me. I'm happy to enjoy its company. You can almost imagine that I can hear it whispering and babbling happily. So cold. I must be tired. I'm hearing things. The popping and sizzling of the fire is really beginning to sound like words. Maybe I'm just lonely here. Maybe I just really want someone to talk to. Coherence in the chaos of the fire. Could have sworn I heard it say, "It's so cold." There it was again. Softer this time. I lean closer to the blaze and its warmth caresses my face, setting me at ease. I'm listening intently now, anxious for what I'll hear next. "If you let me die tonight, you'll die tonight." There's no mistaking it. It said it clearly, albeit in the raspy, sing-songy voice of a fire-consuming wet branches. Yet, even as the words became clearer, they became softer, drawing me in closer to make out the next statement. The warmth splashes over me as I inch my face closer, and the frost that had settled in my bones begins to thaw. The fire's speaking constantly now, chattering quietly to itself. I can only pick out bits of words and portions of sentences. "Get closer. Watch closely. If I die, you die. I'm the only thing keeping you alive. Pay attention." The fire ends its tirade with a loud snap of burning wood. And it's quiet. I lean in closer, eager to receive whatever secrets is coming next. The heat's no longer pleasant. It sears me as the flames playfully lick at my face. The fire is being coy. It's teasing me with its silence to see how long I'll wait on it. Smoke reaches into my nostrils and the embers float carelessly from the heart of the fire into my eyes, which are now welling with ash. I don't care. I want to hear what comes next. Closer. Pay attention. Watch closely. Now, more than ever.
In other news, the charred body of an unidentified man was found deep in the mountains in the forest east of the city. Investigators have stated that the man appeared to have caught fire while sitting by his campfire and inexplicably did not appear to have made any effort to extinguish himself. His burned remains were found frozen in position by the icy temperatures, leaning over the ash of a long extinguished fire. In what is perhaps the most bizarre detail of the grisly scene, the man is reported to have been found with an expectant smile still on his face.
When I was 19, he visited for the first time. It was very late, and the bedroom was pitch black. "Miles," he whispered. "Miles, can you hear me?" My eyes were wide, but only darkness met them. I couldn't see who was talking. "Yeah?" I whispered back. "A few more years," he cooed into my left ear. "Just wait another few years, and you'll learn who I am." I reached out, trying to touch the producer of the voice. My hands grabbed the air. I turned over, and I groped for the bedside lamp and flipped a switch. Pale light poured into the bedroom. I was alone. I didn't realize at the time that that would be a constant, theme. It's now been 18 years since I was visited that night. I spent it by myself. I wish I could call those years happy and productive. They were, in fact, the opposite. I'm depressed, unemployable. Mentally ill is the official term that lets me collect money for doing nothing but sit at home all day. Well, not quite nothing. I daydream. I fantasize about the man who spoke to me that night. I picture him swooping in and knocking on my door, bringing riches and surprises that would heal my ruined psyche, and he'd be my guardian angel. A heavenly respite from my day-to-day misery. For nearly 2 decades, those dreams went unrealized. Until last night. "Miles." The voice woke me from my turbulent sleep. I grasped and batted at the nearby light switch. The room illuminated. No one was there. "I know you can hear me," the voice whispered. It came from what sounded like only a few feet in front of me. I blinked, trying to get my eyes acclimated to the brightness. It didn't help. I saw an empty bedroom. "Yeah," I replied. "I can. Please, where are you?" "I'm here. I never left your side for all these years." Goose flesh rose along my spine. There was a quality to the voice I recognized, but I couldn't place it. "I want to see you," I insisted. "Soon," he promised. "But just listen for a moment. Can you do that?" I nodded. "Where I am, nothing hurts, Miles. There's no feeling of not being good enough. No feeling of failure. Everything is peaceful. Everything is warm. Everything is soft. No edges. No harshness. I know how hard you've reached for those things, and I know you've stumbled every time." Tears fell into my beard. He really did know me. He continued, "I want you to close your eyes and imagine being warm. Picture yourself being loved and cherished, full of untapped potential. See yourself as someone who is adored. I closed my eyes and did as I was told. I pictured myself at the foot of my mother's bed. I was 6, maybe 7. It was winter. Warm air from the heater was drifting across the room and making me feel snug and cozy. I'd just woken from a nap. I stretched out and I stared at the ceiling. An innocent smile formed on my young face. A kind voice broke the silence. Mom was calling me down for supper. I called back and told her I was coming. The bedspread smelled sweet, like her perfume, like her embraces. Cancer would take her from me a year later. The fantasy collapsed. I began to sob. When you open your eyes, you'll see something that may shock you. It might frighten you, but give it a second because you'll know what you see is the solution to all this misery you've been forced to endure. Are you ready for that? I am. Okay. You can open your eyes. My eyelids lifted. The sight of a decaying, hideously disfigured man. My breath caught in my throat. The majority of his head was missing. A Y incision spanned his grayish-green chest and torso. Insect eggs and larvae caked the puckered edges of the crater that had once been his face. What is this? I choked out. It's okay. I promise, he reassured me. I had no idea how he was speaking. His mouth was lost in the chaos of decaying gore. Listen, came the voice, and look at me. Look at my arms. He held out his rotting limbs for me to see. In the back of my mind, I was thankful there was no smell. I studied what he presented. The flesh was pockmarked and patchy. Things wriggled and spasmed beneath the surface. Up at the top, near the shoulders, were 3 heavy scars. I gasped. The room spun violently, as if I'd been hit on the side of the head. There, he said. Now you see? I leaned back against the headboard and tried to regain my composure. He spoke again. I'm not lying when I said this was the best and only decision I could have made. I had to get out. I had to find out if the other side is better than what I was enduring, and Miles, it was. It is. And I needed to come and tell you because I worry you remain as you are. Desperate. Lonely. Miserable. I traced my fingers over my upper arms and I asked, is Mom and Dad there? Mom and Dad. You can finally meet him. What happens to you? The flayed muscle on the shattered skull twitched, and after a second I recognized he was smiling. Everything comes together. It all works out. So I just do it. He nodded the stump above his shoulders. Under the chin worked for me. I glanced at the shotgun I kept next to the bed. Okay. I hope we can see you soon, Miles. I promise it only gets better. He disappeared into thin air. That was 6 hours ago. I've since cleaned my apartment and I've settled up a few things around here for the first time since I was a little boy. I felt hopeful. I felt excited. The scars on my upper arm tingled like they always do when I'm nervous. After last night, though, I don't think I have a reason to be. I've wasted so much time being miserable, full of hatred for myself. I'm ready to change. I'm ready to make it better, and now's my chance. Something tells me that in just a few minutes, I'll be waking up at the foot of Mom's bed. After a long nap. I used to stay up late. As a high school student, I ignored my parents' wishes, and I stayed up way past my bedtime. Teenage Rebellion was a lot of effort when you have all honors classes, so you squeeze in what you can. I had a couple of friends I did stuff with, I was involved in theater, so I got busy, didn't have a girlfriend, or anything even resembling one due to my complete and total lack of charm, but I stayed busy. And because of my raging hormones and the fire of Teenage Rebellion, I stayed up late. Now, I don't know if you ever stayed up late in a building where everyone else is asleep, but it is a certain kind of bliss. You can say anything you want as long as you're quiet enough, do anything you want as long as you're quiet enough, go anywhere, eat anything, as long as you're quiet. I've spent a great many nights in my room, alone, curled up with the TV on, and quiet, laptop in hand. And I wrote the next of my stories. Sci-fi, post-apocalyptic, even just regular old fantasy. I poured it all onto this virtual paper with black pixelated ink and a steady hand. The guy has to have his hobbies, right? I'm full of creativity, and the occasional D&D session doesn't exactly quench the thirst for adventure present in a young boy. So I stayed up late and I made up my own adventures. And one such night, though, things changed. The shadows of my house stopped being welcoming. I stopped roaming the floors of my house after dark. I started hearing things. Started becoming more withdrawn. I entered my room earlier, stayed up later. Eventually, I couldn't bear the silence, the loneliness. It all climaxed on one night in the fall, when the clocks stopped. I'm not a strong person. I can lift some of my own weight, maybe 50% of the time, and that's generous, so I don't spend a lot of time being active. I mainly spend my time inside, ignoring people. I've inherited some anxiety from my mother, along with some obsessive-compulsive tendencies, so I tend to remember where I put things and when people mess with them, which they delight in doing. It's like they enjoy seeing me be annoyed or something. High schoolers, college students, even some adults are just kids anyway. The night started out fairly normal. Mom grabbed a bite to eat on the way home from work and got me something too, so I gratefully accepted a burger and sat in my room, my lamp on and the TV quiet. I screwed around looking through Ask Reddit and such, and I looked over at my clock at one point and noted the time. 2:48. 2:48. Nice. I thought of the chemistry test I had tomorrow. And sighing, I closed my laptop and coiled up its charger. 2:50. Turned the TV off, grimacing at the sudden silence, and set the remote on the side. 2:51. Changed into a pair of sweatpants, balled up my shirt and tossing it to the side. 2:57. I flicked my lamp off, laid down, and glanced at the luminescent numbers on the clock one last time. 2:59. Cool, I whispered to myself, rolling over, thoughts about my test running through my head. Will I pass? How hard is it going to be? You know those ones. I laid there for what must have been at least 20 minutes. I listened to the noises of the night, birds cawing, rustling in the bushes outside, dogs barking in the distance. I rolled over again, looking at the clock. When I saw the time, my blood ran cold. 2:59. That couldn't have been right. I was pretty accurate when it came to guessing time, one of the perks of my anxiety. It made me really gauge time really, really accurately, and I knew that it had to have been at least 20 minutes of silence and darkness. Then another thing hit me.
I couldn't hear the rest of the house's noise. Usually there'd be plenty of little noises here and there, plumbing running, the water from the toilet to get the grate empty it went to, or maybe some creaking as the back door was pushed on by the wind, but tonight, right now, there was nothing. I listened harder, and I realized I couldn't even hear the sounds of nature. The silence was deafening. I could hear my blood rushing in my ears, the movement of my comforter on my skin. I could hear my heart beating out loud, plain as day. I got out of bed. The springs squeaked as if they were frightening mice. Switched on my lamp. It shone bright for a grand total of 5 seconds, then winked out. Now, normally, something like this wouldn't make me lose composure, but the thing is, I could tell it was nothing related to the fuse or outlet, as my clock was still displaying the time. 2:59. Grabbed my flashlight, flicked it on. Surprisingly, it worked. So I strode to my bookshelf and I grabbed the most weapon-like thing that I could find. My pocket knife. It's not exactly intimidating, but I just snatched it, held it in my fist, fear shaking my hands. This wasn't my standard night, so I was understandably frightened. I stepped out of my room, taking a last look at the clock. I don't really think I need to tell you what time it was, but I'll say it anyway. 2:59. The rest of the house was still silent, and I figured maybe the breaker in the rest of the house was just tripped by something. It happens, right? So I headed towards the garage, where the fuse box thing was. I was uninterrupted on the way there through the darkened hallway, and I felt even more fearful. I could usually hear my mom asleep, snoring away, and my dogs being loud as they are, but nothing. I started to rush and instantly tripped over something. I kept a tight grip on my light, but not my knife, which fell from my hand and put itself in the floor next to my face. I flinched away from it, now visibly shaken. I sat up, casting my light around for whatever I had tripped over, but it was gone. I knew it wasn't my feet. I could feel something like fur on it. Maybe it'd been one of the dogs, but wouldn't I have heard it scramble away? So I scooted away, forgetting my knife, and I stood up. I proceeded towards the kitchen, then eventually the garage. In the kitchen, the oven's clock wasn't on, nor was the microwave, which just reinforced my theory about the power. I looked at my phone on the counter and turned the screen on. Time was, you guessed it, 2:59. It made me feel fear as I progressed to the garage. I opened the door, tried the light, nothing. Figures, so I stepped into the room, looking with my flashlight for the fuse box. That is, until the light went out. I smacked it against my hand, expecting it to flicker to life, but nothing. And suddenly, through the little clothing I had on my body, I could feel the room's temperature, ice cold. No, I don't watch a lot of horror shows. I knew something was up. I've lived in the South for all of my life, and there's absolutely no reason an early fall night would be this cold. I shivered, my teeth chattering audibly, and I turned around to step back inside. And the door wasn't there. I remember I just up and said, "What the fuck?" Now, it wasn't that I could see a bare wall or something. Quite the opposite. In fact, I couldn't see anything, which unsettled me more. The scant light from my bedroom should have been visible, but it wasn't. It wasn't there. My lighthouse, my rock, the little bit of courage I had left was gone, and now I was alone, afraid, and blind. I felt my heartbeat quicken, my blood freezing and boiling all at once, my stomach disappearing. I heard a clatter on what felt like the other side of the room, and then the pitter-patter of animal steps. And then a growl. Looking around, panicking now, I couldn't see anything. I fumbled for the light switch, and finding it, I switched it off and on again. This time, there was a flicker of light, and I saw the fuse box easily enough on the other side of the room. And that's when I saw it. It was a large, black, dog-like thing with greasy, oily fur. It had green eyes, almost human in their sockets. I saw near me, in the newfound light, was sitting a plant pot. I dropped my flashlight, which flickered on as it hit the ground, snatched the pot, and threw it at the thing. The ceramic pot bounced off the thing and slid to the side near the fuse box while it skittered away out of the light's range, and I instantly dashed for the fuse box. In a full-on sprint now, the garage seemed too long, too much ground to cover, but I was suddenly there, only a few feet away from the salvation of sweet, sweet light, and then
My knees buckled and it slammed into my legs. I rolled over, I kicked, I screamed out of the silence. He was hissing into my face, one almost fluid mass on my body, holding me down with those eyes staring into me. I screamed again and I hit it in what seemed to be the face. It reared back and skidded away, and it let me whip around and claw at the fuse box. I flipped every single one into the on position and huddled up against the wall, breathing short, ragged gasps. I got up. It was gone. Leaving the garage, I left the light on until I could slam the door shut and lock it behind me. I did so with every other room in the house until I grabbed my knife from the living room floor. Then I backed myself into the room and pushed my bookshelf against my door. Nothing else. Not tonight. Climbing into my bed, satisfied that I wasn't going to be interrupted anymore. I turned my lamp back on. The light stayed on this time, and I grabbed my TV remote, flicked my TV on. I queued up another episode of The Office. I calmed myself down. Never got a chance to enjoy it, because my clock let out this little beep. And then the lamp in the TV went out. When I turned to see the time, it was 3 o'clock. I don't stay up late. Not anymore. The temperature reached 60 degrees yesterday. Today, it's scheduled to snow 6 inches. Such appropriate weather. Yesterday, my heart was so full of warmth as I sat on my back porch, bringing Mindy inside for the first time all year. Today, she's dead, and my heart is a frozen wasteland. I grew Mindy from seed. When I was 12 years old, I lived in Wausett, Maine. One summer day, I was taking my usual lonely walk when I found the most beautiful, vibrant pink flower growing on the ground where the nuclear power plant used to be. I took out my pocket knife, cut it at the stem, and carried it directly to the hospital where my mother was dying of lung cancer. On the day my mother died, the flower shriveled up and dropped a single seed down into the vase where it was kept. I poured the seed out, kept it in my pocket for a week, wrapped in a moist paper towel while we held my mother's funeral. Then I planted it in our backyard. I watered it every day that it didn't rain that summer, but nothing happened. Not until the next spring, when a tiny sprout popped out of the spot where I had buried the seed. I continued to tend to it before school, where I would be shunned and outcast due to my deformities, and after school, while my father sat inside the house drinking, and my older brother was off somewhere unknown. When I was 14, my father announced that we would be moving up the coast to Belfast, where a new shipyard was opening. He had gotten a job painting boats. "What about Mindy?" I asked. I wasn't physically able to produce tears, but I felt like I imagined how other people felt like when they cried, like I'd felt so often during my life. "Who's Mindy?" asked my father. "Is that a girl at your school?" "No," I said. "She's my flower. She hasn't flowered yet, but I knew that she would one day. The seed I planted in the yard, the one I water every day." My father smiled. He could get very mean sometimes, but I thought that was just because life had been so mean to him, like it had been mean to all of us. At heart, he was gentle, a loving man. It was just that his heart had been so buried by so many other things that it rarely saw the light of day.
"Well, bring Mindy with us, Sammy," he said. "Yeah? We'll dig her up, put her in a nice big pot so she has room to grow, and we'll bring her with us. How does that sound?" Sounded good. I had no attachment to the place other than Mindy. There were some good memories, but even more horrible memories. My brother didn't adapt well to the move. When I was 17, he overdosed on Oxycontin and died. I watered Mindy every day in her pot next to the couch. She kept growing bigger. She hadn't flowered yet. I was scheduled to attend college at UMO in the fall. I was going to major in botany. Then Stephen died and my father stopped going to work. "It's all fucking misery and bullshit," my father said to me one day, soon after Stephen had died. "There's no fucking point. There's no fucking God. Nothing but fucking misery and bullshit for us, boy. Need the proof? Look at the fucking mirror." I did. And I saw the same twisted, mangled face looking back at me that I'd seen every day since I could remember. I watered Mindy. "Go ahead and water that plant, boy. You water it, and if you're lucky, you'll live long enough to watch it die." I didn't go to college because I couldn't. My father was in no shape for work, and without me, well, he would surely die. I got a job at Athena Health. It was the only place that I thought that would take me. No experience necessary, and more importantly, no face-to-face interaction with customers. I just had to punch numbers into a computer all day. Got a steady paycheck. It was enough to keep us alive. "You're a good boy," said my father one evening, visibly drunk. "Sorry you ended up with a shit draw. This shit old man, shit face. Isn't your fault. You've got a better heart than 99% of them out there, a better heart than my shriveled up old chunk of meat, for sure." I watered Mindy. And then I saw it. No, I heard her first, and then I saw it. A little pink blossom just beginning to poke out of the dark green bud. She said into my head, 8, 14, 23, 25, 41, 53. Go to the store down the street. Play these numbers in the lottery. You won't win the jackpot, but you'll do quite well. I set the watering can down and I turned to my father. "I'm going to run down to Belfast Variety, Pop. You need anything?" "Yeah, more beer." "You know I can't get that. Have you had dinner?" My father sighed. "Alright, get me 3 tenders, would you?" "Thanks, Sammy." "I'll be right back," I said. I walked to the store, the cold winter air having no effect on me at all. It felt good and warm. That voice inside my head had been so soft and soothing. It was the first time that I really felt like everything was going to be okay. I bought a lottery ticket the next day. I found out that I had won $1,000. My father was pleased. I watered Mindy. "It's dangerous for us to talk, Samuel, but I need you to know you're loved very much." I looked at the full pink flower blossoming in front of me. It was so beautiful. "Life is hard," I said in my mind. "I don't know what to do. I love you." "I will protect you," said Mindy, "like you have protected and nurtured me. But we can't talk often. It's not safe. You understand?" I nodded and put the watering can down on the table. I caressed her moistened leaves, too in awe to dare touch the flower herself. My father was in the kitchen drinking coffee, looking at the newspaper. He looked up when he saw me.
Think my back's feeling better today, Sammy.
There was never anything wrong with its back.
Might try to get out there and see if anyone will hire an old dog like me. Worth a shot, I guess. I could still move from point A to point B. Might as well take advantage of that while I can.
That sounds great, Pop, he said, arranging the half of my face that could move into what I thought might pass as a smile. That was the day I first saw the shadow rats. When I stepped outside to go to work, there were a dozen of them surrounding the house. I hesitated. They looked sinister. It's the best way that I can think of to describe them. They were in the shape of large rodents with long tails, but there was no substance to them. Rather, it was as though they were sucking up the space they occupied. That their forms were created by the erasure of what was there. I heard Mindy in my mind. Don't touch them. Go to work. The shadow rats inched closer, but I did as she said. That evening, I caressed Mindy's leaves. What are the shadow rats? I asked. I knew that we weren't supposed to talk much, but I had to know. I was transformed completely in the accident, she said. They weren't, and they'll never forgive me for that. They're people projecting their bitter hearts into the form of shadow rats, trying to kill me. What accident? I asked. Shh, she said. Touch me. My flower. I reached my hand up and brushed against the bright pink petals. My body exploded in pleasure I had never known. Yes, she said, like that. Open me up. I brought my other hand up and lightly ran my fingers over her flower. I opened up to reveal a deep pink center. My nerves were alive with bliss. I didn't think it was possible to feel that good. Now put it inside me, she said. Are you sure? I asked. Do it, she screamed. I did it. Mindy wrapped herself around me, and I seemed to be drawn deeper and deeper into heaven itself. The next morning, the weather was fine. We sat out on the porch for the first time that year. They're coming, she said. I looked to the edge of the deck. I saw a pair of shadow claws hoisting a shadow rat up, then another and another. Remember that I love you, she said. No matter what, I always love you. I cupped her flower in my hand. I love you too, I said. Then I stood up, and I walked over to one of the rats. I lifted my foot to stomp on it. Don't! Screamed Mindy. I brought my foot down on the shadow rat. A shock of coldness ran through my body, starting at my foot. It was difficult to move, but I turned and crushed another shadow rat beneath my heel. Please! Shouted Mindy in my head. They will consume you! I saw two shadow rats scampering toward her. I leapt forward onto my belly and grabbed one with each hand. It felt like they were burnt. It felt like I was getting burnt all over again, but it also felt cold. So cold. I squeezed them in my hands and they stopped moving. I stomped more. Then I stopped moving. I was frozen. I watched helplessly as 4 shadow rats scampered over to Mindy. I knew that I couldn't save her. You said that they were human. That they're projecting. Who are they? Death upon death does not bring life, she said softly. Who are they? I screamed. She told me as the first shadow rats crawled up her stalk and sunk its teeth in. Mindy. I cried. She was gone. I'm holding her lifeless head. Her beautiful pink petals now shriveled up as the first flakes of snow fall from the sky. There's a seed in there. I could plant it. Spring is nearly upon us. I could tend to it every day and hope she grows once again. Or I could travel the country and I could hunt down the rats at their source, giving them the merciless death that they had earned. But I can't do both.
My name is Amanda. I'm 21, and I wake up with zippers in my skin. When I was 14, I really wanted a tattoo. I knew exactly what I wanted it to be. A butterfly with eyes on the wings. It was a design I created myself. Of course, my parents said no. I'd have to wait until I was 18. For weeks, I drew the design in my journal and school notebooks over and over again. One night, I even called a parlor just to ask how much it would cost. I wasn't going to go through with it, of course, but just calling filled me with excitement. One Saturday morning, a few weeks later, I woke up and there it was, a zipper, about 4 inches long, along the underside of my left forearm. The slider at the end nearest to my elbow. I screamed. My parents rushed up to my room, but I was crying so hard I couldn't even form words, only show them my arm. I was still in my pajamas as they rushed me to the ER. "Were you drinking last night? Were you and your friends smoking weed or something?" I hadn't been, and I promised them so. The ER doctor said it looked like some extreme form of body modification. He certainly hadn't seen it before. When I assured him I hadn't gotten it put in, he also asked if I had been drinking the previous night and just didn't remember getting it. Again, I promised I hadn't. They scheduled me for surgery 3 days later, and by Tuesday night, my arm had stitches and gauze, but no zipper. Where had the zipper come from? I knew I hadn't gotten it put in. I mean, looking back, I'm pretty sure that neither my parents nor the doctor believed me. My best friend Kelsey, she did, but she wasn't the one I had to live with. While my parents didn't push me further for answers, they started to look at me and talk to me differently. I couldn't tell if they thought I was telling the truth, lying, or just crazy. So when the zipper came back 3 weeks later, my parents didn't react with the same urgency they had before. It was more like anger. They scheduled me for another surgery, making sure I knew that most of it wasn't covered by their insurance. By the way, and after the zipper was removed again, they made me see a counselor. The counselor didn't believe me either. My relationship with my parents fundamentally changed. I could feel that they didn't trust me anymore. They made sure to keep tabs on me wherever I went, and more than once, I found them verifying something I had said with other people. Enough time passed that I didn't think the zipper would come back. But about 3 months later, there it was again. Not only did I not want any more drama, I'd recently stopped seeing the counselor and I didn't want to go back. So I kept the zipper hidden, only wearing long-sleeve shirts or hoodies. For a long time, nothing happened. The zipper was my secret. One day, I started playing with the slider, just sort of flicking it, touching it. And I started to wonder what would happen if I opened the zipper. So carefully, I grabbed the slider and ever so slightly pulled it. It did exactly what you think it would. It opened, and it started bleeding. It hurt, of course, but it was more surprise than pain. I usually left it alone after that, only playing with it when I was feeling, distraught or stressed. I would wear a wristband under my shirt to make sure that the slider didn't get snagged on anything. I was 16 when the second zipper appeared. It was about 3 inches long and ran down my right thigh. I didn't go swimming after that. Literally nobody knew about my zippers, not even Kelsey, and I decided it was best to keep it that way. I was playing with the zipper on my arm a bit more frequently by that time and couldn't get it open about half an inch before I had to stop. The third zipper, on my lower back, appeared a few weeks after my 17th birthday. And the fourth one, just above my right breasts, well, it appeared a few days before graduation. I didn't date anybody, didn't take gym classes, and wore lots of flannel shirts. It was getting harder to keep my secret, but I did it. My parents eventually started trusting me more, and I wasn't about to go back the way it had been. It was also about that time when I realized that the original zipper was getting longer. It had been about 4 inches, but one day I realized that the slider was reaching my elbow, and when I measured it, I discovered it was now 6 inches. By the beginning of the next month, it had started to curl under my upper arm. I started college, and when I started getting into, the body positivity movement, I remember the first BP meeting I went to, as they talked about rejecting what society said was beauty and accepting your body for what it was. For the first time ever, I started to feel okay about what was happening to me. And then something happened. After a few weeks, I started to like the zippers. I still kept them hidden, of course, but I began buying little keychains and putting them in the sliders of my zippers at night. I'd stand in front of the mirror and begin taking photos of myself. The zippers were like piercings. They became a way to express myself, using my body as my own canvas. I did this for about a year. The original zipper had started on my arm, was now zagging through my armpit, down my back, curling around the side, and it was headed towards my belly button. It was my favorite one, where I would always put my favorite decoration. By this time, I now had 9 zippers total, and the older ones had started to grow longer too. I was 20 when I started uploading photos of the zippers to my body on Instagram, under the pseudonym of Zipper Girl. I actually started getting popular. I mean, people assumed I was an expert at theater makeup, and dozens of hipsters and goth girls commented about my skill and symbolism, which I liked. It was the guys' comments, though, that I loved, which were mostly about how beautiful my body was. I'd never really heard that sort of thing about me before. I'd certainly never felt it. First, I liked the attention, and then I loved it. Then, I craved it. I became obsessed with getting more and more fans and followers, patrons for my body, and slowly, playing with the zippers started feeling like a rush. One night, I decided to do a live stream for my followers. I made the announcement online, and after about an hour, I had 400 people waiting. It was exhilarating. I changed into a midriff-bearing shirt so I could show off my oldest and favorite zipper, which had grown between my belly button and waist, set up my laptop on the kitchen table, and turned on the camera. For a few minutes, I showed off most of my zippers, explaining where they were. Lots of heart eye emojis flashed across the screen, which just encouraged me more. I turned around to show my favorite zipper that ran down my back, and that's when I tripped. The slider for the long zipper, now 2 inches past my belly button, got snagged on the tablecloth. My heavy college books, laptop, and various objects prevented the tablecloth from going down with me. The zipper opened. As I lay on the floor, there was blood everywhere, and slimy rope-like things which took my brain a few moments to register as my intestines. I screamed, scrambling desperately to get them back inside my body, stuffing them in. But they kept getting caught in the zipper's teeth. I remember laying on my back to keep the blood in, and trying desperately to both get everything back in and close the zipper as I screamed. And I don't remember anything after that. I woke up 2 days later in the hospital. A local girl who knew me and, thank heavens, knew where I lived, was watching the stream and called an ambulance after I fell down and started screaming in front of 400 people. They weren't able to save all of my large intestine, and I had to undergo an emergency colostomy. I now have to use a bag to get the waste out of my body.
My name's Douglas. I'm an accountant for a large tech company in Seattle. My climbing group consists of Lenny, a high school friend of mine, Brandon, a painter, and Kelly, a botanist that does research at the state university. It's a mountain in Washington state that my climbing group and I wanted to climb for a while. I won't say the mountain so you guys won't go to test my story, but if you figure it out, please don't do what we did. A bunch of us conveniently had our vacation time line up, and we were all itching to climb this mountain together. We usually go climbing at least twice a year. Recently, climbing Kilimanjaro was one of our biggest expeditions to date. We hadn't been able to climb together for a while, so we looked up if the mountain was open. It was closed for another 3 weeks, which was odd considering the weather was perfect. Light snowfall, dry switchbacks, and not too much wind at the peak. Since this mountain was so close to where we all lived, and we've never summited it together as a group, we decided to risk it. If we drove out and got turned around, it wouldn't be a big deal. We'd probably have dinner together at a local all-you-can-eat buffet or find a small peak to hike up. We all climbed this mountain before ourselves, so we were all very familiar with the terrain and trails. We were confident that we could do it safely on our own, so we got our gear together, pulled into Lenny's car, and drove up to the base of the mountain. A little over an hour later, we reached a steel gate, the kind that swings in and out over the road with spikes on the front to mess up any cars that try to drive through. The park's locked up. Guess we gotta turn around, Kelly said. I noticed that there was a chain around the swinging gate, but no lock. I told the group to wait for me. I hopped out of the car, ran over to the chain holding the gate closed, and removed the stick holding the chain in place. It swung the gate open. Car rolled through, and I replaced the chain stick and hopped back in. Well, that's weird. Why wouldn't they lock it? Brandon said. We all shrugged, but we returned to our normal conversation, just pleased that we had made it through. For the next half hour, we drove up winding and washboarded roads, stopping to pee and take pictures here and there. We rounded the last corner before the parking lot. Lenny noticed it first. Guys, look! Someone's in the info booth. We all squinted to look through the dusty windshield, and we all made out the same picture. A park ranger, on the skinny side, was happily tapping a beat out on his clipboard and smiling at us. You know when you get caught walking through the halls at school by the teacher whose class you're skipping? You don't know what to say, as almost anything that leaves your mouth will just make the situation worse. Well, that's how we felt. Lenny, somewhat used to that feeling from high school nonetheless, spoke up when we reached the booth. Hey, he said cheerfully, to mask his worry. Hey guys, heading up the mountain today? The ranger asked. Lenny paused for a second. Yeah, as long as it isn't closed. We saw somewhere that it might be closed, is that true? If it's closed, I shouldn't be out here. The ranger laughed. They better pay me overtime if that's the case. The car faked the laugh. Our eyes darted nervously at each other. Was the mountain actually open? It seems pretty empty here. Where is everyone? Lenny asked, gesturing towards the absence of cars in the parking lot. Dunno. Quiet season, I guess. More mountain for us, he said, winking. Maybe go up myself today, if I get the chance. I just love the mountain. It's beautiful this time of year. Well, maybe we'll see you on the trail, Brandon yelled out from the back. I hope so, the ranger said. Let me take your names down. How long do you plan on staying? Just a day hike or overnight? Overnight. Snow camping, hopefully, I said. That's Kelly, Brandon in the back, Lenny driving, and me, Douglas. The ranger scribbled our info down on his clipboard and slammed it onto the table when he finished. Great. Be safe. Have fun. Enjoy the mountain. We nodded politely and drove into the parking spot. No one really said anything, but we were all thinking the same thing. Nothing about that conversation felt normal, or safe, or comfortable, and everything about it just felt off. I guess we were just happy that we didn't get kicked off the mountain. Lenny brought up the ranger about 10 minutes into our hike, but that conversation quickly died down. The first hour of the hike was normal. Sort of forgot about the weird parking lot encounter. About halfway up the switchback portion of the mountain, before the glacier-covered peaks, Kelly started feeling sick. We chalked it up to the altitude sickness, but found it weird that a seasoned climber like her would feel sick this low. We weren't high up at all. She insisted that we keep going. We made it this far already. Hey, let me spoil your fun. We camped lower on the mountain than we had hoped to, to let Kelly rest. She was pretty pale and needed to take a few breaks, more frequently than usual. So we set up the camp right on the edge of the snow. Lenny stayed with Kelly while Brandon and I took our day packs and walked up the glacier to sightsee with our binoculars. From our elevated position, we could see most of the surrounding landscape, rolling hills at the foot of the mountain, raging glacier runoff, and a sea of trees that stretched beyond the horizon. Sadly, we didn't spot any wildlife, but we had a laugh making David Attenborough-esque jokes while observing Kelly and Lenny, moping around the camp. The wind died down just enough for Brandon and I to hear a strange clicking noise coming from behind us up the face of the mountain. It sounding similar to river rocks bouncing off of each other, but it had a strange tempo to it. I looked at the source of the sound and saw someone sort of thrashing around on a patch of exposed gravel and rocks, his movements sort of rhythmic but still erratic, like a robot copying dance moves. He slowly turned towards us, and once he was fully facing Brandon and I, we could see that he was the park ranger we saw earlier. Brandon and I watched in curiosity and horror as the park ranger jerked and twisted, kicking rocks and jumping up and down. He noticed us and stopped dancing immediately, and waved. He motioned for us to come up to meet him with a big smile on his face. Against every instinct, every gut feeling, Brandon and I could not help but join him on his patch of rocks. It was like we were on an escalator, the way our legs effortlessly carried us up the mountain. "Beautiful up here, isn't it?" Park ranger asked. He had his hands on his hips and his chest puffed out in sort of a exaggerated parody of a proud parent. "Oh, for sure," Brandon said. I could tell he was locked in the same sort of trance I was. I wanted to scream at him, run, yell down at the others to call for help, but I was frozen. "Yeah, I love it here. Beautiful this time of year," I heard myself say. It was like someone was using my mouth to speak. I had no control over it. The ranger took a deep breath, but it looked wrong the way he did it. His shoulders just sort of shrugged, and he arched his back unnaturally, like he was intimidating someone breathing. It didn't occur to me at the time, but I only ever saw him inhale when he spoke. His chest would just collapse, but no air would escape. I tried with everything I had in me to break up my legs and run, but it was as if I had stepped in concrete. I could barely wiggle, like I had 1 millimeter of space around my body to move. "Glad you guys could join me up here for a bit. I love company. Job gets lonely sometimes," he said. With his last sentence, he kicked a pebble down the mountain like a disappointed kid. We all stood in silence for what felt like 20 minutes before I squealed out the only sentence I could manage to say. Who are you?" Brandon's eyes shot towards mine as if I did something horribly wrong. If he looked scared before, now he looked horrified. "How about this weather? They should open the park earlier. Folks miss out on a good 3 weeks of clear skies," the ranger said. That did it. I broke free. I nearly tackled Brandon over, trying to drag his stiff body away from the ranger. We tumbled a few meters down the glacier in a tangled mess. "Going so soon? Stay here for a bit, taking the view," the ranger called out, cupping his hands in the front of his mouth, still unable to speak. I pulled as hard as I could against Brandon's locked-up frame. He too soon broke free and joined me in running haphazardly down the glacier in silence. The ranger didn't follow us. He kept inviting us back to his spot. I honestly don't remember what he was yelling, and with every step I took, it got harder and harder to breathe. A strange pressure was building up in my head, and my vision was slowly tunneling, and by the time we reached our camp, I was almost completely blind, save for a drinking straw-sized circle of vision. I barreled into the tent's nylon wall and screamed with everything I could at Lenny and Kelly. "We have to go now!" "What's going on?" Lenny yelled back from inside the tent. I tore the door open and saw Lenny bent over Kelly's pale and unconscious body. "She's in real bad shape." Started mumbling, then fell asleep. She's super cold, like dead cold. "What happened to you?" Lenny said. He looked us up and down, grimacing as if he'd been in a brutal car crash. "That ranger, he's here. Something's wrong. We just need to go." "And leave her?" Lenny said. "I feel like moving her would kill her. We need to call for help." I looked back at the patch of rocks, but the ranger wasn't there. I scanned the rest of the mountain face and found no trace of him. Maybe we can get an airlift. Where's your satellite phone? My bag, in my tent, he said, pointing to the blue tent a bit higher up the mountain, pitched in a flat patch of gravel. I ran as fast as I could towards the door facing us. It was only until I got within 10 feet of it that I noticed a face pressed hard against the door facing me from the inside of the tent. The ranger, its open mouth and eyes were pressed hard against the nylon surface. I quietly unhooked my ice axe from my belt and I tiptoed towards the tent before swinging as hard as I could into its face. Felt like I hit a block of ice on the way. It just shattered and splintered all over the inside of the tent. A horrible, grotesque scream followed. It made my eyes water and my chest shake. It was so high-pitched, I could feel my bones vibrate. Whatever was in the tent began savagely ripping at the walls, thrashing and kicking like a trapped animal. It was clawing at the door, trying to find the zipper. I ran, screaming for my friends to run and follow me. We left our tents, gear, and Kelly behind as we scrambled down the mountain as fast as possible. We spent more time tumbling down the face of the mountain than on our feet, but it didn't matter. We reached the parking lot, covered in deep gouges from falling on the rocks and roots, and Lenny started the car, slammed on the accelerator. We took corners at impossibly fast speeds, slamming into the jagged sides of the mountain carved away to make the road. We even crashed through the gate at the bottom of the hill, which ruined our radiator, sprayed hot coolant all over the inside of the car. We drove into town, our car scratched and smoking, and pulled into a parking lot where we threw up and cried. We woke up in the hospital. We told the police we lost control on a back road and that Kelly was with us the whole time. The police searched the mountain and they found nothing. No gear, no tents, no Kelly. Just footprints all over the surface of the glacier. Despite all of this, the park and mountain opened up 3 weeks later, on schedule without issue. I stopped reading updates about the mountain staff when I learned that a new employee named Kelly joined as the newest member of the park rangers that year. Said she was a botanist. She studied the flora of the park. Blaney and I never spoke to each other after we left the hospital. And last I heard of Brandon, he quit his job. He moved back with his parents in Florida. I still work for the same company. Been almost a year since this happened. I have time off coming up again. I feel drawn to that mountain still. It's not open for a couple more weeks. I know it's not locked. I know I'll be allowed in. Anyways, I have a conversation to finish with that particular ranger. Hey there, kids. It's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and this is the last in the first series of 3 of True Crime Storytime. So this has been an interesting test. There's been a couple of neat stories I had never even thought to look into before, as well as dealing with any kind of true crime. So if you guys are interested in this, if you guys have liked this, please, as always before, leave a comment down below. Let me know what kind of crimes you'd like me to look into in the future, or let me know if you're enjoying it at all. For tonight's story, kids, I want you guys to think about one thing, and that's creepypastas. Creepypastas are online urban legends. They spread in the same way that any other urban legend would spread in real life. A simple tale about a monster in the dark, something that can come at you out of nowhere. A little girl who stands by your bed and watches you sleep. A boy with a cut face climbs in your window with a knife. Tall man in the trees. And all these just get copied and pasted, or copied and pasted, or creepy pasted around the internet, right? I never really think about those things existing in real life. Because they're fiction. Creepypastas are fiction. But people like the Axeman, surprisingly, even with a name like that, was real. From May 1918 to October 1919 in New Orleans, Louisiana, a serial killer ran rampant. This serial killer was named Axeman by the public due to the way he murdered his victims. His first two victims were a grocer, an Italian man named Joseph Maggio, and his wife, Catherine Maggio. They were murdered on May 23, 1918. The couple were sleeping in their apartment located above the grocery store. The killer broke into that apartment, slit their throats with a straight razor. After he slit their throats, he bashed their heads in with an axe. When the police arrived at the crime scene, they discovered the bloody clothes of the murderer. It was stated that the murderer had changed into a set of clean clothes before fleeing the scene to avoid any suspicion. As the police continued their investigation, they were able to rule out the cause of the attack to be a robbery, as their money and valuables were left untouched. Near the crime scene, a message was written in chalk. The message read, "Mrs. Joseph Maggio will sit up tonight. Just right, Mrs. Tony." Police questioned multiple suspects, however, they were all released for a lack of evidence to tie them to the murders. On June 27, 1918, a little over a month after the first attack, another couple was attacked early in the morning. The victims were a grocer named Louis Basumer and his mistress, Harriet Lowe. The couple lived in the apartment that was located behind the store. When the store was not open in the morning, someone went to check on them and discovered them in a pool of blood. Basumer was struck above his right temple by an axe. Lowe was struck above her left ear. Although both suffered traumatic attacks, they were both still alive. Again, multiple suspects were questioned for the crime. They were all released on a lack of evidence. The crime was reported in multiple newspapers. Many of the newspapers focused on the fact that Lowe was Basumer's mistress and the fact that it was a scandal instead of the attack itself. On August 5th, 1918, Lowe had surgery to correct the partial paralysis of her face that was caused by the attack. However, 2 days after the surgery, Lowe died. Before Lowe died, she stated that she believed Louis Basumer was the one who attacked her. He was charged with murder and served 9 months in prison. On May 1st of 1919, Louis Basumer was acquitted for the crime after a 10-minute jury deliberation. Also on August 5th, 1918, a third attack was reported. The attack was on Mrs. Edward Schneider, who was 8 months pregnant at the time. Schneider woke up to a dark figure standing above her. Her husband returned home from work to discover her shortly after midnight. Her scalp had been cut open, and her face was completely covered in blood. She survived her attack and gave birth to a baby girl 2 days after the attack. One man was arrested, however, he was released due to a lack of evidence. Police had suspected that the attack of Schneider was related to the previous attack on Basumer and Maggio. 5 days after the attack on Schneider, on August 10th, 1918, another grocer named Joseph Romano was attacked. Romano lived with his two nieces. His two nieces woke to a loud commotion in their uncle's room. They went into Romano's room to check on him and discovered their uncle on the ground with a fatal injury to his head. Although the injury was serious, Romano was able to walk to the ambulance. However, Romano died 2 days after the attack. Romano's nieces also stated that they saw the attacker running from the scene. The girls described the attacker to be a dark-skinned, heavy-set man that wore a dark suit and a slouched hat. The crime was noted to be similar to the previous attacks. All locations were ransacked, but nothing was stolen. The attacker used the owner's hatchet and blades. The panels of the room and windows were chiseled, so the attacker could gain entry into the homes. Finally, the majority of the victims were of Italian descent. The attackers and murderers were causing fear in New Orleans. The police were busy with reports from the public claiming that they had seen the Axeman lurking around in neighborhoods. Axes were reported to have been tampered with and were found in backyards, and doors and windows were also altered and chiseled. Citizens started to carry loaded shotguns, and families started to take turns watching over their other family members at night to prevent another attack. One report that the police received was the Axeman was dressed and acting like a woman. Another report was that some had witnessed the Axeman leaping over a back fence. The public continued to panic of the unknown surrounding the Axeman. It is believed that due to this widespread panic, the Axeman stopped attacking due to his own fear of being killed by a citizen defending themselves with a weapon. As time passed, the fear of the Axeman began to lessen, and the neighborhoods returned to normal. However, on March 10, 1919, the Axeman attacked another individual. Charles Cartamiglia, also a grocer, his wife Rosie, and their 2-year-old daughter Mary were attacked in their homes in Gretna. This town is located across the Mississippi River from New Orleans. Their screams were heard by their neighbor, a grocer, named Lorlando Giordano. Giordano rushed across the street to investigate and found the three attacked. Rosie woke up and found her husband was struggling with a large man holding an axe. The attacker disabled Charles by hitting him in the head with the axe. The attacker then attacked Rosie and Mary. Rosie begged for her life and the life of her daughter. Her pleas were left unheard, and the Axeman attacked them. When Giordano arrived, he discovered Charles lying in a pool of blood. Rosie was in the doorway with a head wound, holding a deceased Mary. The Cortimiglia couple were rushed to the hospital where they were treated for skull fractures. Charles was released 2 days after the attack, however his wife remained in the care of the doctors. Once Rosie had gained full consciousness, she stated that they were attacked by their neighbor, Lorlando Giordano, and his son, Frank Giordano. Although Lorlando had poor health and Frank was too large to fit through the back panel of the back door, they were arrested. Charles denied his wife's claims. However, the pair were charged with the murders and were found guilty. Frank was to be hanged, and his father was given life in prison. After the trials, Charles divorced his wife. A year after the events, Rosie reversed her claim, stating that she had falsely accused the two out of spite and jealousy. Since there was not any physical evidence, just Rosie's word against Giordano's, they were released from prison shortly after. Following the attack on the Cortimiglias that resulted in the death of their daughter, the panic in New Orleans arose again. The public began to arm themselves once again. The police stated that they believed that all the crimes were committed by the same man. The police stated that they believed he was, quote, a bloodthirsty maniac filled with a passion for human slaughter. On March 14, 1919, a newspaper received a letter from the Axeman. The letter stated, Hell, March 13, 1919. Esteemed mortal, they have never caught me, and they never will. They have never seen me, for I am invisible, even as the ether that surrounds your earth. I am not a human being, but a spirit, and a demon from the hottest hell. I am what you Orleanians and your foolish police call the Axeman. When I see fit, I shall come and claim other victims. I alone know whom they shall be. I shall leave no clue except my bloody axe, besmeared with blood and brains of he whom I have sent below to keep me company. If you wish, you may tell the police to be careful not to rile me. Of course, I am a reasonable spirit. I take no offense at the way they have conducted their investigation in the past. In fact, they've been so utterly stupid as to not only amuse me, but His Satanic Majesty, Francis Joseph. But tell them to be aware. Let them not try to discover what I am, for it was better that they were never born than to incur the wrath of the Axeman. I don't think there's any need of such a warning, for I feel sure the police will always dodge me, as they have in the past. They're wise and know how to keep away from all harm. Undoubtedly, you Orlanians think of me as a most horrible murderer, which I am. But I could be much worse if I wanted to, if I wished. I could pay a visit to your city every night. At will, I could slay thousands of your best citizens, for I am in close relationship with the Angel of Death. Now to be exact, at 12:15 earthly time, on next Tuesday night, March 19th, 1919, I'm going to pass over New Orleans. In my infinite mercy, I'm going to make a little proposition to you people. Here it is. I'm very fond of jazz music, and I swear by all the devils in the nether regions that every person shall be spared in those homes. A jazz band is in full swing at the time I have just mentioned. If everyone has a jazz band going, well then, so much the better for you people. One mention. If everyone has a jazz band going, but one thing is certain, and that is that some of your people who do not have jazz on Tuesday night, if there be any, will get the axe. Well, as I am cold and crave the warmth of my native Tartarus, and it is about time I leave your earthly home, I will cease my discourse, hoping that thou wilt publish this, that it may go well with thee. I have been, am, and always will be the worst spirit that ever existed, either fact or realm of fancy. The Axeman. The newspaper published the letter, and the public did, as the Axeman told them to. Citizens all over New Orleans listened to jazz music on March 19th. Music was heard throughout homes and parties were in full swing. That night, the Axeman did not claim any victims. On August 10th, 1919, grocer Steve Boca was attacked while he slept. Boca awoke to a dark figure looming over him. The attacker hit Boca in the head with an axe. Boca survived the attack. Once he awoke, he ran to his neighbor's home, where he collapsed again. He was treated for his injuries, however, he could not remember the details of his attacker. Like the other attacks, nothing was stolen from his home, and the back door paneling was chiseled. On September 2nd, 1919, a pharmacist, William Carson, escaped a possible attack from the Axeman. Carson shot multiple shots at the intruder. The attacker left a broken door and an axe behind the scene. The next day, September 3rd, a young girl named Sarah Lawman was attacked with an axe while she was asleep in her locked home. Her neighbors discovered her in her bed unconscious. She had a severe head injury and was missing several teeth. Lawman suffered from a concussion, but survived her attack. The axe used in her attack was found, bloody, in the front lawn. Panic arose in New Orleans. However, for 2 months there was not another attack by the Axeman. The last attack documented occurred on October 27, 1919. Grocer Mike Pipton was murdered. His wife heard a noise coming from their bedroom. While she went to check what it was, she discovered a large man wielding an axe. He was fleeing the scene. Mike was killed in the attack, and his wife and 6 children were not harmed. Mrs. Pepton could not describe the murderer. The axe was found at the scene, and the back door was chiseled. The police continued to investigate the cases. However, nothing came from the investigation. Mike Pepton was the last known victim, and to this day, the attacks and the murders from the Axeman remain unsolved. What I want you guys to take away from tonight's episode is that urban legends always come from something. Maybe they're not as much smoke and mirrors, monsters. Maybe sometimes They're people with a vendetta. People who think they're demons. People who think they're monsters. Maybe in the case of this episode, they're just people with an axe. But I want you guys to think about something, that all of these negative things, all of this murder, attacks, they stem from one person, one twisted idea. And for you guys out there, you kids, stay away from those ideas as much as you can. Maybe we should just enjoy horror as it is. It's fiction. I was 10 when it happened. My 10th birthday. I was in the woods with my uncle and father, and they were making sure that I knew how to shoot. Before I could hunt deer, I had to show them that I could hunt bottles. By that I mean I had to hit 10 bottles from 10 feet away using 10 bullets. It wasn't much a test. I could have done that when I was 7. My guess is they wanted to do something special with the number 10. I would have preferred 10 cakes. Thanks to my well-placed shots, the first 3 bottles exploded in glittering green shards, against the sullen backdrop of the sun-punctured gray sky and the forest still recovering from last year's fire. They looked hauntingly pretty. Even though I'd worn my ear protection, I felt discomfort in both my ears. It wasn't the normal ringing that I'd encountered before, though. It was a painful buzzing like flies were trapped by my eardrums. I looked over and I saw my dad and uncle both rubbing the area around their ears. They'd taken out their plugs and looked uncomfortable and confused. I pulled off my own and asked what was going on. Dad shook his head and said that he didn't know. "Mother of fuck!" my uncle exclaimed, prompting a burst of giggles from me and a slap upside his head from my dad. But then we saw what caused his outburst. The 7 remaining bottles were floating. They stood motionless, 3 feet above the rocks where they were placed. The buzzing intensified and the 3 of us cringed. It was like a colony of bees had descended on the quiet forest. "Let's go," my dad said, grabbing my hand. We started walking back the way we came. And then the world ended. My father and uncle were hoisted into the air. I shrieked. Their eyes grew wide with fright, and they held their rifles in death grips while pointing them in every direction in a futile attempt to threaten whatever was assailing them. I remember how my dad looked right before it happened. The instant before, and one of the levitating bottles flew with impossible speed. It struck my dad in his open mouth and shattered. Glass stuck inside his devastated gums, tongue, and cheeks. My uncle, now screaming, was met with the same hideous assault. Both wailed around, the glass impaling the soft tissue of their mouths, while I tugged at my dad's leg, trying to pull him back to earth. 30 years later, their screams haunted me more than the sight of their blood. The blood poured. Blood gushed. In a haze of uncomprehending horror, I watched as the shards extracted themselves from the mouths of the men and began to carve. Lips were amputated, cheeks were excised, flesh dropped to the forest floor. The buzzing in my ears reached an unbearable level, and with a sharp cracking sound, everything went silent. Deaf, I huddled against a large tree and sobbed. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the violence in a noiseless, surreal nightmare. I saw the glass carve their gums down to the roots of their teeth. Their heads jerked forward in a powerful movement, and teeth exploded out of their skulls and into the sky. I followed their trajectory, and I saw, for the first time, a patch of dull green light behind the gathering clouds. I looked back at my father and uncle. They stopped moving, their arms and legs, and the violent forward motion had broken their necks. My uncle's eyes gaped and darted in every direction, but my dad's were on me. They expressed pain, but something else too. It was comfort, even in the bloodbath. He wanted me to know that it would be okay.
but it wasn't okay. The green light intensified and I saw the outline of something. That's still the only word I can use. Something. In the sky. First thing that came to mind was Medusa's head. It had a spherical center and countless serpentine spires jutting from it at every conceivable angle. Liquid patches of light traveled between the spires as it descended. I felt the buzz which had deafened me vibrating my hair and my fat, and it reached the tree line. It's the size of a house. My uncle and my dad had their eyes on it as their ruined mouths wept. The spire stopped mere feet away from the three of us. A sliver of green shone on the two men, and they began to shake wildly. If they hadn't been paralyzed from the tooth extraction, the shaking would have ensured it. They flopped like electrocuted rag dolls, pinned to a corkboard, arms, legs, hips, backs, all contorting in ways that would splinter and pulverize their bones. My father's knees bent forward, hyperextending until his toes were touching his hips. My uncle's lower jaw swept back and forth. There was no conceivable way they were still alive. With a sense of resignation, I realized I couldn't move. I was pinned in my position, helpless to do anything but stare at the carnage. I assumed I'd be next. Green light flashed red. The tattered clothing on my relatives split and fell to the ground, and the glass, which had dropped to the ground after finishing with their mouths, took to the air again. It sliced through their bodies in long, deep incisions. The red light intensified, and I watched as their splintered, fragmented bones were hurled from their bodies toward the liquid light in the spire. In a final hideous act, their eyes dropped from their boneless sockets. The pulp brain matter followed them. Two motionless bags of flesh hung in the silent forest. If I passed out at that point, it wasn't for long. My eyes opened to the sight of the husks of my uncle and father being prodded by one spire each. Skin flopped back and forth. They remained bone red. Any remaining blood rained onto the floor of the Arbitor Nouveau below them. The light had shifted from red to something else. I've never seen before. It was as if they were trapped in a beam of shadow. It wasn't perfectly black, but kind of a dark gray. Black fluid began to drip out of their skin. It puddled into the mass of blood and organs on the ground. Their flesh began to close. The dripping slowed and then stopped, and the bodies started to regain their original shape. My despondent resignation grew teeth as fresh fear suffused my small body. The skins were full again. Their arms and legs moved as if they were being tested. Eyes sprouted from the empty sockets and teeth filled their mouths. And after a few minutes, they looked exactly like they had before they'd been murdered. Exactly. Everything blurred after this. I remember them slowly descending to the ground. I remember their mouths moving as if they were talking to me. But in my deafness, I heard nothing. I remember trying to run, but being stopped and held against the chest of the thing who looked like my father. The twinkle of concern in his eyes was gone. I was carried through the forest to our house. I remember Mom staring at the sight of my nude father and uncle entering. And then I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was in my bed, and it was the day after my birthday. As I said, it's been 30 years. I'm still deaf. Everything continued as if nothing had happened, other than a freak accident due to a combination of misfiring shells and me shrugging off my hearing protection right beforehand. I even told my mom about it. She stroked my hair and she told me it must have been a terrible nightmare. There was no warmth in her eyes. My mother, my father, and my uncle, they still live in the same street. I live across town, I don't see them very often. They express great sadness at this, and they message frequently, but I can't forget what I know happened, what I know wasn't a dream. Over the years, there have been clues. Every so often, there'd be newspaper articles about strange lights in the sky, or messes of blood and organs found in the forest. They'd be things about always always explaining away auras or animal tracks. Weird stuff, but not anything that made people think more than twice. 5 years ago, I was on my way to the supermarket on my bicycle and the chain fell off. Pulled over on the sidewalk to fix it, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw another cyclist across the street. Then a car made an illegal turn and the cyclist had to swerve out of the way. He fell onto the ground, and I looked up. I realized it was Dad. He was picking himself up. A small gash had appeared on his elbow. It was greasy. This black liquid trickled down his arm. He saw me and he smiled. Looked at his arm and he sighed and he lifted the bike back onto his wheels, walked up to me, signed "Your mother and I miss you." He hopped on his bike and he rode away. And I just stared at the tiny black drops on the pavement.
There's nothing scary about the woods. Sorry guys, or should I say kids. I get it. You all saw the Blair Witch Project or read some shitty creepypasta BS online. And suddenly, some of the most beautiful places in the world are havens for zombies and demons or whatever garbage is lining the pockets of these writers these days. But guess what? It's all your imagination. Look, I remember being a kid. My mind would go all over the place. Ghosts, goblins, aliens, blah, blah, blah. You know what happened though? I hit 13, saw the real world. Here's why I'm so irritated about all this. Ooh, I'm so scared to go into the woods now bullshit. I live near a skate park. There are quite a few local businesses that used to thrive because of the high number of hikers, picnickers, and day trippers during the spring, summer, and fall. But over the last couple of years, perfectly coinciding with those idiots trying to one-up each other to cry about how scared they are, these businesses have lost a ton of money. Yes, I own one of them too, an ice cream stand. I could see the trend starting too. Pasty white, black-clad pre-teens on vacation with their parents would whine about being too frightened to go on a mile-long hike along a beautiful, pristine trail just because there were a few spooky-looking trees around, all the while shoveling ice cream into their soft faces. I thought back to what my father would have done if I complained about being too much of a baby to walk around outside for an afternoon. The only ice cream he would have bought me would have been the one for my black eye. So I lost money because of this shit. My buddies lost money too. Spouses divorced each other, kids ended up not going to the colleges they wanted to, and the local economy, aside from the revenue from the skiers in the winter, went to hell. And it's all because of those little assholes who think fragile bleeding and cowering in fear is more desirable than strength and resiliency. I truly weep for the future. My ice cream stand is supposed to reopen on March 1st. Already, though, I can tell that's going to be a brutal season. The pervasiveness of the stories online about creepy things in the woods and OMG, I can't believe what I found in my dairy while I was hiking has grown and grown. When I look through the comments on those ridiculous websites that showcase this trash, I see adults saying how terrified they are to even go into their backyards because they think some skinny guy in a suit or a troll monster is gonna possess them or something. Never once have the authors of this garbage thought about how their recklessness is destroying small businesses. Before my wife died, I was able to look out from my back porch and see families hiking through the woods, kids skipping stones into ponds, and dads teaching their sons and daughters how to safely build a fire using sticks. Now, it's just a timeless woods and a devastated economy. The childish dopes succeeding in scaring themselves away from nature, and they screwed up the livelihoods of real people in the process. Thankfully, every now and again a family will walk by the house and do the things I used to see before all of that I'm too scared horse shit started. The other day, for the first time in nearly 3 years, a young couple braved the melting snow and mud and then set up a tent right on the outskirts of my property. Do you know how happy it made me to finally see some people who weren't afraid of haunted woods or ghosts? I must have stayed in that tent until the sun came up, enjoying their warmth. Young meat. The woman died instantly, but her husband or boyfriend remained alive for hours. The only benefit of such a low population of hikers nowadays is that not a single person heard him screaming as he watched me eat the most tender morsels of his partner before I unleashed my appetite on him too. Another bonus, they were in a tent. I just had to wrap it all around and drag them back into the house. No fuss, no muss. After all my complaining, I have to admit, finding 2 people who were brave enough to go out in the woods helped me feel a little better. It showed me that they don't follow trends and did their own thing, just like in the old days. It doesn't entirely make up for the lost wages and the harm to the local economy, but it's still something. The knowledge, plus a freezer full of meat that'll last me through the spring, helps warm my cynical heart.
My name is Lily Madwip, and I think my dad is trying to kill me. He put Brussels sprouts on my plate. I know for a fact that Brussels sprouts are poison. Pastor says they're not, but they sure taste like it, I think. I never ate real poison, obviously. My brother Roger once knew a kid who drank so much cinnamon that he had to go to the hospital because it was eating away the inside of his tummy. That's what it feels like when I eat Brussels sprouts, like they're eating away at my insides. Eat your breakfast, please, Lily, my mom tells me. They're both trying to kill me. Brussels sprouts aren't even for breakfast. What kind of parents make their child eat Brussels sprouts for breakfast? I ask them this question. What kind of parents make their child eat Brussels sprouts for breakfast? You were told last night if you didn't eat them with your dinner, you were getting them cold in the morning, Dad says from behind his newspaper. Oh yeah. Brussels sprouts taste like garbage. I haven't eaten garbage either, but I've smelled it and it smells like Brussels sprouts. Lillian Alexandra Madwip. Adults use your middle name when they're trying to make you do things, and somehow it works. Middle names are magic. Anyone who knows yours has power over you. That's probably why some people don't have middle names. The most important people don't even have last names, like Madonna and Jesus and Garfield. Whenever they catch a killer, they tell everyone the person's middle name so that if they escape, anyone who sees them knows how to protect themselves. Dad throws down his newspaper and storms off to his workroom with his coffee. He and Mom had a big fight after Jamal and I found all the dead animals out in the woods the other day. I heard them from my room where I was painting a still life. Dad said things and people around me keep dying and stuff about me being creepy, and Mom said I'm his daughter, so if I'm creepy, I get it from him. Then she got on her phone and called people who came and collected all the dead animals in big garbage bags. There was a whole crew, like 6 people. They had these huge thick gloves on and wore masks like you see doctors wear when they're operating on somebody. One lady had a clipboard and she wrote down every animal they found. There were 23.5 squirrels. Things got worse when Mom came to tuck me into bed because I'd forgotten to tell her that Whiskers had died. All the yelling and banging of front doors and the van parked on the front lawn and garbage bags, and I didn't remember what started it all until she kissed me goodnight and saw his empty cage. Then everything started right back up again. Except for the van and the people with the garbage bags. I sure hope they don't come back and dig up all my pets. I take the bus to school. Our bus driver's name is Ed. He's been driving buses for 34 years, but not the same bus because buses grow old too. He says his son was in the army and now he works as a layabout. I think that means he's in the circus. I bet he got a job as the guy who shoots trapeze people out of the cannon because he was in the army. At morning recess, I sit on one of the benches by the baseball diamond and watch a bunch of 6th graders play kickball. Jamal is playing with them. His school is down the street and he and a couple other Catholic kids hang out and play with us most mornings because their school starts 15 minutes later. He looks happy for someone who still has nightmares about dead deer and bird banging and screaming at his bedroom window. He's going to kick the ball straight at Tyler O'Neill and it's going to hit Tyler right in the crotch. I'm amused because I get to see it happen twice. Pasher's in my backpack. He tells me I shouldn't laugh at other people's pain, but when Tyler gets hit in the crotch, Pasher agrees that it's a little funny. There's a new girl in our class. Her name is Meredith. Mrs. C.D., that's our teacher, has her stand up in front of the class and introduces her. C.D. stands for Carter Dogbill. She's got 2 last names. That probably makes it harder for other people to have power over her. Unless she's got no middle name. Mrs. C.D. used to be just Mrs. Carter, and then she married someone with the last name Dogbill and just nailed his last name onto the end of hers. Meredith just moved to town. She's real shy because she's got these marks on half her face. She covers them with her hair, but it's easy to see. Jeffrey Baker asks her what happened to her face and gets in trouble. Trouble in our class is these demerit slips you get for doing something wrong. 3 demerit slips in a week and you get to go talk to the principal, Mr. Longbow. He yells a lot and his face is always red from yelling. Meredith's face is red too. Pasher says she's got burns. I wonder if she's a pyromaniac. That's somebody who's crazy about fire. I mean literally crazy. There was this boy in Rogers grade who was a pyromaniac, and he went camping with his Boy Scout troop, saw a spider in his tent, and tried to kill it with hairspray and a cigarette lighter. He got burns all over his body because the tent caught fire with him inside of it. Mrs. Carter Dogbill asks us all what we say to Meredith, and nobody knows until Hannah Glass guesses, hello? And then we're all like, oh yeah. It was pretty funny nobody knew what Mrs. C.D. was talking about. I was going to guess sorry you got burned, but I'm not supposed to know that, I think. Mrs. C.D. makes Meredith sit next to me in the back of the room. Pasher tells me to be very nice because new kids are scared. I was going to be nice anyway. I make sure to blink a lot because I don't want her to think I'm staring at her burns. They make her face look kind of waxy, like a candle. Hi, I'm Lily, I tell her. New kids are the best because I haven't freaked them out yet. I know. I don't know how she knows that. Maybe some other kids already told her about me. I hope it wasn't Rachel whose dog died from seizures. Meredith pulls stuff out of her backpack. She's got a green pencil that's all glittery and has a rainbow eraser. Her notebook is 3 subjects, so it's already 3 times better than mine. She pulls out a Barbie doll and sets it on the front of her desk like I do with Pasher, and this thing is horrifying. It's got no clothes at all, and most of its hair is missing. There's black scorch marks on its face, and one of its hands is melted into a lump. I can't help it. I gotta stare at this doll. This is Barbie, Meredith says and turns her Barbie toward me. Oh God, its face is kinda melted too. I make Pasher salute Barbie. This is Pasher. But then I feel bad because Barbie doesn't have articulated limbs like Pasher, and her hand is a lump anyway. Meredith sits next to me at lunch. Nobody else sits by me, so new kids usually end up there. But she doesn't just sit at the table, she sits next to me. She has a purple lunchbox with planets and comets on it. I have a paper bag with my name on it in Sharpie. Her lunch is a peanut butter sandwich and some carrot sticks and a plastic bottle of lemonade with, oh my God, she has Oreos. I've got a high C and some blue corn chips and a pepperoni and mustard sandwich. My dad snuck more cold Brussels sprouts into my lunch. I can't tell if it's meant to be a joke or not. I swear he's trying to kill me. Meredith asks permission from the lunch monitor to go use the bathroom, and she leaves her melted Barbie and Oreos with me. Not like I get to keep them, but she says she trusts me to protect them. The moment she's gone, though, her Barbie starts talking. It tells me its name is Nathaniel. I've never met another doll that spoke to me like Pasher does. I ask if it's an angel like Pasher, and it says it is. I wonder if every doll has an angel in it. That would be a lot of angels, but I guess if they run out, God could just make more. I ask Nathaniel if Meredith knows he's an angel, and if he minds being a melted Barbie with boobies. No and no. Then he tells me that Meredith has a gift like me. I ask him if she sees things before they happen, and he says that she doesn't. He says her gift is that she burns things. Like a pyromaniac? Kind of. Has she ever burned a spider in a tent? No. She burned her parents, though. Burned them right up. They're not even buried like Roger is. They're ashes, and they got scattered in a park. He says Meredith lives with a foster family now, and they don't know that she burns things. They try to be nice to her, but she's always sad because she knows she burned up her folks and she misses them. It's okay for her to be sad, Nathaniel says, but if she gets angry, I need to get away. That's when she starts burning things. Meredith comes back and Nathaniel goes quiet. She looks happy because I guarded her Oreos and melted Barbie, but I'm scared now because what if someone hits her with a dodgeball in gym class and she sets us all on fire? The boys want to play dodgeball all the time because it's the only time they can hit us girls and not get in trouble. The bell rings for afternoon recess and Meredith lets me have one of her Oreos because all I got left are Brussels sprouts. "Do you want to play on the swings?" she asks. "Okay." I'm sweating the whole time we're swinging. Out of fear, not because Meredith is hot. I don't know how she burns things. Nathaniel didn't tell me. I think she uses her mind, but maybe she has laser eyes like Superman and Cyclops. Those are comic book characters, though. They're not real. Lisa Welch and her crew of jerk girls start coming over. She always looks smug. Probably because she is smug. Her dad is a dentist, so her teeth are always perfect and she likes to show them off by smiling at everybody, even people she hates, like me. I'm probably going to need braces. I know Lisa and her friends are going to make fun of Meredith because making fun of people who look different is their favorite thing to do after chasing the boys around the baseball diamond when they're trying to play kickball and telling each other stories about stupid stuff their parents bought them, like Breyer horses and jewelry with their names on it in case they forgot their stupid names. Stupid Lisa Welch and her crew of jerk girls. "Hi, Lily," Lisa says. She makes it sound like she's singing when she says hi. I guess that's how smug people do things. "Who's your new friend?" I hop off the swing and stare at Lisa because I'm good at staring. "If you don't go away, you're going to trip and break your front tooth on a rock." I'm lying, but Lisa Welch and her crew of jerk girls don't know I'm lying. They just know that I tell people things before they happen. She covers her precious mouth and starts to run away. But then she trips and falls on her face, and next thing we all know, she's crying and clutching her face and bleeding from the mouth, and they're all yelling to one of the recess monitors that I put a curse on her. I'm just shocked. "Lily Madwip put a curse on Lisa," they're crying. Lisa's wailing like a banshee. That's an Irish ghost that screams all the time. I saw one in an episode of Scooby-Doo. Mr. Longbow comes out of nowhere, steaming because he's always red in the face like his brain is boiling or something. I think he has the ability to teleport because he's never there, and then the moment someone breaks a rule, he's suddenly right there. He starts yelling at me. "Lily, did you push Lisa? Come with me, young lady." Meredith hops off her swing. "Lily didn't touch her." "Excuse me?" Mr. Longbow isn't used to kids actually saying things to him besides crying or wetting their pants in pure terror. "Lily just told her to go away and she fell on her own." By then, the crew of jerk girls have hurried off with Lisa Welch and the recess monitor, so none of them refute this. Not that they could. I mean, that is really all I did. I'm still kinda in shock though because I've never had that happen before. I didn't see Lisa fall and break her stupid tooth. I just told her it was going to happen, and it happened, even though I didn't actually think it would. What if I told Mr. Longbow to cluck like a chicken, and he started clucking like a chicken? That makes me giggle. Mr. Longbow notices. He didn't see my thoughts, though, so it's not funny to him. I end up going to his office anyway. He likes paintings of eagles. They're all over his office. I wonder if it's because he's bald, like the eagles. Maybe he wishes he was a bald eagle. I have to tell him again that I didn't touch Lisa Welch. I just told her to go away and she tripped and fell and broke her tooth on her own. I leave out the part where I told her that she'd trip and break her tooth before it happened. Mr. Longbow lets me go, but tells me to stay away from Lisa Welch. The eagles. I had no intention of hanging out with her anyway. She and her crew of jerk girls all play with their expensive Briar dolls and make fun of Pastor because I got him from a thrift shop and he's an action figure. So what? I bet none of their